Hello. Good morning. Oh my God. I am so late today. I didn't even have time to dry my hair. You know, girls, it's just one of those mornings. Hello. Ugh. All right. Let me just set up the tech stuff here. Bum, ba, da, 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 da. Okay. Thank you, chat. You look cute. Thank you. I rushed, bro. I rushed. I was getting this Mormon video out. I was doing all this stuff this morning. Ugh. You know what really went badly? I'm not even gonna, I'm so sad. I was rushing so badly this morning that my pasta came out bad. You know? Even my pasta came out bad. Oh. That's the worst. You know, it's just like, that's when you know I was rushing, you know? The things you sacrifice for us. You know, truly, bros. Truly. Okay. I feel like my face isn't even awake yet. Dun, 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 dun. Okay, this is Elvin's beautiful music, link in the description. Go ahead and pause it. 1, 2, 3. Okay. I didn't make my pasta from scratch or anything, just FYI. But still, nothing worse than plain pasta, bro. Nothing more depressing than thinking you're gonna have some good pasta and then it's just plain. Okay. Da, 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 da. Da, 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 la, 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 la. Okay, I think I got this set up nicely. Okay, we're doing a lot of TikToks today. I got some stuff to talk about. I want to talk about Gen Z. I want to talk about liberation. What does liberation even mean? I've been thinking about this a lot. What do we even mean when we say liberation? Liberation from who? This fibromyalgia? Today, I put my foot on a chair and tell me if the fibro girlies feel this, but I will put my feet, I'll put my foot on a chair. That's what I did this morning. And I stayed in the position too long, like 5-10 minutes. And when I moved my foot off the chair, the amount of pain that shot through my body, it feels like it's deeply bruised. I feel like there are parts of my body that are deeply bruised. Wow, chat said Russian. I thought you were Assyrian. Okay, girl. All right, maiden in the chat with the dad jokes. Okay, girl. Very funny, guys. Funny. Okay, so you know, fibro girlies, you know. Ooh. Fibro life. Honestly, I'm gonna be real. How is cross-legged sitting for you? I mean, any position, I just gotta move a lot. Like even in bed when I'm sleeping, I'm constantly moving. I will say, I think being chronically ill has made me more compassionate towards Gen Z and younger generations and older generations. But I think the more pain I am in, the more patient I become. I don't know why. I think, well, okay, but the more hungry I become, the less patient I become. So let's just keep in mind, I was hangry this morning. I was like on the verge. I become emotionally irregular when I am hungry. But there's something about the older I get and the more pain I'm in that I'm just like, okay, like young people are young, you know? Oh, I just realized, am I using the wrong window to stream? I am using the wrong window. That's my podcast window. I was like, why am I so far from the camera right now? Where are all my logos? I guess Boomer Brittany did strike again. Boomer Brittany striking again. Striking out like she's a lesbian. Boomer Brittany not even using the right window. I was like, where's all my logos? Where are all my logos? Okay. Just that I knew it. I did. You did. You called it. Boomer Brittany coming out to play today. I was like something, I was like looking at myself and I was like, why do I look weird? Why do I look wrong? Chat says, aren't chronic illnesses linked to trauma? Well, that's the theory. That's the theory. There's lots of people who have that theory. Gabor Mate is one of them. But you know, who's to say? We don't know yet. I think some people are really working on some tests to see if we can see it on a machine, and others aren't. It's not like, you know, to get diagnosed with fibro, they tested me for everything else. Like, that's the testing, right? BPD, I took a verbal test. Autism, I took verbal test. I mean, it was multiple choice and I verbally gave my answers, but you know, there was a physical test technically. But like, I think we forget a lot of the things that we're diagnosed with are a symbiotic relationship, a mutual exchange between clinician and client, right? And who knows what we're going to discover in the future, right? Discord says, I'm 30 today and honestly feeling good about it. Congratulations. Welcome to your 30s. It's great to be here. I'm 36 and I love it, girls. I'm 36. I'm 36. Feels good. Feels good. YouTube is sending Discord happy birthday messages, Discord, in case you can't see it. Yeah, every day I get closer to 40. I'm stoked, you know? Uh-oh. Chat says, wild news. I saw on Twitter that Hassan has taken a weekend off. Dude hasn't taken a break from streaming of his own choice in 7 years. Well, you know, people are built different. People who can stream every day are genuinely built different or coping very hard with medication / it's a trauma reaction. But genuinely, yesterday when stream was like, Brittany's been streaming for 6 hours. I'm afraid she's using tomorrow's spoons today. You were right. You were right. I really loved yesterday's stream and I woke up feeling like I got hit by a bus and I was like, damn it. And I edited Mormon Wives this morning and I got it up, which I was really stoked about, but I felt like I got hit by a bus just doing like a 6-hour stream. You know, I can't believe some people are out here doing it every day like that. You know? Okay, so what I want to do, this is a philosophy channel. We do philosophy through pop culture. And I think sometimes when I type things in, like, what does it mean when it comes to liberation? People are like, liberation, politics. But I think politics is not about liberation. I, in many ways, think systems are contrary to the concept of liberation. And, you know, let me bring out the paint, girlies. Let me bring out the paint. Man, I think I got a sore throat coming on. Okay, so, hello? Okay. Okay, what we want, okay, so here's politics. Here's everything else. So when people tell me like it's all about politics, you're telling me it's all about this. What about all of this? And they'll say, well, all of this is controlled by all of this. And I think it's probably more like this contributes to this and this contributes to this. And we're in an unhealthy and toxic relationship. I actually think we're like in an abusive, toxic relationship with politics, which is why I rely on philosophy, because philosophy wants to know about all of this, like everything. Politics only allows you to focus here, right? That's not very helpful. But when we create systems, we're creating limitations and safety nets, right? So my suggestion is, instead of creating a system that looks like this and contrary to the universe, actually, let me do it like this. Universe. System. Okay, this is politics. Politics. Okay, this is politics, right? Instead of the system looking like that, I think I'd prefer the system to be more like this. It gives me a lot more leg room, and it gives people a larger sense of freedom and not feeling caged in, right? And it allows them to be closer to exploring the universe, like everything outside of what we think is even possible right now. Okay. But when you tell me like this is all that matters, like this is where my liberation is supposed to live, feels like that can't be true. I cannot buy into the reality that like this is where liberation is at. Right? Like this is where liberation is at. That feels like nah. Right? But I can understand why, because politics is the center of our system maker, we think it's the key to like creating this system to be better. But the dilemma is that this way that we do politics and have always done politics, and politics have always been done, is never about creating a bigger box. It's always about creating a smaller one. So I would prefer to accept that this will always exist, but doesn't have to be the main character, because this is people's bigotry. This is bigotry. This is prejudice. This is bullshit. This is bullshit. Because if we started to heal and let go of our bigotry, then eventually it naturally makes the perimeter of the system wider. And liberation is found in healing. Liberation, in my opinion, is found in healing. It is not found in wars. It is not found in genocide. It is not found in bigotry. It is not found in you versus me. It is found in healing. But getting the world to heal in a fast enough pace that it feels good enough is not reality. But that's why I want you to focus on the future and realize kids are watching you, and that we have to invest in the future by seeking liberation through healing. Okay. And I think that's really hard, because so many of us become political because of trauma. So many of us wish for justice because we're traumatized. How many of you guys became an activist because you wanted to liberate yourself from oppression, right? Liberation through healing starts with this idea, right? In many ways, that a lot of us are seeking liberation from the way the world sees us, the way our families raised us, the way the world treated us, right? So I want you guys to recognize that that is such a good intention. What a good intention we all have to show up in the world because of the way our inner child was hurt, or our physical child was hurt when we were a kid, right? Like, what a beautiful thing. My parents were always very political. They were the rebels of their community, except they're conservative, which is funny, right? Because conservatives can be rebels too, it's just not in the way you think. And then I was the rebel of my community against their kind of belief system. And then I want, to keep moving forward. So today, when we review the TikToks that I have lined up for us, and I have so many TikToks, I want us to remember that most of the TikToks we're watching today are not actually Gen Z, because they're traumatized millennials who have big mouths. And complaining about Gen Z as a millennial is pulling a boomer. And the amount of times that I see it cracks me up every time. The way we repeat cycles will never not be funny to me. Are you really out here complaining about Gen Z right now? Come on, bro. Like, come on, focus, please. Walk in. Walk in, okay? So let's realize how traumatized everybody is, but especially millennials and young millennials as much as old. Because there's definitely that circuit of young millennial who's like, I'm not like other Gen Zers. I'm a millennial. And they're like 23 and like, relax there, buddy. So also, do you guys know the Gen Z, Gen X, Boomer? You know that's a construct created by two guys who needed to do it for a book, right? Like the cutoff for our generations is just like a fun thing we made up not too long ago. That's all it is. And then that creates an in-group and an out-group. And then that creates a we're better than somebody else. Remember that white lady I showed you on TikTok who's like, Gen X solved racism. Racism doesn't exist. Gen X solved it. I'm like, sit down, Gen X. And Gen X, everybody loves to pick on Gen X because they're like the middle child. My parents had 10 kids and all of us are, as far as I know, millennials. I think every single one of us is proper millennial. From the oldest to the youngest, 20 years of children. I think we're all millennials, if I'm not mistaken. Millennial age. 29 to 44. Oh, wait. No. Millennials, also known as Gen Y, are generally defined between those born in 1981 and 1996. Wait, really? In 2025, this translates to age groups of 29 and 44. No. Gen Z begins 1987. Oh shit, no way. Wait. So wait, that means my parents have mostly millennials and then they have what is it? 1996? So they have at least 4 that are technically proper Gen Z. Bubble pop, bubble pop. Wait, okay. So 96, how old are you in 90? If you're born in 96, how old are you? What are you, 20? I can't do the math. How old are you in 96? Because, okay, that sibling was born in 94 and that sibling was born in 95, 28. So, okay, yeah, so my parents have at least 3 children who are Gen Z. Damn, right? I have to ask one of the brothers where his cutoff is exactly because I forget. Okay, yeah, wow. Okay, well, that's even funnier. Wait, that's going to be even funnier. Look at all these millennials complaining about Gen Zers. That's even funnier. How are you blaming Gen Z? That's so funny. That's even greater. Okay, so Gen Z is definitely not even 30, which I think is really important. But look at these TikToks with me. Let's go through them and see how we feel about them. But I want us to realize, like, everyone, there's this thing that happens on the internet where we get really hyped to put everyone into this like monolithic experience bubble. And I want us to try not to do that today. We're going to talk about queer people and trans men and gay spaces. We're going to talk about Gen Z and accountability. We're going to talk about mental health. We're going to talk about this very easy idea to just like look at people and put their whole life experience in one little bubble. So let's try to, as a community, be very open-minded and very focus on the deconstruction of this because we're very loud and very passionate on the internet. And though I think things are different in real life when we're touching grass, I think the internet is just an exaggerated representation of particular categories. So I know the last few days I've been kind of hyping up Gen Z, but I think it's because progressive Gen Z is so impressive to me and young millennials are so impressive to me. But also I think there's a lot of wisdom in older generations, but I think millennials are more traumatized than we're willing to admit. You know, I really think millennials, like, we got to go to therapy more. We got to do more because we're starting to feel snobby, like pedantic, like very like hoity-toity to younger generations in a way that I'm like, you need to relax because the stagnation amongst millennials feels obvious to me. Like they're becoming liberals and being like, I'm done. I'm like, no, like you gotta keep going. Chad says, I think part of it is how you were brought up. My siblings are all millennials and I'm the baby, so I think it adds up. Yeah. And I think my siblings also have a lot of millennial vibes to them because they were raised with so many of us, right? Chad says we can't make any generalizations about any generation except boomers. Okay, let me say this. So, okay, the thought I had going into today, thank you for reminding me, chat. Okay. Tell me if you disagree. When we say boomers, we mean people who adhere and uplift this system at the expense of everybody else, because they haven't done the work to deconstruct their own mental health, their position in society, or understood how their generation was completely different than what's happening now. So they become blinded to how they've become successful and assume that their reality fits ours when it doesn't. When we say men suck, we're not talking about people who are born men, identify men, transition to men, or even use the word man. We're talking about people who uplift and contribute to uplifting the patriarchy, uphold misogyny, and continue belief systems and systems of power that come at the expense of marginalized communities, especially femme and female people. And when we say like, cis women, or we even say like white women feminism, we're not talking about women who are white who are feminists. We're not talking about women who are cis. We're talking about people who continue to uphold the patriarchy by continuing to put down other forms of femme or women presenting or lived experience type people who they don't deem worthy enough to be called / identify as women, that they forget to be intersectional, that they don't take into consideration different women's lived experience and think theirs is the default and most accurate lived experience of a woman. Like, what we're doing is we're using shorthand terminology to explain a specific categorization of person who holds on and upholds a mindset and a belief system that is keeping us from deconstructing. Yes? Yeah? Right? We're talking about, we're using shorthand language to have a conversation about very big issues. Okay? Right? And we just don't want to have to say that every time we say it. So we shorthand it. Like toxic masculinity. I don't have to say the whole paragraph every time I want to say toxic masculinity. But the dilemma is like every day new people are learning the term and they don't get it. But every day people are also refusing to learn it. And that's annoying. So we're going to talk about that today because there's some controversy on queer TikTok, controversy or comments about Gen Z. And I just want to have the conversation with you. Okay. That's it. Here we go. I'm so excited. I'm so excited. Okay. Here we go. First TikTok. Why is Gen Z obsessed with accountability? I don't know how the volume's going to be, so hold on.
What is y'all's
Okay, it's going to be pretty low. So I'm going to do this.
Genuinely, what is y'all's obsession with holding people accountable? You cannot hold a stranger online accountable for anything. You don't know them. If someone with a lot of followers does something wrong, all you have to do is ignore them, just block them and move on. You can't hold them accountable for anything. You're not their friend, family, boss, teacher. Like, what? Honestly, it's kind of sad that we're in 2025 because a lot of y'all would have loved the Salem witch trials.
Okay, what do we think about that narrative? This is by NASCAR Uzo. More thoughts on my Substack, accountability. I'll go ahead and link their TikTok in the thing. What do you guys think about that? What do we think about that summary? What do we think about the word accountability? I have definitely I'm trying to integrate the language of accountability with a path forward, because I do think people can get lost in the sauce and get a little mob mentality. But I don't think that's unique to like Gen Z. I think Gen Z is in a unique position to actually use the word accountability, because when has that ever been a thing, right? But I think Gen Z runs a problem not because they're Gen Z, but because they're people. And people in mobs tend to be bad at thinking. But the desire to hold people accountable, I think, is really great, right? And I don't agree that people can't hold public figures accountable. I disagree. I do agree, though, that holding them accountable will look different than how you hold family and friends accountable. So I think those are two different things. What do you guys think? Chess says, I think it depends on the context. I'm not really sure I understand her full meaning. It feels like millennials who are older than me are more what she described than Gen Z. I kind of agree with her in a way, but there's this thing that can't be ignored, like abusive family vloggers. If it weren't for people who actually cared a lot about kids, would still be abused. I don't think strangers can be accountable to the internet. Maybe she's talking about people who are having attachment to strangers. Let's see if she made a follow-up to this. Let's go to her account. Let's see if there's a follow-up.
The only reason why y'all have an issue with Alex Cooper singing at that baseball game is because she's a woman. If it was Andy Samberg or Trevor Noah or Kieran Culkin, y'all would think it was adorable and quirky and super cool. But because she's a woman, everyone has an issue with it. It's the same thing with Taylor Swift at those football games. I remember when the Toronto Raptors were in the finals and Drake was sat at that bench. He was in the locker room. He literally was a part of that team. He made himself a part of that team. And he didn't know nobody on that team. But when Taylor Swift sits in a box seat at her boyfriend's game, all of a sudden she's self-centered, she has an issue, she's all this. It's a double standard. I think it's important that we recognize that. We'll have some serious issues with hating women, and it's crazy. The only reason.
Okay, so maybe she's talking about, let's see.
Hey, can we stop with the whole heated workout trend? I'm sick of it. Go on.
Okay, so also, what do you notice here? Content creator trying to obviously go viral or be popular. So she's making content. So look, she's making content. Looks like she even filmed multiple days in the same clothes. So she's trying to get a hit. So this one has the hugest hit. So let's see what it's about.
This whole Sierra situation has reminded me so much of London and Olivia. Somebody waited for years with those screenshots and released it on their wedding day. Isn't that insane level of haterism? At that point, it's not about racism. It's about revenge. I remember the interface of the screenshots showed that the screenshots were taken in like 2010. Like it wasn't just like, oh, someone scrolled really deep on her Instagram or on her Twitter and found those. Like someone had been sitting on those screenshots for probably a decade. The screenshots were heinous, but releasing them on their wedding day was crazy. This whole
Okay, so she's kind of doing the, yeah, she's like a content creator with an opinion, but the opinions are obviously meant to garner a reaction, right? Chat says the caption was, "I'm not afraid to take a stand. Who's with me?" Noted. Discord said maybe Gen Z is obsessed with accountability because a lot grew up in bubbles that didn't hold people accountable for stuff like bigotry and abuse. Exactly. Thank you, Discord. And yes, it can get out of hand. I do think it's just an attempt to correct past cultural issues. I agree with that. Discord says, I don't know why she said we started holding public figures accountable in the millennial generation. Also, I think we shouldn't harass. So if she's talking about holding people accountable, well, harassing, I agree. Yeah, if we're harassing people, I don't believe in harassment, right? But I do think like a lot of Gen Z is just trying to overcorrect, and who can blame them? Since the adults in the room won't do it. Who can blame the younger generations for being like, I want to hold you a little bit more accountable today. Okay, so now we have a vibe of this girl, right? She's trying to hit every popular topic. She's trying to get in here. Now, this is her most popular video.
I'm also so excited for Sunday Election Day. I know it's going to be the most unified this nation has ever been. This is what the electoral map is going to look like on Sunday. I honestly really hope that they give us a percentage. I want to know just what percent of the app voted for Iris V with Jeremiah, because I feel like it's going to be something like 99%. I feel like America has never been so unified on a topic in its history. This is honestly beautiful. Washington doesn't want you to know this. They want to divide us, but Love Island unifies us. I'm also so excited for Sunday Election Day. I know it's...
Okay, so she's... It's like, I feel like it's clear what's happening, which is fine. What is her opinionated is just her biography. Which election was this?
Also, so
this was Iris versus Jeremiah and Huda versus Jeremiah. I don't know. This must be, I don't know what state this is. Florida? Even Florida is blue. Everyone's going blue. What is this? I'm from Puerto Rico, living in Puerto Rico. I didn't get to vote for the president. Which election is this? 6/15 local election. It just happened. 57% for Jeremiah. This is a local election. I'm not keeping up like that. So I don't know who this, I don't even know who this is for. This is Love Island. I thought it was an actual fucking election. It's for Love Island. I thought it was for a local election. I literally thought it was for politics. And I was like, Love Island keeps us together. I am so out. I know she said it, but I thought she was making a joke. And I was like, who's running for elections? What election's happening? I was like so confused. I was like, I didn't hear about any. I was like, this is how out of like it is that I was like, what are we talking about? Love Island. I was like, you know what's so funny? I was like, I feel like I know those names, but where do I know them from? Damn, bruh. Okay, so that had her most views. So she's just trying to get popular, which is so valid, right? Yeah, she's trying to comment on everything. That's so funny. I kind of love her for that, bro. I literally was like, what election is this, bro? Okay, so then why is she mad at Gen Z? Let's go back to Gen Z. Why is she mad at Gen Z?
Genuinely, what is y'all's obsession with holding people accountable? You cannot hold a stranger online accountable for anything. You don't know them. If someone with a lot of followers does something wrong, all you have to do is ignore them, just block them and move on. You can't hold them accountable for anything. You're not their friend, family, boss,
Okay, I agree that, listen, I don't think you should go on people's social media and bother them. I think you should make content about it, but I don't think you should be in their comment sections. Okay, I have a very strict line with that because I think I don't think we have to be in their comment sections. This does not count for politicians, elected leaders, or police, okay? So just get it straight. We're talking about social media content creators. We're talking about artists. Yeah, going into their comment section, kind of weird, right? Talking about it on your own social media, totally fine. But I am not talking about politicians. So politicians you can go into their comment sections because that's like the relationship we're allowed to have with them. They kind of work for us, right? So, okay, so she has an opinion. That was an opinion? Okay. Let's go through this TikTok.
I'm gonna make some people mad with this one, but at a certain point, it is your personal choice to live the way that you live. It gets to a point in life where you can no longer blame your upbringing or your surroundings for how you live your life. Your environment and your upbringing may have shaped you, but continuing to live by those patterns is a choice. Eventually, the responsibility to change becomes your own. Healing is your job and growth is your choice, and it is up to you to grow into the person that you were never taught to become. I already know I'm going to make some people mad with this one, but at a certain point, it is your personal choice to live the way that you live. It gets to a point in life where you can no longer blame your upbringing or your surroundings for how you live your life.
Okay, this is Dallas, Caroline. So you either take ownership of your life or become a prisoner to excuses. So she's got a brand going. Okay, Nashville, Tennessee. Absolutely not. Copyrighted material here.
I already know I'm going to make some people mad with this one, but
she loves to start off her videos like that.
Your triggers are not other people's responsibility. Your triggers are the unhealed parts of yourself that you've not looked at yet. Now, I'm not saying that you can't have boundaries with people, and I'm not saying that there aren't certain topics that you should discuss with caution. But at the end of the day, people don't owe you softness or silence or self-censorship. You being uncomfortable doesn't automatically mean that people need to change. You're allowed to be triggered and your feelings are valid, but it's on you to figure out why and to handle it. Okay, hot take, but if you have a long list of standards or all these things that you're looking for in a man, you need to be prepared to ask yourself if you're actually the kind of woman that man would want. If your standards are high, your self-awareness needs to be higher. A man that is stable, disciplined, and loyal is probably also going to be looking for a woman with those same qualities. It's really easy to think of all the characteristics that you're looking for in your dream man, but it's harder to become the person that naturally attracts him. You can't demand a man with high standards and then hold none for yourself. Okay, hot take, but if you lived every day like you're living right now, what would your life look like in 6 months and what would your life look like in 6 years? If your daily habits were the blueprint, would they build the life that you want? Because not next week, not next month, right now, you're proving what matters to you by how you live. Your future is just today multiplied. Nothing changes if nothing changes. So the question...
No, it's just like...
I already know I'm going to make some people mad with this one, but at a certain point, if he can go days or weeks without talking to you, he's not your husband. If he compares you to another woman, he's not your husband. If he's liking other girls' bikini pictures, he's not your husband. If he wants to keep you a secret from his friends and family, he's not your husband. If he gives you the silent treatment as punishment, he's not your husband. If you don't trust him, he's not your husband. If he can go days...
Okay, I'm seeing some good. I'm seeing some eyebrow raised. You know, it's really hard. This is why I think my content is 100% better long form, because I used to try to make content like this and it just always pissed people off because it doesn't hold the nuance of the context. But I think I can agree and disagree. Like, I feel like, okay, I kind of agree, but what do you mean when you say it? Right? I do agree that like triggers aren't other people's problems, but it's your responsibility to form connections with people that respect your boundaries. I also think that at some point it is your responsibility to get your life together. I also think at some point you have to acknowledge what happened to you in order to understand the context of the situation you're in order to heal in the first place. But I think that applies for everybody. And sometimes I feel like these conversations are always for younger people and never about older people. This is what's interesting to me. Why do all of these videos always feel like they're advice for young people and never for boomers? I feel like the people this should be targeted towards are 50 and 60-year-olds who have not figured it out yet. right? Chat says it's giving motivational slop TikTok, 100% motivational slop. But that's what I think is interesting, is that so much of the internet, so much of the content is quote for younger people. So then the advice sounds like it's for younger people, but like a 21-year-old who's still figuring themselves out, like, you know who really needs to hear this? The 60-year-old that still hasn't done it. Not the 21-year-old who's like accountability, but the 60-year-old that's like, well, he was a good guy. You didn't know him like I knew him. He probably didn't even do it. So I kind of feel like the conversation and all the criticism we give to young people, I wish you would have like even 50% of that energy for old people. Because it says more to me that you got to 60 and didn't figure it out than you got to 20. And I think we assume that because people are younger, they have more tools. They have more modern tools. But younger or older people had longer time on the planet and made the decision to stay ignorant. Like, that's the thing about old people. You've been here longer to see every tech change. And instead of keeping up and being the most informed, we allow old people to get old and become ignorant. And then we give them the excuse that they're old. And I think like we fucked up. Our elders should be keeping up. Our elders should maintain and earn their wisdom by actually not ignoring the youth. And instead, we give them an out of saying, well, like, you know, they were born so long ago, they don't know things. We give an out to even our grandmas. Why isn't my grandma keeping up? My grandmas are dead. But, you know, if my grandma was alive, I'd be like, why aren't you actually keeping up? Why am I censoring myself around old people because it might offend them to hear what new kids are doing with their lives? You know, like, the way I would censor myself, the way I do censor myself around old people, I asked my partner when I first met their parents, I was like, hey, can I cuss in front of your parents? And they were like, I mean, yeah, but like, they don't really like use English words like that. So it shouldn't be that big of a deal. But I was like, well, I wasn't sure because some old people are offended by cuss words, you know? And it's because of that conundrum of like, people genuinely think aging into conservatism is wisdom. It's not stagnation. That has stunted a whole generation of people, right? So this is what I want us to do. I want us to step away from the temptation to criticize young people and to hold all of that energy for old people who have been given way too much leniency. And especially since we are electing the oldest people on earth to run this country, America specifically. Like, we got to get over it. You know, we got to get over it. And I understand, like, old people are sensitive. They don't want to know what young people are doing. Young people are so far from that. Well, you got to keep up. I need y'all to keep up. Okay? I need y'all to keep up. And I feel like we should have that energy towards older people, right? Chat says, is complete honesty always necessary in a marriage, or can select truth protect the marriage? I practice radical honesty in my relationship. You do you. Figure it out with your partner and ask them how they would feel if you kept something from them. It's a mutually agreed upon relationship. You have to be on the same page. Some people are so traumatized, they're like, don't tell me, I don't want to know. I'm too healed to not want to know. Tell me. Don't lie to me, bitch. Tell me. Okay? All right. Next TikTok. I'm just going to share everybody's TikToks because I'm going through a bunch of them. And it's easier this way just to be like, here you go. Here's your credit. Thanks. Okay, next. Have you guys seen this? You've probably seen this on your feed. This is a guy who goes to the subway and asks people their hot takes, right? This hot take was interesting.
So what's your take?
I think introverts are morally weak.
100% disagree. That's quite rude. That's quite rude.
That was the nicest way I could put it.
The nicest way to put it?
Yes. If you're an introvert, I think it's not your fault. I think you matter and you are loved by God, but I think you need to try to change.
Come out of your shell a little bit?
Yes. Human beings are social animals, right? The labor that we do is social, but we've set up these categories where we say some people do the social stuff and other people don't have to do it. Extroverts, we're taking intellectual risk in a conversation. We're taking theatrical risk. But then the introvert in the corner, they just get to be over there. And there's this narrative. Oh, they have their genius ideas going on over there that they wouldn't even deign to bestow upon us mortals. Let's hear it then. Because if you're an introvert, then why do I have to host the dinner party every damn time?
Oh, you feel like it's emotional labor to be the extrovert?
I think it's emotional labor. I think it's social labor. I think it's intellectual. I think it's basically every kind of labor.
You think introverts need to come out of their shell?
Yes.
What if they don't want to? In an era of positivity around all bodies, all genders, all religions, all people.
All right, Mr. Woke.
No, it's not woke. It's not woke. I just want introverts. They look at me and they go, "Man, that guy is so charismatic. Look at how cool he is. He's so cool."
Oh, you want a little.
I want an audience.
Audience.
Without my introverts, no one would be watching me. Extroverts, they're all trying to be the star.
How am I supposed to dog on someone who wants to be on Subway Team?
I just want them to watch. We
Yeah.
need watchers.
Yeah.
Introverts, I love you all. Thank you so much for
You
watching
have
the
a
show.
point, but extroverts watch you too.
No, they don't.
I watch you.
Oh. I need a nap.
Okay. I think she's an introvert who's coping and pretending to be an extrovert. Because that's me, girl. My personality is extroverted, but my identity, my true nature is introverted. And all of my life, I thought I was extroverted. I was hosting, socializing, making dates with people, exhausted at my introverted friends, so frustrated with the world until I realized, oh, I'm introverted. I just have an extroverted personality, so people misunderstand me. Most YouTubers, people think they're very social creatures. Why do you think? How do you think we're social creatures when we spend 10 hours a day on the computer? Make it make sense, guys. How would streamers be extremely social people if we're literally talking to computer screens for a living? You know I can't see you, right? You know I can't see you, girl. So I'm talking to 3 monitors right now. 3 monitors. You know what I mean? So I think she is an introvert who thinks she's an extrovert. But I think introverts desire community so deeply that they push themselves out of their comfort zone to try to have it. But then the only people they get along with are other introverts, but they don't know it, because an extrovert is a lot of work. My brother is an extrovert, and oh my God, I was like, you are draining me. I love you. And I talk all the time too, but it's a different kind. His is like his energy is, you think I have high energy? You want to see very high energy, very extroverted energy, you got to be a farm brother. I did have one video with him at one time. It's private now, but he is so just excited to talk to people and be around people. And I used to be like that for research purposes. I am like that for research purposes. I am like that sometimes, but I am not like that all of the time. He is like that all of the time. All of the time. All of the time. That is not me all of the time. And that's the thing. It's like, I look at him and I go, you're the extrovert. He goes, you're extroverted. And I was like, oh yeah? Then why am I tired? And he was just like, I don't know. Maybe you're just old. I was like, no, it's not that I'm old. It's that I'm being honest with myself. Like, why do you think I can live in Croatia for 2 years straight with no friends or social group and just my partner? Make it make sense. You think an extrovert could do that? Please, bro. Think about it. I looked at my partner yesterday and I said, girl, I literally have been here 2 years more, a little bit more than 2 years, and I am doing fine. Tell me I'm not introverted. I don't have any friends. I don't see any of my girlfriends. I don't socialize with anybody. His parents on occasion once a month. But he's the only person I see every day. I don't think an extrovert could do that. I don't think so. I think they go out, they make social groups, they make friends. It's why people are like, I don't understand. Why aren't you going to make friends in Croatia? I didn't come here to make friends. I have friends, you know? And I think it's because I get enough when I call my friends, I catch up with people, I talk to people on the phone, I'm good, you know? Chet says I would go insane, I think. And why wouldn't you? Why wouldn't somebody in my position go crazy? Right? And that's what I want you to pay attention to, is like when we cast judgment on building community and how people show up, the thing is like, do we even know why we're doing it in the first place? You know? Chet says, does Nightbot answer questions? No, he's just there to remind people. This is a philosophy channel. I had a feeling new people would come in this week, so I revved him up so he could tell new people this is a philosophy channel, because a lot of people don't know it, you know? Chet says, do you talk to people on the phone daily? No, I have to plan my phone calls with people. So like on Saturdays is my catch up with family and friends day. And on Saturdays, I do 1 to 2 calls. Some people can call me short notice, but the truth is like, I'm always so busy. I don't have a lot of spoons. So we can only talk for 30 minutes or so before I'm like, okay, I got to go back to work. But Saturdays are my 1 day a week that I catch up. with people. Discord said she seems almost annoyed about having to carry a conversation, but socializing is more than chatting. Well, and that's the thing. I don't blame her. I remember in Seattle, I would get very frustrated that I would make plans with people and they would cancel on me like 20 minutes before we were supposed to meet. And at the time, I was like, you are so rude and inconsiderate. I am ready. I used all of my energy to get ready. And then when they would cancel on me, it would ruin my whole day. I would become depressed. I would self-harm. I would feel so bad. And then I realized it's because, one, I'm autistic and transitions are hard enough. Two, I didn't realize how many spoons I was taking to even get out of the house. Three, I was emotionally dependent on those social events because I didn't have any, like a big community in Seattle at the time yet. This is prior to having my Seattle community. I didn't have it yet. I only had one friend there and she was really busy with school, so I didn't get to see her very often. And I kept feeling like abandoned. And I was like, what is going on? And then I realized, okay, what am I doing wrong? Well, one, I wasn't socializing in the right communities. Eventually, I found my queer BDSM bubble and everything got better. They're very consent-based, very good about making appointments, and they were much more reliable. I found a dungeon to go to, so I could actually show up to events on my own. I started going to events on my own, which was very, very anxiety-inducing, but I did it. And I eventually built a community. And then I eventually figured out, okay, I too feel a temptation to cancel last minute. So instead, I would tell people, hey, can we try to make plans for Saturday, but can we check in Saturday morning to see if we still have the spoons to do it? And that really started to help me. Now I pre-plan everything around dates. So if I plan a date with a friend, I try to plan my spoons around it. Sometimes on a very rare occasion, I do have to cancel or reschedule. But most of my life is now very scheduled and in. Like even my bestie of 27 years, she and I have a monthly phone call together. We're like, we got to put it on the calendar, monthly phone call, let's go. And we've just started doing that. And it's great because I know one time I had a friend, very nice lady, but she said, hey, Britt, I want to be closer to you as a friend. I said, oh, I don't know if I can offer a closer friendship. Like I'm kind of overwhelmed and busy and I really appreciate that. And she goes, well, I just want to be able to call you when I feel like it. And I was like, oh, I can't do that anymore. I'm working too much. I'm focused on a lot of things. I'm prioritizing a lot of things. I said, but if you want to schedule a call with me on occasion, we can do it that way. And, you know, she and I talk like once a year because I couldn't be that, pick up the phone and call her friend. I already have people who can do that with me and there's too many. Because I give that privilege to like, or access to like all my siblings, my parents, like they can call me and be like, hey, Britt. And I'm like, what's up? Like, I'm going to pick up the phone. But if one of my friends called me out of the blue, I think it was an emergency. Like, hey, are you okay? Because I don't have that relationship. I already have that relationship with like 12 people. When you come from a really big family and those people have it, my cousins have it, like any of my blood relatives can call me whenever they want. And that's like a lot of people. You know what I'm saying? And including my like besties, like they can call me and be like, what up? But I also am allowed to say, hey, I love you. I can't talk right now though. Because that's the other part of the social anxiety that comes in that nobody thinks about. I can tell my bestie, hey girl, I can't talk to you right now, but I love you. Talk to you soon. She's like, oh yeah, sure. And then we hang up. If I had another friend do that, I might feel socially like awkward to be like, I'm so sorry. I can't actually talk to you right now, but is this an emergency? Because I'm afraid they might take it as rejection when I'm not, you know what I'm saying? Like, I'm like, if I call my sister, she's like, hey, I'm in the middle of something. I'm at the gym. I can't talk. I'm like, okay, bye. We just hang up. We don't even think about it. All right, bye. Love you. But that's built over years and years and years of reassurance that like, I'll call you back. I'll talk to you later. I'm at the, you know what I'm saying? But if you don't have that relationship with somebody, it can be a little bit more intense for them, you know? And I think a lot goes into socializing. So I empathize with this girl in a sense, but I think her conclusion is wrong. That it's not that introverts are morally weak, it's that we're not allowed to be honest with ourselves. And we're not also allowed to say, hey, hosting is really hard for me. Can you help me host? You know, or, hey, like, I'd really like to have this party. Can you help me throw it? Or, hey, I'd really like to have a weekly event. Do you guys want to do it with me? And can you commit to 2 months? Because that's the other thing. You know, now that I'm married to somebody who plays Pathfinder D&D, some of those campaigns are like 2 years long. I have a friend who's been playing the same D&D campaign for like a couple years. And I was like, oh, you guys are committing, but the commitment is very much based off a mutual desire to show up. And I think that those, you're not even necessarily doing it with like best friends, by the way. Some of these people I know aren't even in campaigns with like their besties. They're in campaigns with just somebody who has a shared hobby. So I don't know. There's something to be said about knowing yourself well enough to figure out where you belong. I will always be grateful for my BDSM community, like Seattle progressive group. Like I'll always be grateful that I finally found a community in Seattle to be with. I was in Seattle for 2 years before I found a community. And then when I found one, I was with them until I left. And I'm still in touch with a few people from those days still. And I still have like a monthly call with one of my Seattle friends every month because like, and we've known each other, what, like 8 years now? I don't even know. Like they've been to my house, they've met my family. So like these are people that I've integrated into my life, you know what I mean? And we stay in touch, And I think that's, again, it's a relationship. It's a relationship. And I don't think people are good at relationshiping. Friends, family, anything else. It's a two-way, you both have to relationship together. Okay? All right. I'll go ahead and link the video in the chat. Discord says, let's see, kind of off topic, but I find people who dislike Gen Z the most are older millennials. They really want to claim that we are the last to grow up without technology. I had a cord phone and a landline until I was 12 years old. Also, older millennials are the only people these days that will mock me to my face and love to put me in my place when it comes to how young I am. I think there is a very hilarious group of millennials that are like, I didn't grow up with the internet. Yeah, I didn't grow up with the internet either. Relax. It's not, you know what I mean? Relax. And I think people, this is just a part of healing and growing up and maturing. Talking about maturing, it is a level of maturity to not have to prove you're so cool. It's like I'm cool. And it's like, yeah, I've had that stage. What was my stage? My stage was like, I had a CD player when it first came out. I used to have cassette tapes and I used to have to listen to the radio and press record every time I wanted to make a mixtape. Yeah, you're just saying that you had a different experience, but it makes you kind of feel cool. So then you're like, I had a landline. You know what I mean? It's just kind of funny. Ted says, were you actively searching for community or did it just kind of happen? No, I was aggressively searching for community because I knew it wouldn't just happen. Because I was working, I was new in town. So I moved to Seattle in 2012. My bestie had already lived there. I have multiple besties. So just, again, when I tell stories, I'm never actually trying to get you guys to ever learn who anyone is. I'm just like, when I use language, just know like one of my close friends lived in Seattle. Okay. Sometimes I feel like when I tell stories, it's going to confuse people. But like, anyways, okay. One of my besties lived in Seattle. They were going to school. And I called them and said, hey, I've got money and I need a new change. I'm at the worst point in my mental health that I can handle. And I got to get out of California. Can I come up to Washington State? And they were like, yeah. And I said, cool. Can we be roomies? And she was like, yeah. And I was like, dope. Got up to Washington State. We became roomies. She has been with me she has known me since before I was a virgin to after I was a virgin. This woman has seen me through so many shit relationships. She's known me since I was 21 and I'm 36. How long is that? We have seen each other through so much of our life. So anyways, we get to Washington. I get to Washington and we start rooming. And for 2 years, I was working in grocery, trying to figure out my life, trying to socialize. Okay. Like trying to figure out my life. And, I was dating a guy. I ended up dating a guy who was monogamous. So I had been poly open. Then I dated this guy, the 12 years older guy. You know, the story, I've told you guys that story. He was monogamous. So for the 2 years I dated him, I was monogamous. Cause I don't have a preference. I don't care if I'm monogamous or poly. It doesn't matter to me. So I dated him monogamously and we started to talk about BDSM and kink events. I was like, I'd like to go to these events. Do you want to come with me? But he was too vanilla. He was not interested. And I was like, okay, but you knew I was in BDSM when you met me and this might be a thing. He was a burner, like Burning Man, and I was a BDSMer. We didn't have a lot of overlap. Even though those communities overlap, we were too different. So when we broke up, I started to go to the dungeon alone. When we broke up, I started looking for my secondary social group, because the one I had found while I was dating him was like people I worked with at grocery, tried to make friends with his friends, but it didn't work. Like, I just wasn't vibing with the community. He was a board gamer as well. He liked tabletop games. And so we'd go to like board game cafes, but like, that's not my vibe. That's like not who I am, you know? So I just like wasn't finding my people. So once I had left dating him and I socialized out on my own, I found my community pretty fast. But I had been looking. I just was looking in all the wrong places. And I think it was heavily impacted by who I was dating. I think it was, you know? And so I think that kind of plays a role in it, right? Discord said it's over glamorizing your childhood due to nostalgia. I think my experience was different, but not necessarily better. Yeah, I think a lot of millennials really feel like they had the best childhoods. And I think for a lot of us, it probably felt that way because things were so possible when I was a kid. Like, they were so possible when I was a kid. You know what I mean? Like, rent was less than $800 a month for the apartments near my parents. And now those same apartments are $2,000 a month. So it felt much more accessible, I think, when we were millennials, right? But then, you know, it still was just like the '08 crash happened and everything else happened, and I don't know, right? Chad says, yeah, I try not to keep track of who did what. I just listen to the point you're trying to bring the point of why you're trying to bring up the story. Thank you. I'm just trying to bring up real life examples so people know I'm not, you know, real life is real life. It happens, you know? Chad says, didn't grow up on the internet is relative. If you spent your teens on the internet, you're internet brained. Ooh, that's a great point. Yeah, we got the internet. When did we get the internet? I got the internet young, like 12, 13. So I got the internet really young. You know, I was on Yahoo Pool. I was on, you know, HSex Location, Yahoo Pool. I was like playing pool. You know what I'm saying? Like, I was on MySpace. Yeah, I think we got it pretty young. I used to have a phone where I would pay for ringtones. So when people called me, they would listen to my ringtone. Yeah. I was like, this is going to tell people a lot about who I am as a person. Okay, let's go into this next video.
An article that articulated.
Okay, let me make the volume louder because she's so low.
I just read an article that articulated something that kind of blew my mind. Let me show you. This was written by a Gen Z writer talking about no one has personalities anymore. Everything is something to be examined, to be diagnosed, to be fixed, to be relegated to trauma or mental illness. There's nothing quirky about anyone anymore. They're all autistic or depressed or have some sort of other issue that needs to be solved that makes them shy or makes them the way they are. So this is the part that made me recording. She was like, we talk about older generations, like we, the young Gen Z, whatever, are this generation. We're so much more enlightened, so much more emotionally intelligent. She's like, I don't think I believe that anymore. Like, my grandma's good, you know? We're sitting here with this hubris that we have figured it all out, and we're a mess. We're so anxious, we're so depressed, we're so neurotic in a way that our grandparents were not. And I agree with this. She said there were people in the past who needed real help with real disorders and never received it, but that's not the full story. They were also, as a whole, happier, less self-conscious, actually able to forget themselves. Now, if you're Gen Z, you may not get this, but for any of us in our 30s, I see this in all my friends and my cousins who are moms, where their experience of motherhood is so different and so much heavier and harder and more challenging than it feels like our mom's experience of motherhood was. And part of that is like this constant self-consciousness. And I loved this part. It's strange that we think this is freeing, this brutal knowing and examination of ourselves. We taught a generation that the meaning of life is not found outside in the world, but inside their own heads. And we underestimated this miserable business of understanding ourselves. Her greater umbrella point is like, we are doing all this as though there's reasons, as though there's answers, as though there's sense to life, and life is very complex, and for a lot of things there aren't reasons and answers and sense. And sometimes we love someone just because we love them, not because we have an attachment disorder. And sometimes we don't talk at parties because we just don't feel like it, and not because we're on the spectrum. And this obsession with making reason and sense out of life, a reasonless, senseless experience, and I don't mean that in a nihilistic way, is what's making us so unhappy. Anyway, I loved this piece. Here's the article, Freya India, no one has a personality anymore. Check it out, it's amazing.
Okay, what do we think about that? So, Chad says she screams crunchy, mom. So should we live in denial? What's her point? Great question. Two things can be true at the same time. Discord says harder to agree. Disagree. I'm gonna sneeze. Oh my God. So, okay, so here's what it is. I think there are people, and let's just put her in this category for the sake of convo. I think there are people who live in a bubble where, like, they really are ignorance is bliss. Okay? But I think there's a time clock to it. I think it runs out eventually, and it either runs out with them or their kids. Okay? So you can deny it for your generation, and maybe it doesn't destroy your life, but it will eventually pop. And the question is when? Who is it? Is it your kids? Is it your grandkids? Is it you when you're 90? Something's going to come to a head. Now, I also believe that not everyone's autistic. Neurotypical people exist. And so if she is neurotypical, raised in a bubble that works for her, she's never had depression, she genuinely has never experienced anxiety, if she is a person who actually doesn't have any diagnosable things except maybe a generalized sense of, dysfunction and trauma from childhood, like generally, like the general one we all get, we all get by being a human on earth, then she probably really doesn't get it. Or she is experiencing it, but is in so heavy denial that it will explode one day because her cup will eventually like overrunneth, right? Okay. But I think we should realize that if you're on the internet, you're already kind of weird. And on the internet, there's two types of people on the internet. Well, let's say three. There's, three types of people on the internet. Normies who are here with for a very specific reason, like, they just like share stuff with family and friends, or they want to run a business. Chronically online people who like run a business and have a community. And then three, did I do this category? Yeah. Three, chronically online people who are miserable and hate everybody. So there's like the somewhat like normie people that are just here to use the internet like a tool. People who live on the internet like it's our community, it's our moneymaker, it's what we love, but we're not like hateful. We just like love it here. It's like our safe space. And then people who are here because they're miserable and can't function within society. So the group number one, I think probably does really good at touching grass. So like number one probably does really good at touching grass and going on and off the internet. So they don't get it. Group two, we use the internet as our primary home, but we also touch grass. But we touch grass by taking the knowledge we learn online into our real lives. And then group three is just like fucked. They're just like, they're not helping themselves or their communities. They're just like, they're the people who spend all their life on Twitter, and you know what I'm saying? Like, they don't have a healthy relationship with online or offline life, right? So what happens is, let me grab a color you guys can see. So what happens is, we'll do blue. We'll do light blue. Okay. This group, the number one group, sees this group, number three, bullying this group, number two, and then they go, yeah, I'm going to join in on bullying group number two. And group number two goes, hey, what the fuck? Why are you bullying me? You're the loser on the internet too. And hey, why are you bullying me? You're so normie. You're stuck in the closet. You don't even know what life is. It's like group number two is actually trying to break generational curses / have a balance of touching grass and so on. But also, hey, like, why are both bullying us? What the fuck? I touch grass. But it feels like group 1 and 3 are both mad at us. And I'm like, what? Why are you mad at me, bro? What did I do? But we're also the people that are like, hey, are you autistic? But like in an excited way. Number 3 is like, what are you, autistic? And number 1's like, no one's autistic. You're just uncomfortable. You just don't want to eat anything but chicken nuggets and fries. So number 2 is asking you out of joy, like, oh, maybe you have ADHD. Maybe you're gay. And then 3 is like, what are you, gay? What are you, gay? You know what I mean? It's like, okay. And group 1 and 3 piss me off. You know? That's how I look at it. So then I think, I think group number 2, because I think any group that actually tries to make a difference is always going to piss everybody off. Because to group number 1, it looks like, why are you trying to change anything? Everything's fine. And group number 3 is like, you're never going to change anything. Why do you even try? And here we are. Group number 2, that's like, yeah, we're going to keep on trying to change shit. And then group number 2, we all infight together, which is good. Our infighting, which we're going to talk about today, actually makes us better thinkers. We just don't know it yet because it gives me opportunities to make streams like this. Okay? Let me link that TikTok so you guys can watch it on your own if you want. Okay? So I think we're group number 2. I know number systems are going to throw us off because we use the levels as number systems, but I think we're in group number 2 as a community. Like, we love the internet and we live here, but we also touch grass and have a life. But we also love the internet. But also we take what we learn from the internet and possibly make our lives better because we're actually trying to learn something here. Okay, so that's really good. And then actually, I think we're about to start. Are we about to start? Okay, almost. So here's, do you guys know who Wisdom K is? I talked about him on stream the other day. He's like that fashion guy who makes like crazy good fashion pieces. This is his personal account, but you probably know him. Let me mute it because of copyright. You probably know him. This is his personal account. And he makes like really great content. I feel like his main account would show, hold on, let me show you his main account because he has a very distinct vibe. 13 million followers, like.
From Avatar: The Last Airbender. This is the most insane request you could possibly give me. An entire show. Do you know how many characters are in that show?
Okay. I love him. Oh! Okay, right? We love him. Oh! So good.
You will fight for your honor.
Oh my god. I love an artist. I love an artist. He gets me pumped, bro. Oh, I love him. Okay, links in the chat. Okay, so that's who he is, right? The way I love an artist, I fucking feel pumped. I want to go fight someone. I want to go fucking fashionista. I want to watch Avatar. I want to watch anime. Anime always gets me pumped. It makes me want to go lift weights. I want to go work out, you know? Okay, great vibes, right? Powerful, amazing. He must have a great life. Okay, so he made this video to his viewers, which I ground ourselves now. Now I'm done hyping him up, okay? So he made a very important video to his viewers, okay? And I think it's important. Let's watch it together.
A great life. Like, I wish I could be you. Everyone seems to be like, oh my God, Wisdom, you live such a great life. Like, I wish I could be you. I want to be you when I grow up. I would switch places with you. I hate myself.
Sir.
Like, I hate myself. Like, genuinely, like, there's good things in my life. Like, oh fuck yes, I'm an incredibly fortunate person. I'm happy my hard work has paid off to where I have a lifestyle that's fucking great. But if you had my fucking brain, I'm not saying that we all have shit, first of all. But oh my god, I hate myself. Like, I actually don't like a thing about me. Like, nothing. I'm not good enough for my own self. Imagine how I would feel being around other people, like how I view myself in other people's life. Bro, trust, bro. This shit's not all that. This social. Oh my god, what's on my forehead? This social media shit is all just. It's, bro.
Okay, right? And a lot of people were like, "What? What are you talking about?" This is his personal account. I'll share that in the chat as well. They're like, "Why would you say that? No, why would you say that?" Okay, this is, again, let's bring out my paint. He is a perfect example of how when your career goes up, your mental health goes down. But hey, at least you're making money. And this is the plight of the creative. This is the struggle of the romanticization of some people's trauma makes them a better artist. Other people's trauma makes them homeless. And I think this is what I want for people is I want them to find their joy without it coming at the expense of their art. But the fear is my joy will come at the expense of my art. Maybe. But your art will just be different, but better in a different way, right? So, if you looked at his career and you saw that he had a lot of followers and he was successful and his fashion's on point and all this other stuff, you're probably thinking his life is great. But that's the point, is that I want you to realize what we hope to do here is to have you have a good relationship with self. He's on that journey. He's on that journey. He doesn't have a good relationship with self yet, but he will, right? Hopefully. I hope. Fingers crossed. But what does that look like? Who knows? What will that look like? Who knows? Right? Chet says, did the Gen Xers just forget about Kurt Cobain? Well, I don't even know if they know who he is. Right? Oh, Gen Xers, not Gen Zers. Gen Xers. Wait, what do you mean by that? Did the Gen Xers just forget about Kurt Cobain? Wait, what about Kurt? The fact that he's open about it is really, really important. Yeah, I love that he's open about it, right? I just love that he's open about it. I think that's so important. It's just more evidence that it's not always what it seems, but also it doesn't have to be all bad behind it. Chet says, I just mean the unhappiness despite the success. Oh, yes. Yes. Sorry, I wasn't putting it together. Yes. Well, the 27 Club, suicide at a young age, this romanticization of even that. Trisha Paytas used to say, like, oh, I thought I was going to die young and I thought I could get into the club. Lana Del Rey romanticizes it. Like, all these people talk about it. But there's so much turmoil. But that's why they also think to be a good artist, you have to be traumatized. I used to believe to make good art, you had to be traumatized. But the joke for me was that the more traumatized I was, the worse I did. I have never made good content until I healed. The best content I ever made came out of a healed Britney. But I thought that. I thought, because I used to go to the Seattle Art Music Museum and go to the Kurt Cobain section and cry my butt off, right? I used to just think, oh my gosh. But yeah, no. The best art I ever made, the best thing I ever created for myself came out of my healing. But it's not always that way for people. So the question is which one came first? You know, which one came second? Look at Kanye. Kanye has gotten more unhealthy over the years and his work has gotten worse. Do you know what I'm saying? Not all of us make good art because we're traumatized. Some of our art gets worse. Some of it gets worse. You know what I'm saying? I think you need just the right amount of lived experience to make art that's informed. I think that's what it is. Good art is informed art. It comes from a real place. So you have to have real experiences and the wisdom to create something out of that, but also the wisdom to look back on the work you created and to heal from it. I think that's also a part of it. It's like you should be able to look back at your past work and say, like, I created this from this place. Now I'm creating this from this place. But it should always, if you're making art as a thing that's coming from inside you, then it's going to come from a real place. If you're making art to be consumed by the millions, then you're probably just, that's a different form of art. Still art, but the reason it exists might be different, right? Oh, Chet says David Lynch talks about that. He's adamant that his only good work comes from when he's feeling good. Yeah, I believe it. I think it's very true for some people. Yeah, I think it's very true for some people. But I think in America, under capitalism, we equate good art to how much money it makes you or how famous it makes you. And so we figure like your art's not even good. People don't even listen to it. Your art's not even good. You don't even make money from it. You know, how good is your work if like nobody even knows about it? So I think that's the problem with the way that the system's set up now. Okay, now we are moving into the next section of what I want to talk about. It all connects, but this from now on is a very interesting queer adjacent bubble that's happening on the internet. We're going to start off with our elders sharing this TikTok and move into a larger conversation about queerness, men, women, gender, all that stuff, and talk about generational differences, because I think there's something happening on the internet right now where even within the queer communities, it's like a generational war. So, T.S. Madison, Laverne Cox, apparently Cat Black, TikTok.
Guys and DL guys.
I haven't watched that video, but I love Cat Black.
Cat Black's video when she distinguished between closeted guys and DL guys.
I haven't
Cat
watched
Black
that
mentioned,
video.
Cat Black mentioned.
Black's video when she distinguished between closeted guys and DL guys.
I haven't watched that video, but I love Cat Black.
I shared it on my page, and it was and I'm old and I've read a lot. It was one of the most brilliant things I've heard. She distinguishes the closeted guy. So the closeted guy is like figuring out his sexuality. Closeted as in maybe closeted gay or closeted trans attracted. He's figuring out his sexuality, and eventually he's going to come to terms with who he is and what he likes, if it's trans women, if it's other men. That's the closet guy. But the DL guy, she said DL guys are diabolical. They know exactly what they want, and they will prey on trans women, and they will prey on you and lie and do all kinds of maneuvering and sneakery and tomfoolery. They are diabolical.
I agree with that. And I think the distinction is so important. I'll go ahead and link this in the chat. This is, first of all, shout out to Cat Black, but also shout out to all these ladies. But I think this is so important, right? Okay. This is the categorization differences that we need to have in terms of conversations. God, my fibrils sucks today. Hold on. I'm going to get it. Okay. Now, moving into this next conversation, keep that in mind. Because again, when people talk about down low, men in general, all these conversations we're having about, you know, what are we looking for in a community? How are we making safe spaces? How do we know this is a safe space for us? How do we know we're having good and healthy relationships with everything around us and our communities? There is a TikTok that's been going viral on my side of TikTok from a man named Riley. Does that ring a bell for anybody? Riley made a video. And when I first watched the video, I didn't know Riley was trans, and a lot of people didn't know. So a lot of people treated Riley as a cis man. And because there tends to be a difference in how trans men and cis men are treated, which is very important for this conversation, two things happened. The community was split. Half the community reacted to him as a cis man, which meant the criticism was different. And half of them made it a point to point out that he's trans, because that's important. But a lot of criticism just came from people that said the video itself was bad. The reactions were bad, but the video itself is bad. So I'm going to play for you Riley's initial video that sparked all the controversy, and I would love to know your thoughts. And then we'll talk about replies to the video, and then we'll have a conversation.
Don't shoot the messenger, but cis queer.
I also feel like his volume is really, really low, so just keep that in mind. I'm not going to talk while he talks.
Please don't shoot the messenger, but cis queer women need to start realizing that the idea that men are inherently evil is a turf propaganda point that they have bought into and need to unlearn. Men are not inherently evil. The patriarchy is. The patriarchy is, please don't get mad at me, but individual men are not automatically evil. And I don't think you realize how much you are adversely affecting queer men because you are repelling them from their own community. Do you know how much it sucks to be met with a constant air of casual misandry in queer spaces when this is the most content I have ever felt in my body and the most me I have ever felt in my body? It really sucks. It destroys your self-confidence. And it destroys your ability to believe that anyone's going to want you or pick you. It destroys your self-worth. So please don't shoot the messenger, but I'm just asking you to reflect.
Okay, I want to listen to the middle part again. Okay, I want to listen to this part just again.
But individual men are not automatically evil. And I don't think you realize how much you are adversely affecting queer men because you are repelling them from their own community.
Okay. That part right there. So, what do we think? Chat said, okay, let me see. Chat said, I think he's right, but he could have worded it better. Yes, 100%, but a lot of queer people also shit on cis straight men like they're inherently evil. Chat said, with modern communications, now we find the 1 billion wacky on the various platforms. Chat said, I think people really misunderstood what he meant. Chat said, I feel like he's obviously right. Wacky are not the norm in stats real ways. Let's see. Chat said, is he not just saying what we've all been saying? Discord says, he's right. The idea that men are inherently evil is turf talking points. Speaking from experience, there are a lot of negative attitudes towards trans men and trans masculinity and parts of the queer community. If you're young or insecure trans mask, people new trying to find your way, it can be traumatic and feel alienating. Discord said a lot of people who also don't want to admit that trans men have a very different life experience than cis men. Chet says, I just feel like ignoring why queer women might be acting this way also would set them off. No? Question mark. Chet says, how many queer people think that men are inherently evil? I think most just shit on men to let out steam. Chet says, I'm not sure how he could have been misunderstood unless people were activated or something. I feel like it's enough for men for the Chet said, I feel like it's enough men for the statement not to be out of bounds, question mark. I don't wait. And like, of course, it's not all men, but it's totally enough of them. Chet said he's blaming women too. The way he speaks at the end makes me feel icky. Maybe I have to deconstruct. Let's listen to it one more time.
Please don't shoot the messenger, but cis queer women need to start realizing that the idea that men are inherently evil is a turf propaganda point that they have bought into and need to unlearn. Men are not inherently evil. The patriarchy is. The patriarchy is, please don't get mad at me. But individual men are not automatically evil. And I don't think you realize how much you are adversely affecting queer men because you are repelling them from their own community. Do you know how much it sucks to be met with a constant air of casual misandry in queer spaces when this is the most content I have ever felt in my body and the most me I have ever felt in my body? It really sucks. It destroys your self-confidence. And it destroys your ability to believe that anyone's going to want you or pick you. It destroys your self-worth. So please don't shoot the messenger, but I'm just asking you to reflect.
Okay. So now that we've heard it a few times, we've talked about it, you know. Chad says, I think because it's framed as don't get mad at me, instead of this is what I'm noticing, we can talk about it. I don't love this video. I think he's wrong. But I think his feelings are fair. I think he needs to deconstruct and go to therapy. I think he expressed something at the end there that tells me where he is emotionally and mentally, where he sounds unhealed in a way that doesn't allow for the discourse that he's upset with to really be something he can emotionally meet, because I think he's too activated by it. Right? So he sets it up with a fight stance.
Please don't.
In his head, this might be de-escalating, but it's actually escalating. Right? So when you pose like this and you say, don't shoot the messenger, you're putting yourself in a position where now my guns are aimed at you because now I'm on edge. Why did you put me on edge already? So now I'm on edge as a viewer. And I'm not blaming him. I'm just pointing out what happened because everyone was very mad at this. Okay. So now I'm on edge. Why am I on edge? Okay. Then he goes off. And what's the first things out of his mouth?
Don't shoot the messenger, but cis queer women.
Don't shoot the messenger, but cis queer women. Okay. Go ahead, white man. You got 3 seconds. Go ahead. So now we have a white man. Okay. And what looks like, in my opinion, off just very quickly in what looks like conservative camo clothing, which I don't even think it is. I think it's actually tie-dye. But when I first saw, I thought he was like a hunter. Okay. So I was like, okay. So I got a big, tall appearing white man with a beard and what looks like camo. That's like what it looked like first. So I'm just saying first. And what I felt like, what is this video? And then I ignored the video when it first came on my feed because I was like, trans or not, bro, this is not the conversation I want to have. This feels like, why are you even making this video this way? Right? Then I saw that it was going viral. And then I saw like, oh, okay, now people are mad at him in a way that I think is wrong. The way people came for him was wrong. The way he made his video was wrong. Everybody's wrong. So what is the right way to have this conversation? And the dilemma is like, what is the community? Because I acknowledge that the community is incredibly diverse and everyone has different opinions. As much as you guys don't want to include them, TERFs are feminists. As much as you don't want to include them, some TERFs are lesbians. As much as you don't want to have the conversation, a lot of lesbians are biphobic, transphobic. As much as you don't want to talk about it, gay men hold misogynistic views and uphold patriarchy. So like, who is the queer community you are referencing? And it takes the individual to come to the realization that the queer community is not a monolithic experience and all of us are having different viewpoints and experiences. So what I want you to do when looking for community is actually find one that coincides with your values so you can understand why somebody might make this video. I'm not saying he's wrong for having his lived experience. I'm saying that when he talked, I now know he's not progressive. He's wounded, which is so valid. Of course he's wounded. And I am a believer that like queer spaces to me, queer to me means deconstructed philosophical beliefs. That means queer spaces should be inclusive to all genders. That queer spaces exist for all people who are queer, even if you're cis. But that's not what other people mean when they say queer. Some people, when they say queer, don't mean that, right? So then we're having different relationships with like the expectation of even that word queer. Okay, so there is a discourse that happened.
It is the last.
There is a discourse that happened on TikTok that coincides with this. He, him, lesbians. The idea of like, can he, him, lesbians be a thing, right? And I want to play a couple videos, but I'm going to go back and forth between Riley and this topic, and we're going to have a conversation around it. Discord said, the problem is also the generalization. Obviously, not all queer women think men are inherently evil, but a lot of women have not deconstructed the part of patriarchy and the trauma is induced on women and AFAB people. So you know in this chat, I block people who identify as misandrists or people that actually think men are born evil. But most modern progressives who even joke about misandry, even me, even when I joke I'm a misandrist, you know I'm not actually a misandrist because I don't even believe in gender. That's a joke. It only is made in humor to tell us not to go in that direction because the thought pops up. But I don't actually think I have a misandrist in my audience. I don't think misandrist people watch me. I don't think misogynistic people watch me. I think people who have a temptation to be misandrist, or a person who has a temptation to engage in misogyny, or people who accidentally do might be in the audience, like myself. But we are not, I don't think, I have moved this community so fucking deconstructed that I hope no one here thinks people are born a specific way. Like, I hope that you don't think people are born and then are a certain way because of their skin color or their gender. Like, I hope that I've cultivated enough of an audience to know that we're not even having those conversations. I do not believe that. Some people still do, even gay people. Some people still do, even black people. Some people still do, your mother. Like, some people are sitting out here in the world thinking you being born means some part of your life is predestined in a particular direction. I don't believe that, right? So I hope that this community also doesn't believe that. I hope all of us understand that how you're born isn't who you are. But since so much of our life since so much of who we decide we are is based off of how people feel about us, it confuses us. Actually, over in the Discord, for the Discord 101 this month, did you guys watch my Donna Briggs video over on the podcast channel? It's a black woman who claims she's not black, but she is black, but she goes by a white woman now. The trans racialist people were in my comments like, if men can be women, then black people can be white people. And then the Discord and I brought up that conversation. So on Discord 101, I want to have the conversation about that idea. Like, why do we allow gender to be a construct and we know race is, but why is it different when a black person identifies as white or a white person identifies as black, right? I think there is a difference, but it's not the difference. I don't think they're analogous. I don't think gender and race are the same, even though they're both constructs. And they are constructs. Like black and white and racial groups and stuff, they're constructs built off culture, separation, segregation, oppression. So out of oppression, we bring liberation. So what happens is marginalized communities of any kind oppressed bring liberation out. Even us owning the word queer or black communities re-owning the N-word, this is all out of oppression. And the question is, who are you outside of that oppression? And some people don't know because they haven't had the chance to deconstruct. But when I say deconstruction, I mean to the point of realizing you exist outside of oppression. And the question is, who are you then? And that's your relationship with you, your introspection, and then the relationship you have with other people, that's your relationship to extrospection, everything outside of you, right? That's the thing, okay? Chai says Kidology has an interesting take on the concept of transracial identity and adoption. Well, Kidology is a deeply traumatized person because she was rejected by her family and adopted by a white man who abused her, right? Like, Kidology has from my understanding of the story, has a very complicated relationship. Like, I interviewed her. She's not even comfortable being alone in her own apartment with her own natural hair. Right. And I gave her the advice of like, take off the wig and be with yourself and learn to love yourself as you are, because like that is deep seated trauma. Right. So before we can even have a conversation about like you existing outside of blackness, you first have to embrace your blackness. You first have to love yourself before you can realize you exist outside of the perception of yourself. Does that make sense? You have to love your gender before you can exist outside of it. You have to love your skin color before you get to exist outside of it. You need to love yourself unconditionally before you get to exist outside of the body that nature gave you. Okay? So that's the thing. Loving yourself is where we're trying to get people to get, because they're not there yet. It's all cope. We don't really love ourselves. That's why we're so attached to our identities, because the label allows us to love ourselves. I'm gay, so I love myself. No. You should love yourself outside of your gayness. Love yourself outside of your skin color. Love yourself outside of your religion. But first, you must love yourself because of those things. First, you must love yourself because of those things. And then we love ourselves outside of those things. But everyone skips a step. White people always do this. White people go, I'm just a person in the universe, man. I don't even see white or black. Wrong answer. Because white and black exist. You can't live in the universe and say, I don't even see color. No, you do see color. And you should acknowledge it. And then we can talk about living in a world where we continue to see color and continue to not judge you because of it. Color blindness is not introspection. Color blindness is ignorance. I'm not interested in your ignorance, okay? So for people that are like, you know, for people who think that is the goal, that is not the goal. That is the cope. Okay. That is the cope, right? You are what you are. It's about getting to the point where we don't judge ourselves because of the way we were born. That takes a long time, from fat phobia to ableism to racism to homophobia, transphobia. We are constantly fighting our natural state of beings, our natural way of life, the way nature made us. We're in conflict with it. And then we put a judgment on it. And then we put a segregation note on it. And then we decide people are good or bad because of it, because of the way we're born. Okay? It's like, no, that's not what we're supposed to be doing. Okay? So listen to this video. Do you know this Yesterqueers? Amanda, they make really good educational content about queer history. Let's see how the volume is.
Day of Pride, and I actually...
Okay, I'll turn it up.
It is the last day of Pride, and I actually had a different video all ready to go, but I feel like I would be remiss if I didn't address the he-him lesbian discourse that has spun up again, because it's an example of a decades-old problem within our community, and that problem is using labels as weapons to ostracize people rather than as tools to identify ourselves. Many other creators, including Lee Tapper and Dr. Matt O, have already made great videos on this topic, but I wanted to provide a little historical context because that is what I do. For those who don't know me, my name's Amanda, and I'm a public historian of queer history. I don't think anyone would dare accuse the author of Stone Butch Blues of not being a lesbian, but Leslie Feinberg was a trans-masc human being who preferred the neo-pronouns she and her. In 1997, Feinberg spoke at the first True Spirit conference in Laurel, Maryland. Organized by a disabled trans activist of Apache descent named Gary Bowen, I'll do a different video about him. The True Spirit Conference drew together people who are themselves, or who are supportive of others who were, assigned female at birth, but who feel that is not an adequate or accurate description of who they are, which includes, but is not limited to, tomboys, butches, female crossdressers, drag kings, F to Ms, trans men, third sexes, intersexuals, and others. Feinberg described the crowd to whom she spoke as human beings who represented a spectrum of genders and sexes. I'd like to read a few excerpts from that speech because Feinberg's words are just as applicable today as they were 30 years ago. Just to note that when Feinberg says trans men or trans male, she's using it as an umbrella term to encompass all of the genderqueer attendees of the conference. We must challenge the misconception that trans men are automatically typecast as masculine, and so their partners must automatically be feminine women. The entire range of gender expression can be found in the trans male population, including androgynous and feminine men and drag queens. And the trans male community includes many gay and bisexual men, as well as heterosexuals. The courage of gay and bi trans men and their partners to be out and proud and define their sexuality generates a shower of sparks that electrifies the potential of human sexuality. We also need to defend the rights of trans men and their partners to remain active members in other communities. Those of us who bridge the lesbian, gay, bi, women's, and trans communities have a responsibility to educate and agitate for the rights of trans men and their partners who help build those communities. They deserve the option of retaining their roots and networks of support during periods of changing self-definition, transitions with partners, and sex reassignment. No one who is pitched in to build and defend women's and lesbian, gay, and bi liberation is a traitor because of who they love or because they have transitioned from female to male. Transgender people are not dismantling the categories of man and woman. We are opening up a world of possibilities in addition. Each of us has a right to our identities. To claim one group of downtrodden people is oppressing another by their self-identification is to swing your guns away from those who really do oppress us and aim them at those who are already under siege. What is the bedrock on which all of our diverse populations can build solidarity? The commitment to be the best fighters against each other's oppression. Unity depends on respect for diversity, no matter what tools of language are ultimately used. Perhaps we don't have to strive to be one community. In reality, there isn't one women's or lesbian, gay, or bi community. What is realistic is the goal to build a coalition between our many strong communities in order to form a movement capable of defending all our lives. That's it for today. You can read the full speech as well as
Boom, baby. Sorry, that was really loud. Boom, baby. Wrong video.
Do you see Cat?
Nope. Excuse me? Boom, baby. Okay, I love that idea. Maybe it's not building one community, but a group of a coalition to advocate for all of us. Okay, right? Now, back to Riley.
But cis queer women need to start realizing that the idea that men are inherently evil is a turf propaganda point that they have bought into and need to unlearn. Men are not inherently evil. The patriarchy is. The patriarchy is, please don't get mad at me, but individual men are not automatically evil. And I don't think you realize how much you are adversely affecting queer men because you are repelling them from their own community.
Pause. Okay, so what Riley is doing, because he's such a man, is giving off male cis talking points that are mostly conservative and liberal. But I'm a man and I want to be a part of this, and you're not inviting me in. You're invited in unless you uphold the patriarchy. And this is a bit of a patriarchal talking point, in my opinion, because it puts the onus and responsibility on the oppressed group. But yet, because Riley is trans, Riley is also an oppressed minority. The dilemma is that because Riley exists in the world as a white man, he benefits from that privilege as long as nobody knows he's trans. But the moment they know he's trans, now he's fucked. Because trans people are marginalized more than cis people or cis gay people. But as long as Riley gets to move through the world as a perceived cis man, he will benefit from the structures that America was built on, and often that the world is built on, which allows him to then speak from a place where he gets to act the same way every other white cis man does. Whiny and complainy, which is why people were annoyed. Okay? Okay, so yes, chat, he said he's just doing the not all men thing. But yet, and I think this is where the conversation needs to go to, in my opinion, queer spaces are diverse. And so you must look for the queer space that works for the way that you experience queerness, because your relationship with queerness is not universal. I was just talking to a friend of mine, and they are not like queer. They're like gay and use queer interchangeably. But usually when I say queer, I'm also signaling to a specific group. And yet, so when he says queer cis women, who's he, like, which ones? You know, I'm not mad at him for having a lived experience. I'm asking, did he do the due diligence and the work to understand the different categories of queer people that he's specifically even talking about? You know? So it's one of those things. Chet said, I honestly disagree. I think it's completely fair to say that when you struggle with accepting your male identity, the negativity around you affects you. I don't think he's demanding others to stop. He is demanding other people to stop. And I never said he couldn't validate his own feelings. So what are you disagreeing with? I don't disagree with you. Why do you think we're disagreeing? Right? I never said his feelings were invalid. I said they're so valid he should go to therapy. He is in turmoil, but he's looking for the queer community to do the emotional labor. He needs to go to therapy. And then he needs to decide if he understands the political struggle of queer movements and if he has chosen the appropriate queer bubble to make a community with. Right? Chet said, I didn't interpret his video as a demand, just as a statement. Let's watch it again. I disagree. It was a demand.
Please don't shoot the messenger, but
here we go.
Please don't shoot the messenger, but cis queer women need to.
Hold on, I think this video has better audio.
Please don't shoot the messenger, but cis queer women need to start realizing that the idea that men are inherently evil is a turf propaganda point that they have bought into and need to unlearn. Men are not inherently evil. The patriarchy is. The patriarchy is, please don't get mad at me, but individual men are not automatically evil.
Who is he sending this to? Who is he talking to when he says that? This is what every white dude says in a conversation. Not all men, bro. Am I right? Not all men. Nobody ever said all men, except misandrists. And that's not who you're talking to. He didn't say, this is a message to misandrists. He said, this is a message to cis queer women. So who are you talking to? How does this not sound like every dude with a microphone on a podcast who to the community who's already marginalized, and he doesn't identify as trans? So it confuses everybody. He identifies as a queer man, which means he could just be a gay man. And gay men absolutely uphold the patriarchy. Gay men are complaining all the time about younger generations being too leftist. How do we know he's not just a gay man? So he came on the internet, did not identify himself, confused everybody, went after the marginalized community that is trying to say down with the patriarchy, and then calls them misandrists instead of just recognizing like it's not misandry because we already know individual men aren't the issue. So are you attacking the community? Right? Who are you talking about? He is lecturing the internet that he doesn't even understand. That's my complaint. You are lecturing a group of people you are not properly identifying nor categorizing. You have failed to the only assignment you had, which was to properly talk to the right group of people. He's not talking to TERFs. He said that. He compared the communities to TERFs. He said, you are making a TERF argument. And that is not the same argument. TERFs are making a biological argument. Women who generally say men suck are making a patriarchal argument that holds men most accountable. TERFs are saying men are the reason, and women who say men are the reason because of patriarchy are not saying men are the reason. So he put everybody on edge. Discord said need to unlearn, need to realize. Yeah, that's him telling us we need to get our shit together. He's saying we fucked up. And I'm saying you fucked up because you don't even know who you're mad at. If you're mad at a person, call them out by name. But why are you calling? What did I do? And if you're mad about, because people say that on my channel, have you noticed that in the comment section of my videos? Brittany's misandry is off the charts. Brittany's misandry is crazy. And why are they calling me a misandrist? Because I am no longer making excuses for abusive men or systems that continue to uphold and protect those abusive men. And so the language I use has got to allow those men to feel uncomfortable because I don't want you in my community. Riley can't come over. Because even though Riley is wounded and trans, he's also upholding the patriarchy by assuming he's the greatest victim in a situation in which his ability to show up in the world as a white man still puts him at a higher point as long as people don't know he's trans. Versus those cis queer women who are probably black, brown, openly gay, openly appearing in a way that's going to get them knocked off their feet by just a visual. Do you know what I'm saying? Visually, Riley is probably not going to get pinged. Because Riley exists in the world looking like every man. But the rest of the people who are marginalized that he's looking at don't get to always exist in that way. So is he including them? Is he talking to black girls right now? Is he talking about black trans people? Is he talking about people who can't hide, with a beard? Like, who is he talking to? So it kind of feels a beard as a expression of masculinity, nothing more. Right? Okay? Chad says, that's really interesting convo for me as a femme-presenting queer person who understands what he's talking about. I understand what he's talking about. Do you think I don't understand what he's talking about? I want to know that. I'm getting passionate because not only do I understand what Riley is saying, I'm still saying he's wrong. I understand you. You're still wrong in the context of the community, but not in the context of your own feelings. You are wrong the way liberals are wrong for, quote, not wanting to see color. You are wrong in the same way I was wrong for making space for misogynistic men who were never going to change. You have a point, but the point needs to be had between you and your therapist and the community of queer people who are on the same journey as you. I understand where you're coming from. I don't think it's right. I think he made the wrong decision making this video and not telling his therapist. Because there are so many queer communities that could have embraced him. There are so many people who could have met him on his journey. This feels to me like Kidology going, because we brought her up, going on that trigonometry show and saying critical race theory was bad for me. You know what I mean? Like, we can have opinions about critical race theory, but not in a way that allows conservatives to feel emboldened, right? Like, it doesn't make sense to me. Now, you can disagree. You can feel like I have a different opinion on that. Your experience is valid. Hear me when I say this 1,000 times over. Your personal experience is valid. What does that have to do with the queer community? What does that have to do with the queer community? Because so many queer communities are so diverse. Are you sure this isn't just a you thing? A you thing that's shared with other queer people and then you guys can form a community? You know what I mean? There are so many communities that would have embraced this talking point. So who are you talking about? You should be more clear. Okay, now, let me see if I can find it really fast. And again, share your opinions. I am not invalidating your personal experience. Your personal experience is valid. What does that have to do with me? Okay, here's another example of a content creator who got backlash. Okay. Here I am leaving yet another queer party that's actually a lesbian party. That's the headline.
Leaving yet another queer party that's actually a lesbian party.
Come here, come in a little closer. There are only...
Okay, pause. So the first comment is a guy leaving a party he didn't know was a lesbian party. Actually, it's not even he, it's a they, them. Hold on, let's rewatch it now with that context.
Here I am leaving yet another queer party.
Actually, let me look for their original video. See, I'm doing it again because I'm a bad person. John loves love. John loves love. Let's see if I can find their original stitch so I can actually... Oh my God, they have so many videos. Hello? Maybe I won't be able to find it. Did I pass it? Maybe they deleted it. Or maybe... I'm not seeing it. I'm not seeing it. There's a possibility they might have deleted it because I feel like it just happened. So it'd be on the most current timeline unless they're posting like 15 times a day, which they could be. Just a 30-year-old NB trying to figure things out. Okay, so people were mad at them because they were like, hey, there's only so many lesbian community parties. I feel like this is more of, I think there's more concern there. Right? Like if you're a queer person, you see a queer invite, I'm going to assume all genders are there. If what the internet was saying that it was obviously sapphic and obviously for girls and obviously lesbian, obviously all this stuff, that's fine. I'm not a big fan of, you know, being upset that people misunderstood something, but they genuinely feel like the invite was for all people and got confused. I feel like this is fair to want a queer space because growing up, I didn't see a lot of them. Like, I actually didn't see a lot of queer, deconstructed, gender-inclusive spaces because even when I used to go to queer parties, it was like the girl space, the boy space. And then the non-binaries and other gender-fluid people would have to pick which one to be in. So I have a lot more empathy for, like, confusion over the word queer and thinking you're included. But also, the way the internet bullied this person was really interesting because they're like, it was so obvious it was for lesbians. I don't know that because I didn't see the ad, but maybe we should talk about the way we run ads. Maybe our community can be more communicative about the way we put out information. Maybe we should be more, you know, like, hey, is this space for me? Because maybe it's not, right? So I want to give people an opportunity to find a way to discern if a space is for them without feeling too rejected. But I understand it's all trauma. Riley is traumatized. Everyone is rejected. We all feel bad. We were all abandoned. I have BPD because I was gay. I get it. We all need therapy, guys. We are damaged. And then we expect our communities to not be damaged. We're all damaged getting together. Don't you understand that our communities come out of oppression? All of us are fucked. So we need to be more communicative, more loving, and more clear about the space we're trying to build. Because not all queer spaces are for queer people. Not all black spaces are for black people. Not all women's spaces are for women. Not like all women, women people. You know what I mean? Not all spaces are for you. You know? I mean, it could be a lesbian party. You show up, it's for TERFs. You know what I'm saying? Just because it's a lesbian party doesn't mean it's for you. The point is that as much as I would love the world to be for us, the world is a shared space. Okay. And because it's a shared space, it means we have to contend with the reality that sometimes we'll show up and not feel welcomed. And sometimes that's okay. Sometimes. Discord says, I don't think he's wrong, but I do agree that he really didn't know how to identify the audience he's talking to in his video. And that's a problem for me, for sure. For sure. Okay. And then put on top of it, we're autistic, we're ADHD, we're neurodivergent, we come from different cultural backgrounds, our families are immigrants, we have all, you know what I mean? Right? Chet says, what do you mean I was gay? Because it happened in the past. I was a gay kid growing up. I was, meaning I was young. I'm not to refer it as like not being gay anymore, just to indicate that it was in the past. Was meaning past, not was meaning no longer. You know? Oh, chat says maybe we should watch more of Riley's videos. Oh, guess we're gonna watch it, girlies. We're gonna watch it because you'll get why I'm not the biggest fan. You'll get why I'm not the biggest fan. But for now, here are some people that responded to Riley's initial
Please don't
video.
shoot the messenger, but cis queer women need to start realizing that the idea that men are inherently evil is a turf propaganda point that they have bought into and need to unlearn.
I'm not sure why people keep sending me this video thinking I'm going to be outraged and make some response video tearing this apart. This is a trans man speaking about a very specific issue within queer spaces that I am not a part of. And frankly, it's not my place to center myself in this conversation. I'm only even making this video because I think people in his comment sections are making bad faith arguments and taking his words out of context. What I'm hearing is him describe is bioessentialism, right? The idea that biology determines behavior or moral character, which is extremely turfy and transphobic, and he's absolutely right to call it out. This man lived in a body that society viewed and treated as a woman for 21 years before transitioning. He has experienced misogyny firsthand in ways that I, as a cis man, never will. When he talks about how men are inherently evil rhetoric affects him in queer spaces, that's coming from someone who has lived on both sides of this equation. This is not the same conversation as cis men claiming we're victims of misandry in some broader societal context. We're not. We live in a patriarchal system where misandry isn't a real systemic issue. But what he's describing is how bioessentialist thinking, the same thinking that TERFs use to exclude trans people, creates harm within specific communities.
Except that's not what we mean when we say it. So unless Riley is literally hanging out with the essentialist like queer people, that's not what we mean when we say it. So who is he talking to? Is Riley going to watch my videos and be like, Brittany's too misandrous? Her misandry is crazy. Because I'm sitting here like, men, am I right? Don't make me agree with a man today. Is that the misandry you're mad at? Who is Riley talking about? Because the generalization of queer cis women, certainly TERFs are not that big of a category. So who is Riley complaining about? Because it sounds like he's complaining about women in general, cis women in feminist spaces, and queer women. He says queer cis women. Who is he talking about? That's all we want to know. Name the groups. Point out the communities. Give me examples. Why do I use examples? So I can show you the different categories. Because as much as people are giving him a lot of grace for having been a trans man, and I think that's so valid, I also think as a trans man, you should have a better argument then. Why don't you know better? Plenty of trans men are on the internet absolutely not doing the same kind of content. So why is he? Why are other trans men absolutely getting why queer women might be saying things like, don't make me agree with a man today? You know what I mean?
Difference is nuance, context, and lived experience. He's not saying men have it harder than women or the patriarchy doesn't exist. He's saying the patriarchy is the problem, not individual men's existence, which is actually a deeply feminist point. I'm getting a little off track because my main point is that we as straight cis people need to stop projecting ourselves into conversations that aren't about us. This isn't about us. This is about how TERF ideology infiltrates spaces that should be safe for all queer people. When queer spaces become hostile to trans men because of bioessentialist thinking, that's not protecting women. That's enforcing the same rigid gender roles that hurt everyone. So maybe instead of looking for validation in conversations that really aren't about us, we should listen, learn, and support our trans siblings when they speak out about their...
I agree with that until your trans sibling is Blair White. Okay? So I don't know why we're not convinced that Riley might be more Blair White adjacent than we think. Because the assumption of assuming that he isn't following for some conservative bullshit is really funny of us. Because I see Riley and I go, who do you fucking watch? Because it ain't no progressives. Who did you learn from? Because it's no deconstructed queer person. Who are you getting pissed at? Is your timeline feeding you some bullshit turf rhetoric and now you're throwing us all in on it? What is your algorithm feeding you? I just think it's funny that he made a very basic liberal centrist argument and everybody assumed it was a progressive with an opinion. Because it didn't sound like a progressive with an opinion. Sounded like a centrist with an opinion. And you know what centrists are? Okay? So why are we doing that? Okay, now, let me see if I can find the video.
Would anybody like to hear a personal anecdote? Too bad I'm telling it anyway. This is the tattoo I... This is just a PSA that I've turned the comments
Okay, hold on.
of my original viral video off. I was trying to avoid it, but at this point in time, it is like only attracting bad faith comments, and I'm just like over it because the people who are engaging in good faith are finding my other videos and understanding the context, and I'm just gonna put that one to bed. If that's all right, move on with my life.
So you'll notice I've taken a bunch of the Jeff videos down. That's because he's now apologized, and I want to thank...
So Jeff made another video. Jeff is a Black content creator, if I'm not mistaken, who made a video to Riley. And Riley felt like because he didn't focus on the fact that he was trans, it was like frustrating. So Jeff took his videos down and everyone's bullying each other. So just keep that in mind, right?
Thank him for that. I do. At the end of the day, I just want us all to be on the same side. We all deserve to have...
This is Jeff. Says, thank you for holding me accountable. But I don't remember Jeff's initial video because I didn't finish watching it. So now I'm not sure, but this is Jeff if you've ever seen them. But Jeff in the comment section says, thank you for holding me accountable in the power of my platform and voice over a conversation that wasn't about me, which derailed the message, then resulting in yourself being harmed in the trans community. I will do my best to make an example out of this and learn from it. So Riley was being bombarded in the same way we bombard conservatives in online posts, right? But I'm still not convinced after watching a bunch of Riley's videos that this person is the kind of progressive that understands why their video was wrong in the first place. In the sense that, like, why did you make this video in the way you made it? But yet, Riley has managed to silence Black voices. What's happening? When I see a Black voice silenced on behalf of a white voice, I do pause and raise an eyebrow. Not because Black people are automatically right. That's crazy. But because, I don't know, especially Black gay people, I don't know. I hesitate. But of course, trans experiences are very unique. And so he has an insight that's very specific, but it makes me pause. Okay? It does make me pause. So, okay, right? I get it. I'm just asking us to think about how interesting this dynamic is.
Have community that we feel safe in regardless of how we present. And I'm glad that this has ultimately been productive. What I want to make clear to not just Jeff, but everybody is that I forgive him. I think forgiveness is really, really important in this kind of conversation because not everyone's going to be knowledgeable about the issues that people are facing in our community. So if somebody doesn't know and they eventually realize, we should try to forgive them because at the end of the day, we are on the same side and we should be uplifting one another. And I'm not the kind of person to hold a grudge. So I would just like to take a minute to encourage forgiveness. I'm not telling you when, do it in your own time. but I think that is an important part of this process if we want to grow from this. Thank you again for all the support. It does really mean a lot, and I am going to try to get through all of my DMs eventually. But yeah, I think it's been really encouraging to see the way trans masks have rallied together and really raised our voices for this to be heard and listened to. And that is ultimately, at the end of the day, what I was trying to do.
And I believe that. I believe at the end of the day, Riley just wanted to be deeply seen, which is so valid, right? And I do think like he, him, lesbians is a thing. I do believe in gender fluidity. I think these constructs are almost non-existent and therefore fluid. So I want to make that all abundantly clear. Like, I think we should deconstruct all of it. It's just the talking point he used to have this conversation does not feel progressive and does not feel deconstructed to me. But I do think he just wanted to be seen. You know what I mean? And I think the dilemma is like everyone wants to be seen. Lesbians can be very upset at he, him lesbians because they're like, or female or he, she, her lesbians can be mad at he, him lesbians. But obviously it's because of them having a safe space that feels good for them. But also, why are we even having these spaces to begin with? And I understand even some gay people in my community might feel like, hey, Britt, I feel like you're taking away my agency as a binary gay person in a sense. Like, if I'm a lesbian, I'm a lesbian. Yeah, but like, what does that mean? And I don't mean to question you. I mean to question the concept around even identifying as a lesbian. And what does it mean in general, right? So for Riley, same thing. I don't want to take away your lived experience, but this need for attachment to a label that says something, why is your label existing eradicated by somebody else's existing? Like, I don't think my practice of feminism doesn't go away because TERFs are also feminists. So people that are like, TERFs aren't feminists. Yes, they are. They're just not the kind I like. It doesn't threaten my form of feminism. But I think somebody has a desire to have like a clear cut way of existing. So like as a woman or a female presenting, it's hard to say. My existence isn't threatened by you existing. But my existence is threatened if you use your existence to create policy and back politicians that then threaten my existence. And now we have a problem, right? So I'm confused at what Riley really wanted other than to be seen. And if that's all you wanted to do, why did you have to throw queer women under the bus to do it? But a lot of people felt like, wow, you popped a bubble for me. I never thought about this way. Now I'm having a different relationship. Spaces that reject trans masc people or he, him lesbians need to deconstruct. But I don't see how Riley's initial argument wasn't also something that needed to be deconstructed. Let's keep watching.
Hold on.
I'd just like it to be known that the Now She's Speaking account has blocked me because I was defending myself in her comment section and disproving her points, and she apparently couldn't take the heat. She is continually sanitizing her comment section to remove any indication that I'm a trans man, which continues to paint me in a bad light and send even more abuse my way. So, I don't know. Pretty gross behavior coming from a larger creator on this app, in my opinion.
Okay.
I'd just like it to be known that the Now She's Speaking account.
Okay, let's go find that account. I saved a bunch of accounts, but I don't know exactly which ones Riley's talking about. Now She Speaks. Let's see who this is. Let's see where her, okay, it's a white woman, certified DV advocate, violence against women educator, and gay flag in the bio. Okay. Let's see if do I see Riley anywhere in here? Do we see Riley? Holy crap, these people post so often. Let's see what the vibe is for her.
Hey friend, I hear you, I really do. You're saying that it would feel invasive to ask if you call yourself a nice guy, but you have to pretend to be someone that you're not just to get a woman to like you. And if you show up as kind, respectful, and emotionally aware only when you think it'll lead to sex or a relationship, and you switch up the moment she says no, sets a boundary, or asks for you to be held accountable, that's actually manipulation and coercion.
So this Man of the Year trend finally got to the point where other men are now saying, that they now fear or are wary of the men in their life because they think they're wearing a mask when interacting with them and then taking it off in front of their wives or girlfriends. While I'm glad these conversations are happening, it's almost frustrating and somewhat bittersweet given the rates of domestic violence and specifically like male violence against women. Given that in the United States alone, roughly 26% of women have experienced physical or sexual.
Okay, how do we feel about her vibe?
The book, I've seen a lot of think pieces on this form of feminism that you can see in like Flawed Villains content. And it's not feminism, it's bioessentialism or gender essentialism. And the reason there's like conversations around this being a far right pipeline is because gender essentialism and bioessentialism, historically speaking, is what they believed in Nazi Germany. Bioessentialism and gender essentialism were rhetorics around during Nazi Germany that believed that people had fundamental biological differences between race and gender, and that those differences were not due to social or environmental factors, but rather due to their biology. Nazi ideology heavily relied on and promoted gender essentialism, wherein they believed that there's...
I can't believe these people make a living talking on the internet and none of you can get your mics loud enough. So intersectional feminism is true feminism. She liked that comment. Okay.
Fundamental differences that exist between men and women.
Do you think Riley identifies as an intersectional feminist or at least believes in intersectionality?
Based on their biological sex. It was really like a cornerstone of their beliefs, which is also why it's so incredibly important for feminists to be intersectional. Because also contemporary and modern feminism really criticizes societal structures, things like patriarchal structures that mold how men and women behave. And if you're ever like, I wonder where I land in terms of like my own beliefs, ideology, or theory aligns more closely with you, I highly recommend trying the
Okay, hold on. So Riley's thing happened. Oh, here it is.
Men are not inherently evil.
Whilst that might be true, it also is an individualistic argument that silence, conversation that has to do with systemic takes that directly address patriarchy.
You're right. Men are not inherently evil, and feminists don't argue that. Also, watch the Stitch video. Perfect breakdown. You're not going to like me when I say this, but a group that has historically oppressed and harmed another marginalized group and then gets mad that they're being lumped in with the bad oppressors is kind of like when white people get upset that marginalized people don't immediately trust them because maybe they're...
Hold on. Let's listen to that again. So this is Jeff, and Jeff took down their initial TikTok and apologized to Riley, but apparently she hasn't. And so let's see.
Men are not
I need to hear it again.
Whilst that might be true, it also is an individualistic argument that silence, conversation that has to do with systemic takes that directly address patriarchy.
You're right. Men are not inherently evil, and feminists don't argue that. Also, watch the Stitch video. Perfect breakdown. You're not going to like me when I say this, but a group that has historically oppressed and harmed another marginalized group and then gets mad that they're being lumped in with the bad oppressors is kind of like when white people get upset that marginalized people don't immediately trust them because maybe they're not racist, right? And, okay, follow me now, just because you are not racist or you don't believe you're not racist, I'm going to stress you don't believe you're not racist, doesn't mean that you're owed immediate trust from the marginalized group that your group has historically oppressed and harmed. Let's bring this in the context of what that guy was saying with the whole not all men. Just because you may not harm women doesn't mean you don't benefit from a system that does, and that women owe you immediate trust. I wanted to frame it in this context because some people don't get it. And while I have videos how I don't believe in bioessentialism at all, I don't believe that all men are evil. In fact, most feminists don't believe that all men are evil. I have male friends, guys, but I think this is where most men get stuck.
Men are not.
Okay, so Riley accused, she was making a joke there at the end for my autistics. Okay, so Riley, okay, so she was making the assumption in this post that Riley was cis, I believe, which was Riley was upset and said, you erased my whole thing about being a trans man. Okay. Trans men are not cis men. And though they are men, their relationship to gender is going to be different unless they are more of a normal trans person. Because remember, the Blair Whites exist and they are a danger to our communities. So the thing with Riley is, if Riley is coming from a progressive perspective, then why didn't he know how to have the conversation? Do you know what I'm saying? If you're progressive, then why didn't you say, hey guys, we need to include trans men in queer spaces? Because just a reminder, like, queerness is not about the binary relationship to identity. So can we have that in our spaces? Because I'd love to be in here. But instead he said, when cis queer women say men are bad, I feel attacked. Right? Chad said, because he's human and humans are messy. Exactly. So as a content creator, this was a bad video. As a human, this is something you should talk to your therapist about and find a community that can meet you where you're at. Right? Okay, because I'm going for his ideas, not him as a consciousness. His idea is wrong because it's coming from the wrong place. Had his idea come from a progressive space, he wouldn't be on the defensive. Because as a progressive, he would have been like, guys, gender's a construct, right? So we agree men are born evil, right? But is there a way we can have this conversation without making men feel alienated? But specifically trans men. Because, like, you know what I'm saying? He's not having the conversation as somebody who gets it. So then that makes me go, nah. But I do think queer spaces should be more inclusive to all queer people. But I think it's okay to have segregated spaces. Just know that it's segregated. Brittany, so as an example, I'm not a lesbian. I'll never be a lesbian, right? If my partner transitioned and started going by she, her, I wouldn't be a lesbian. Do we understand that? To straight cis people, I would be a lesbian. But to the queer community, we would be a queer couple. We would not be lesbians. Because being a lesbian does not mean you're in a relationship with another woman. But that's what other people think being a lesbian is. But we know that's not what a lesbian is. A lesbian is not a woman who's dating a woman. But that's what people think it is. Because a bisexual woman dating a bisexual woman does not now make them a lesbian. A pansexual girl dating a pansexual girl does not now make them a lesbian. But if you're in a particular community, a gay community, it might. But in a queer community, you're still just queer. So I've never been an actual lesbian. I might have said I was a lesbian, but I've never been a lesbian. I do not identify with a lesbian. Trust me, I know lesbians. They are not having my lived experience. We are having completely different lived experiences. So I understand why lesbians like other lesbians, because you're having a shared experience. Do I think it's still silly that lesbians won't date bisexual women? Absolutely. Do I think it's biphobic? Absolutely. Unless they've deconstructed. And even then, why would it matter who the love of your life is as long as you love the consciousness? So if I am a lesbian who goes, I only date lesbians, that sounds to me like people being like, I have to be married before 30. You don't have a choice. Who you fall in love with, you don't get a choice in what their sexual orientation is. Because you fall in love with the person. But if you're like, nope, I love this person, but just found out they're bisexual, can't be in love with them, I guess. It's like straight women that won't date men when they find out they've been with other guys. What does that matter? What does that change? Okay. Chess says, is lesbian a culture? Yes. In gay bubbles, lesbian is a culture. Gay is a culture. Gay men, very different bubble than queer men bubbles, than bisexual, pansexual, queer bubbles. Very different bubbles. Like, I have been to a couple of gay parties. I have never felt more uncomfortable in my whole life. When I say it was men, gay men are men. And you walk in, you're like, oh, I don't belong here. This is not for me. Like, when I say that, I need people to understand, like, oh, no, this is not for me. I have never felt more uncomfortable in my life than a gay male party. Not a gay club, Because gay clubs are fun. Gay clubs are more inclusive and more inviting, but a gay party, like a gay party, I was like, oh, and they looked at me too. They were like, and I was like, oh, I'm not supposed to be here. I can tell I'm not supposed to be here. That's not to say that they shouldn't be more inclusive. It's to say that, is there a community that is, you know? So again, yes, every little bubble difference creates a culture. What is the difference between masks and studs? Like, learning about stud culture and learning how it originated and where it came from and why it's Black women specifically, it might be confusing to the internet when you see white women identifying as studs and you're like, it's a construct and we made it up, but we made it up for this bubble. And so when you sit here as a white woman and go, I'm a stud, it's like, pause. Hold up. That's not for you, but I understand why you thought it was, because you saw a video on TikTok and you thought studs were masks, but those are different things. Because the nuance can be different, right? Like, and I want people to know the nuance exists in your language. So when Riley gets on the video and says, don't shoot the messenger, but when you say all men, it hurts my feelings, you're doing that thing that makes me go, ding, ding, ding. What bubble are you in? Because the way you talk tells me where you're coming from. And I don't like where you're coming from a factual perspective, like a matter of fact categorization perspective. I understand you're having feelings though, right? I understand you're having feelings though, right? Chad said, I think he's trying to get the community to separate patriarchy from being a man. Men doesn't equal patriarchy, but our patriarchal systems does benefit men greatly. Yeah, but we're already doing that, Habibis. We're already doing that. That's what I'm saying. Progressives are already doing that. So who is he talking to? If he said, this video is for queer conservative women, I would have been like, yes, Riley. Yes, Riley. Like, but it's not, is it? Because again, who is he? We're already doing that. We already believe that. No progressive believes being born a man is inherently bad. Same way we don't actually believe, like, Discourse said it's queer for liberals, I guess. Exactly. We already do that. So it's kind of like one of the, it's like, girl, who are you talking to? You know? Chen says I would disagree. From my experiences as a trans woman in queer spaces, I often feel a lot of my trans men, I feel for a lot of my trans man friends. Which bubble are you in? The queer spaces you are critical of, be critical of, but be specific about your criticism, right? That's the thing. I'm not saying it doesn't happen. In the same way, okay, hold on. Let me think of an example that, like, personally, anecdotally, I know white people who have been targeted by people of color in a racist, singled out act. Yes, that happens. What does that have to do with the system? What does Riley's experience have to do with patriarchy or the system? Like, yes, attacks happen individually. The conversation is the difference between when we talk critically of men, we're talking about systems of patriarchy. Because we already all agree men aren't inherently born evil. So now every conversation that comes after that is predicated on this foundation. But if you as a queer person are just upset with the language being used, find a different community. You know? Right? Chad says he's late to class, trying to present what the class was already about. Exactly. Like, if this is why, what is happening? Hello? Oh. Okay. Boomer Brittany almost happened. Okay, this is why I talk about bubbles and the depth of like 101 versus others. Discourse said we've identified it. It's liberals. It is like, because liberal men say this. They're like, I really want, when I was a liberal, when I was a young boy, listen, when I was a liberal, I don't even need the paint for this. When I was a liberal, I was upset for men because men felt like women weren't inviting them into their spaces to be to be a part of the feminist movement. I was like, hey, we have to invite men into the feminist movement. And men were like, yeah, I just want to hang out and be a part of this. But those same men wanted to be called a feminist, a part of our movements, but still uphold patriarchy and still engage in misogyny. And I said, oh, pause, skirt. Wait a second. No. And then when women spend all of those resources trying to invite men into the space, the other conservative men were like, we don't want to be a part of your space. You don't even care about men's mental health. And I was like, no, we do care. Let us give you resources. And those men were like, no. So the conservative men hated us because we weren't caring about their mental health, even though we were literally focusing on it. The liberal men wanted to be a part of the movement, but only if they could be leaders, only if they could be spokespeople, and only if they get to remain saying, wow, you're both beautiful and smart. Your tits look great in that dress. Feminism. Save the boobies, fight cancer. You know what I'm saying? It's like, oh, wait, no. And then we say like, God, men, am I right? God, men. What we're really saying is, God, patriarchy. Fucking patriarchy. I used to say that. I used to raise money for breast cancer awareness and be like, save the boobies. And now I realize how fucking demeaning and undignified that is. But I was a liberal. Liberals, do you know what I'm saying? Progressives are saying, save people from cancer, regardless of gender. Why are you talking about boobs? Or, oh, this is someone's mother or sister. Just save people from cancer. And that's the difference. Okay? Chad said, but men can't hear that when you say God, men. Exactly. But that's their job to deconstruct. Same way white people have to be okay with the fact that when people of color are hesitant around white groups or say like America is racist, they're not saying every single person is racist. We're saying the system encourages people to be racist. You don't even know it. You don't even know you're racist, but you are. You don't even know you're homophobic, but you are. You don't even know you're fatphobic, but you are. And when you don't know it, you get to show up on the internet and say, don't shoot the messenger. But I feel like when you say America is racist, and as a white person, I'm just here to help black people. I feel like black people don't see me, and I just want to be seen. Except it's Donna Briggs who's like, Donna Briggs, I'm a white woman, but I help everybody, and I don't know why you're attacking me. It's like we're coming at you because you're throwing black people under the bus and telling people not to tan too dark in your comments. We're not coming for Donna Briggs because she's mentally ill. We're coming for the racist part of her rhetoric that says black people are less than. Your unhealed trauma is making you into a bigot. Your unhealed trauma is making you bigoted. And I get it. Because we've all been there. We've all been so traumatized by communities that we become almost the enemy of the community that was meant to embrace us, but we had to deconstruct first. Because we didn't get what they were saying. We didn't get it. So, as much as I feel for Riley, I can't help but feel he's not getting it. And because he's not getting it, and I think the people that are agreeing with him, I don't think they're really getting it either, but I think their heart's in a good place. Okay, let's watch more videos.
Why is everyone acting weird towards me?
Being a trans man in queer spaces.
No, we're not. Chill, come on. No, seriously.
Okay, if people are being weird towards you as a trans man in queer spaces, you're not in a queer space. You're in a type of queer space. You're in a gay space, a lesbian space, a bisexual space. Are you in a space that has deconstructed gender? You know how many gay people think non-binary people are not real? Do you know how many gay people are still transphobic? If you are a person in a truly queer deconstructed space, the kind of space I would hold, I wouldn't care if you walked into the space looking like this. Because why would this matter in a queer space? You could be a gay guy, pansexual guy, queer guy. You could be all kinds of guys. I would just assume you were meant to be here. So who is the community that is judging you for simply being there? And have they deconstructed? Or are they just another group of queer people that also haven't deconstructed? So Riley's video didn't just say, I showed up to a party and people didn't like me. He said, when you say men, I feel attacked, which is different. This is interesting. Now this makes me think, hey, what space are you in that people are constantly discounting you just for existing in that space? Because I think that queer space hasn't deconstructed, right? Discord said, so also when we say progressive spaces, are we already doing this work? That has not been from my experience, but I think that's because it's rare to find spaces that are philosophically progressive and constantly active in that. A lot of queer spaces advertise themselves as queer, despite not being deconstructed. Yes, 1000%. I'm telling you that's what's happening. I agree. I think that's what's happening. I think you are going to gay and queer spaces that haven't deconstructed. Absolutely. Yeah, but then call out those spaces because you're going to put people on edge. Advocate for more inclusion, not whining about how you've been excluded because you haven't. I get it though, because it's coming from a real place. I didn't mean to say whining to dismiss your feelings. I get it, but to say that like, hey, we should talk about this because you're having a real experience. Being people who don't perfectly fit into the binary always puts you at a place where you feel like you never belong. I made a whole podcast about this, but I took it down. But people who are, not black enough, not white enough, not Assyrian enough, not gay enough, people who never feel enough, yeah, we're going to struggle differently than people who feel like enough. And there's always going to be a standard of hierarchy because people are like that no matter who they are. That's why you have to deconstruct. Because if you don't deconstruct, you're not going to know who you're talking to. One of the tools of deconstruction is identifying who you're talking to in a better, healthier way. Right? Discord said, Britt, I know you've been doing your own bubble hopping thing, but with all the bubble and label confusion in the queer collective overall, the online queer community might need some clips on TikTok or something to help the collective queer community understand the different cultural bubbles within the larger LGBTQIA community to help navigate where it's at. Help add tools for the left to be more progressive. I don't know. It just feels like the queer community has grown large enough. It's coming to terminology confusion. Kind of like you helped with BDSM bubble, understand the sub bubbles and different cultures within them. Because we get it in your community, but everyone out there seems to be getting hung up and maybe need some thought prompts to further deconstruct and get some clarity. I don't know if that makes sense. Yeah. Maybe I feel because I'm seeing it on my timeline, I don't feel a need to add my voice to the conversation. Are you asking me to add my voice to the conversation? I mean, obviously I'm doing it here on my stream, but I feel like I am seeing those podcasts. I mean, I'm reading the books, I'm seeing the things. I feel like I am seeing those conversations, but maybe when my brain reads information, I'm able to decipher better because I am well read. I don't know how much of my ability to understand bubbles comes from the fact that I read a lot and I've read so much throughout my life. So maybe when I get over here, like, I don't know how to make a TikTok. I feel like maybe I could try. Maybe I could get up on TikTok and just say something. Maybe that is what I should be doing on TikTok. But Chad said bringing a gender deconstruction video would be good. Yeah, for sure. I definitely want to work on one. It takes a long time. I can't be recording all these great shows and do these things, but I will get there, girls. I run out of time, but I will do it. I also make a new levels video. I'll do these things, but yeah, I feel like, it's the same way, like if gay people think the height of being gay is just realizing you're attracted to the same sex, like, but you're still adhering to some heterosexual normative way. Like what I said yesterday, queer people have also not deconstructed their need to have babies. So when gay people, lesbians and gay men are like, we want to be a family, we want to have kids too. Do you? Or are you just doing it because everyone else says you should do it? So many gay people and queer people, trans people only know how to be a version of heterosexuality. And I'm just saying, like, or you could do something on your own. But I think a lot of people want to be normal, quote normal. A lot of people want to be queer, but normal. Trans, but normal, right? Like, do you? Because these straight people don't even know yet, Like these straight people are even being like, people are telling us to have a baby, but we don't want to. You think gay people aren't feeling that pressure too? We have a house, we have kids, we go to the private school, right? Did you guys hear the controversy with Chip and Joanna Gaines? Chip and Joanna, what's their name? Yeah, Gaines. Do you guys know who they are? Their audiobook's really good. They're conservative HGTV people. They do house repairs. And they have a new show. Look at this.
reality show has sparked backlash from conservative a new reality show has sparked backlash from conservative Christian groups for featuring two gay dads. Back to the Frontier, which is currently airing on HBO Max and Magnolia Network, is billed as a social experiment following three American families as they attempt to live like 1880s homesteaders without modern technology, electricity, or running water. One of these families is Jason Hanna and Joe Riggs, a married couple raising their 10-year-old twin sons. The couple joined the show in part to increase visibility for same-sex families.
It was this great, amazing opportunity
to normalize same-sex couples and same-sex families.
The couple's inclusion has been met with criticism from the conservative Christian community, with notorious evangelical leader Franklin Graham calling it sinful, whilst anti-LGBTQ+ groups such as the American Family Association have claimed the show promotes an unbiblical view of family. Some critics have also taken aim at the show's executive producers, accusing them of betraying Christian values. Chit Gaines, one of the executive producers, addressed the backlash on social media, urging viewers to ask questions and listen before judging. It's a sad Sunday when non-believers have never been confronted with hate or vitriol until they are introduced to a modern American Christian, he said on X. Hannah and Riggs have taken to Instagram to share their response, saying, "When families like ours are visible, it opens doors for others to feel safe, loved, and validated. Whilst homesteading is commonly associated with traditional values, often religious, historically, queer people did live on the frontier, frequently moving west to escape persecution in cities." Riggs and Hannah have highlighted that though this reality is rarely acknowledged, queer resistance has always existed, both in the past and the present. A new reality show has...
Okay, so these are like normie gays showing up in a normie way, and the normie audiences are still upset. So now you add on underground queer communities, not gay communities, queer communities, underground. Because remember, not all gays were engaging in underground queer communities, voguing, sex work, homelessness, teen prostitution, all of the stuff that were like the gay kids who were completely ostracized from normie society, who could not mask, who could not blend, and were put out, found community together through oppression to build these underground communities where we can have conversations about gender fluidity and all of these things outside of a quote normie lens. And I think we sort of forgot that. Not that I want you to experience teen prostitution. I want to make some people romanticize that shit. I am not romanticizing it. I'm saying what it allowed was a space to question even the binary standard of being a gay person in America, or you know, under heteronormativity, or having to appear like a white picket fence with, you know, kids and a dog, right? Because there is this idea that like, well, if gay people just want to love who they want to love and have families too, then what about the gay people who don't? What about the gay people who don't? What about them? Then gay people bully other gay people into being like, you have to be more normal. You have to be more normal. We need normal representation. You're not normal enough. And it's like, fuck. So we can't even escape our own communities. And it feels a little bit like when Riley says, don't shoot the messenger. The only person I've heard have that specific talking point comes from more normie bubbles, more liberal bubbles. So if you're coming from a progressive lens, why didn't you present it in a progressive way? Right? Discord said, a little, just some clips even from this convo. It just feels like there's a lot of congestion around it in the online communities, and you have to clarify with how far you've deconstructed. It just feels like there's a need, and you have the tools and the past experience with your online BDSM work. You really helped clarify terms. You helped clarify there were cultural differences in the sub bubbles within the collective bubbles, and it feels like queer community is trying to get these things clear. I just think your voice would be helpful. I appreciate that. Like, I appreciate the faith in me. Maybe I have less faith in myself a little bit. I think I have less faith in myself to do short form content because it's never worked for me. People really hate me short form. But, you know, I hope one day I would love to be like a bigger streamer, right? So share my content, get people to watch it, share it on your forums, go to Reddit and share it on queer stuff, right? Chet said, if not, clips, maybe combos with other podcasters who want to do that kind of work. Yeah. I think Chat said it really well, but I think this is our neurodivergency speaking. That's so real. I feel like anything I could tell anyone has already been said and it's out there, but everyone else feels unable to find anything with their own exploration. I think because my special interest is research and I'm interested in all kinds of bubbles, I do have all of this time to do it. So I'm trying to figure out like who is the community I'm doing it for? Because like I said earlier, our queer community is diverse. So am I making content for conservative queer people or liberal queer people? For progressive queer people? Because when I start to make content that's kind towards liberal queer people, I alienate my progressive audience. So the reason I double down on the progressive audience is because that's where I'm growing in the moment. If I make content trying to appeal to the liberals, then I alienate the audience that I'm trying to vibe with. And that's what I've noticed is the problem with the work that I create, because I remember being a liberal and progressives weren't vibing with me. And they were right not to. I wasn't doing the work. Do you know what I'm saying? I couldn't enjoy their content because I wasn't doing the work myself. Once I started to do the work myself and deconstruct, I could enjoy their content because I started to get it. But they didn't spend time trying to appeal to me. They kept doing what they were doing. And I did the, you know what I mean? I educated myself. So then it feels like, man, if I make content for the people who don't get it, they're still not going to get it. Because they're, you know what I'm saying? So then what am I making the content for? That's, as a business person, I have to think about it. As a person, I have to think about it. As like my spoons, I have to it's a great suggestion. And the faith in me makes me feel so good. But I feel like I know people too well to know that it's not going to matter and they're just going to get mad at me. And I'm just going to hate coming to work. Because if they want to know, then they're going to sit through this stream and they're going to like try to figure it out. Because they might not be ready. Right? Now, as an example, so this is Riley's video about that blonde girl we just watched, her blocking him, and she in the comment section says, I got blocked by Jeff for asking him to apologize. He's also soft as butter, even though Jeff took down the video and eventually apologized. Sorry to hear that, mate. The people will know what's up. Sending love and good vibes your way, dude. I wasn't blocked and I can still see my comment, but my comment has had absolutely no interaction, so I feel like something weird must be going on. Oh, she's from the DV sector, so she's always would have, what does that mean? Always would have what? Probably been anti-men, I guess. She blocked me for saying trans men are not cis women's oppressors. Well, why not? What does that mean? Trans men are not cis women's oppressors. Yes, but no, but maybe. Well, if they're a trans man who's a conservative, they are. But yeah, as a group, obviously not. You know, Discord said I wasn't trying to tell you to do something. I was just excited. No. I did not take it as you telling me to do anything. I took it as you having faith in me in a role that I feel a need to explain to people, because I think as a content creator, people don't know all the moving parts, and that's why I shared. I overshare as a content creator. I just tell people how it works, but it really does work that way. So that's why I shared it. So you know where I was coming from, and I wasn't just being lazy and like just not doing it. Like there's a reason why I'm hesitant to do it, but it's not because the idea isn't good, you know? So just want to let you know. I think that this conversation isn't even about being trans, because Riley didn't highlight it in his video. That's why I'm also upset. You didn't even make it a point to say you're a trans man in the video. Wouldn't you think that's kind of important? If you're mad, nobody knows you're a trans man. So nobody knows he's trans, and he also didn't tell anybody in the initial video. Can you get why people were upset? You know what I mean? Like, why didn't he apologize for not making it clear he was a trans man, which would then allow all of us to have the right conversation? Because obviously people are biased and we have prejudice, guys. Our prejudice makes us see a white man complaining and makes us go, shut the fuck up. But that's the thing. That's why we need to pause at, here's my intersection. But Riley only started the video with a queer man. But everybody knows gay men uphold the patriarchy and are very misogynistic. Gay men are often not women's allies. Gay men will throw women under the bus faster than they can say, hey, queen. So you have to make sure the gay person is also deconstructing and progressive. So if he identified himself as a queer man, I just thought he was a gay man. When I first saw the video, I was like, oh, it's a gay man. Because I assumed a gay man would make that video faster than a queer man. Because when I hear the word queer, but it doesn't follow with the proper politics or the proper philosophy, I'm assuming you mean gay man. The way gay people use queer, but they don't mean queer philosophically. You know what I mean? Discord said, wait, before I even knew he was trans, the instant he said cis, I immediately clocked? You mean clocked him as trans, so I never assumed he was a cis guy. I never assumed he was trans. I had no reason to. Yeah, interesting that you clocked him as trans because he said cis. In my bubbles, cis people say cis all the time. I am so on the internet that I don't hear cis and think trans. I just don't think anything of it. And to be fair, Riley doesn't have a lot of the markers that I often see in trans men. So I obviously, you know, was kind of surprised he was trans. He doesn't, there's a few traditional markers that might indicate to me faster by following a pattern that he's trans. But yeah, I never assumed he was trans until I realized he was. You know? Chat said, I've never really seen a cis guy talk about cis women in that specific way. Really? I feel like I absolutely have in gay bubbles. I knew he was gay. Well, I thought he was gay. He could be straight. I don't even know what his orientation is. But like, I've heard gay men absolutely have those conversations, or pansexual men or bisexual men, or even, yeah. I was open to it though. I wasn't assuming he was like a conservative. I was assuming he might be a liberal though. Right? Yeah, but that's just interesting. But that's, you know, that's what all I'm saying though. I'm saying nobody is wrong for assuming he was cis, and no one's wrong for knowing that he's trans. Do you know what I mean? If you guys clocked it, great. If you didn't clock it, also fine. It's just acting surprised that people didn't know you were trans when you didn't talk about it. That was the problem. Because then it looks like a white guy making a comment, and you know that's just going to piss people off, bro. Like, that's the thing. Like, you got to know that's going to piss people off. That's why you make disclaimers as a queer person, as a trans person, as a this person. Do you know what I'm saying? Okay, thank you.
I am
Jeff.
making this video again because I'm genuinely sorry about, you know, the video that I made initially that I posted that directly legitimized hate towards Riley. And I did make a video earlier and I used the wrong pronouns. That's besides the point, but I'm just generally...
What?
That I posted that directly legitimized hate towards Riley. And I did make a video earlier and I used the wrong pronouns.
Oh, I think Jeff might have called Riley a cis man, maybe, instead of a trans man. And maybe that's what that means, because he didn't call them as she, her. That doesn't make sense. So pronouns meaning cis straight, cis gay, cis trans?
That's besides the point, but I'm just generally sorry for what...
Chad says, didn't you say he was trans before you showed the video? Yes, to you guys. But I knew he was trans because I pre-watched the videos and the whole discourse. But I don't know if anyone else in chat... I did announce he was trans, guys. But a lot of people did see the video prior. I think a lot of the people who were saying I knew he was trans had seen it prior to me showing it on stream.
You know, my video and speaking over a trans voice and centering myself in a conversation that did not concern me. Because that was not my intent, even though it resulted...
I'm sorry, isn't Jeff queer? Isn't Jeff gay? Is Jeff straight? Wait, is Jeff gay straight? I always thought Jeff was... I don't know Jeff's content, but every time I see him, I always think he's gay. Am I confused? What do you mean it doesn't include you? Is it because Riley talked about cis queer women? It involves all of us. Am I wrong for thinking this involves all of us? We are now all involved. The queer community is fighting. We're all involved. What do you mean? Now I'm confused. Discord said to give credit to Jeff, Riley said men and not trans men. Yeah, that's true. Wait, I'm confused.
In him being hurt. I take accountability for that because I really want to do better. I do understand the power of my platform and how when
wait. This comment on the video says this happened days after him being legitimately in danger and you doubled down and tried to weaponize your marginalization against him. Okay, I will just say this, like, people are coming, like, defending. Riley's like talking about suing people. Riley made all these videos talking about suing people in the comment sections, saying their life was in danger. What progressive community are you all fighting with? Please tell me what is happening on the internet that this is escalating to such a point that everyone is so fucking mad. And this is why I don't trust it. Riley feels wrong. Something about Riley's work does not sit well with me. And it's because, like, what do you mean? Like, what is happening? It just feels like something, come on, please. And this person's like, an apology is a great step, but it doesn't necessitate forgiveness. Okay, relax. Your boy made a stupid TikTok. Do you know what I'm saying? Your boy made a dumb TikTok and y'all are defending him like he was standing up for fucking every person who's ever existed. What are you talking about?
I engage in certain conversation, specifically when it pertains to people that have...
As a trans non-binary person, I just don't feel safe following you. What did he say? What did Jeff say? Because I saw the video and I didn't think about it that much. Also, BS misgendering him was besides the point. It was pretty foul to say the transphobia from your original video was disgusting. What was the transphobia? I used the wrong pronouns, but that's besides the point. Like, did he call them a she, her? What are we talking about? Does anybody have the original video? We got to find it because maybe I'm fucking stupid. Maybe I don't remember the original comment. Jeff. Okay, hold on. Wait, damn it.
I am
Hold on.
making this video again.
Hold on. Let's finish this video and then I'm going to try to find it.
Because I'm genuinely and speaking over a trans voice and centering myself in a conversation that did not concern me. Because that was not my intent, even though it resulted in him being hurt. I take accountability for that because I really want to do better. I do understand the power of my platform and how when I engage in certain conversation, specifically when it pertains to people that have multiple marginalized identities, it is my responsibility to understand the power and the harm that comes with a large platform as mine. That has resulted in Riley getting a lot of hate, on his platform. And I do think there is nothing I can say that can change the actions that resulted to me making this video right now. But I am just genuinely sorry for the community and also to Riley himself. What my video has caused, and obviously the hate that he's been receiving on his page in the past couple of weeks that has resulted, in him turning his comment is not okay and should never be okay. And I will do my best to make sure that my voice does not, speak over other marginalized identities and know my place and understand the privilege and the power I have when I insert myself in conversation that does not concern me and I should sit it out. And I'm not sure if this video is going to be accepted. Holding yourself accountable is really hard, but it's needed for you to grow and better yourself. So
I think I'm missing. So I must be stupid. I must be wrong about something. Hold on. I gotta be. This makes me feel like I missed something here. Am I confused? Is he straight? Is this a straight man? Isn't this a gay man?
Guys, there's this country called...
Hold on. Am I confused? Jeff Riley. Let's see if I can find it. Okay, I'm researching.
For making, but you're still protecting the structure, which is patriarchy. You dismiss this as turf ideology.
I really don't want to get into beef on this app. I am not a TikToker. This is not my livelihood.
For a non-TikToker, Riley's made like 1,000 videos.
I'm just trying to speak to my experience as a trans person in the queer community. I don't appreciate my words being twisted because I never, ever said that I expect women to put themselves at risk to accommodate men. In the video,
but that's kind of like what you said. Because, do you know what I'm saying? Like, Riley doesn't believe that, but that is what that rhetoric usually means from the bubble, right?
Video that you stitched, I'm talking about experiences that specifically transmasculine people are having in the queer community right now. We are being ostracized and cut out of community spaces that we were previously existing in without any issue. And it's because we get to a point where we are too masculine to be in that space anymore, and we are suddenly removed from a lot of our support system.
Pause. This is a good conversation to have. And I wish he would have that conversation and say, I was a part of a lesbian community before. I was a part of a binary gay community before. You were not a part of a queer community. You were part of a gay community. Like, everyone, we gotta sharpen up our terms. Were you a part of a lesbian community before? And they were like, hey, bro, because I'm not a fan of it, but I get it. I feel like he, him lesbians are valid, but you're not a he, him lesbian, right? You're like a dude. So it's also different. But also, I understand that after transition, a lot of people feel like, I almost feel bad. I heard a trans man say, I felt bad transitioning because I felt like I had betrayed women. I think that's really important, right? To have a conversation about. In the same way, a lot of bisexual women feel bad marrying men because they feel alienated from the community. Yeah, our communities aren't queer. They're just gay. Queer communities validate the LGBTQIA. It's like when people ask me, Brittany, the audacity of some of y'all telling bisexual women they can't be a part of the community if they're with a man. We're on the goddamn B, bitch. The B does not stand for bitch. Okay? So, like, of course we're a part of the community. The fact that we're infighting about being a part of the community is so fucking dumb. In the same way that the TERF lesbians are like, trans people aren't a part of the community. You're fucking driving me crazy. These are not queer communities. These are gay communities. Okay? These are not queer communities. To me, queer is decentralizing, decimating, all the D words, deconstructing your relationship away from heteronormativity, whiteness, colonization, all the bullshit, into a real, true lived experience with self in a safe and reasonable space, and in a safe and reasonable way. Okay? I am not interested in gay spaces. I'm very interested in queer spaces. Love a gay space to visit. Don't want to live there. Okay? Discord said, personally, I grew up in a certain online queer spaces and people would send death threats to you if you said something vaguely outside the bubble expectation. Insane. Unhinged, bro. So maybe he's in an unhinged spaces, obviously. I've seen trans men get harassed for trying to talk about trans mask experiences. Certain unhinged queer spaces will come for you. They're not queer. If you're attacking LGBTQI people for talking about their lived experience, that's not the point. But if you're holding them accountable for the way they engage with their experience, that's important. Like Blair White got on an interview and said she's probably trans because she was abused as a kid. Okay, but that's not the trans experience. That's your trans experience. And that's okay. You're allowed to have that experience, but that's not other people's experience. So for conservatives to say, see, well, if that's Blair's experience, that must be everybody's experience. No. For Blair to say, oh, I think my partner, I think people who are with trans women might be gay or bisexual. That's not true. Straight men are with trans women. Just because you don't see it doesn't mean you're not. You know what I'm saying? So again, pay attention to who is inviting you to a space. When I said the other day, I only want to go to a queer space where my brother can come with me, I meant my gay brother. If my gay brother can't come to the space, I'm not going. You can have that space. You can do that thing. But if my gay brother can't come, I'm not going. And that's what I mean when I say, like, I want a truly inclusive space. Okay? Truly inclusive. Gay men get to come, especially if they're progressive. But I don't want to personally, that's why I say I'm kind of over women's spaces. Not like literally, but I'm kind of over spaces that are like, your brother can't come. I feel you. I don't want to come to your space and that should be okay. In the same way that like you're allowed to have that space, but I'm not coming. But maybe I'll visit when he's not around. But ideally, when Brittany goes, I want him to come with me. So again, I think what happens is that I'm not asking you to close down your community. I'm not even calling you out. I'm just saying like, yeah, no. Right? So I think there's something to that I think is important. Also, actually, I think a good point you guys keep bringing up and I keep not mentioning, but I should say is like, when I've been to physically gay spaces, it's different than online spaces. So maybe I'm lucky because I've lived so much of my life in the real world that I know the difference between a queer space and a gay space and a lesbian space and a gay man space. Oh, so maybe a lot of these queer people are upset. Do y'all touch grass? Like, is that the dilemma? Because like, I don't need to fight with queer people on the internet about my gayness. But like some queer communities in physical spaces are also alienating. I mean, I remember when gay men started to become annoyed that women were showing up to the club, and I agreed with them, right? I remember going to the gay clubs when I was really young, not the lesbian clubs because nobody was ever there. Girls in San Diego. I would go to the gay clubs. Everybody was there. Everybody and their mom. There were so many people. You go to the lesbian bar and you are the only person there. You go to the lesbian club, you were the only person there. This was 15 years ago, so it's been a long time. But I would show up with my friends and nobody was there. Men love to party. Gay men, lesbians, apparently not. Apparently, and I don't blame us because, I can't be out here partying, okay? I'm not about to be on a lesbian cruise, you feel me? But, okay, the idea is that I understood eventually why gay men were getting a little annoyed that the gay club started to be more straight women than gay men. And I agree that there should be a line in the sand about, hey, if it's a gay club, make sure you and your posse didn't just show up and take over the dance floor. It's okay to visit. It's okay to join. They're inclusive. But also, if you notice that you just showed up with a gaggle of ladies and there's too many of you, you should leave. Because you're taking away a safe space from a marginalized community. And by the way, I've been to one straight club in my life and I wanted to die. My friends and I had only done gay clubbing. And we were like, let's try a straight club. And we went to a straight club and I was like, get me out of here. I have not partied at straight clubs. I have no interest in going to straight clubs. I've never done it in my life except for that one time. But yeah, I think that sometimes we aren't considerate as community members because we're all looking for a home. And I need you to know it's okay to make one. I probably wouldn't feel safe in a space that Riley created, but Riley probably wouldn't feel safe in a space that I created. And that's too bad because he certainly would be invited. But not with that attitude. He would be invited, but you better change your attitude, okay? That's it. You're invited, but that attitude, I don't know.
And there are so many comments on that video, and I've also received countless DMs from people echoing the sentiments and thanking me for speaking up because it's been weighing on them so heavily. They haven't known how to talk about this because it is a very difficult and nuanced conversation to have, because this is what people do. They immediately put words in my mouth and assume that I am saying that women just need to forgive all men and stop, putting their safety first. That's literally never what I said. I'm actually just asking you to consider my safety as well as a trans person, because we are at statistically higher risk of abuse and violence than cis women.
Hold on. So now we're playing the who gets marginalized the most game. Please remember in a very specified terms that whilst men are the oppressors of women, cis women are the top oppressors of trans people. I think that is true. You know what's difficult? Right message, wrong messenger. I'm just telling you this right now. I don't think anybody in my family would know Riley was trans. I doubt it. I don't believe it for a second that anybody would clock Riley as trans. And because of that, it feels like, why are you talking about this? Because if it was a trans man who was clocked by cis people very fast, it would be a threat more than a cis woman, 100%. Yes. But that's the thing that's interesting about life, is that when you get to pass as the majority, whether you're black or light-skinned or mixed or whatever else, when you get the thing to pass, it puts you in a position of privilege that now becomes specific to the person sending the message. And that's the dilemma. Like, you're not having the same lived experience. So then it feels weird. Chet says, why does the message matter as far as the message is concerned from a philosophical perspective? Because Riley evoked his own personal relationship with the situation to make the point. Riley evoked an emotional perspective to make the argument. He wasn't talking for other people. He was talking for himself. He made it about himself. And I think it makes it weird. I think that's what set people off. Because if he had those traditional markers of a trans person who has to exist in the world being clocked all the time, that'd be a very different experience than somebody who doesn't have that experience when it comes to the oppressor noticing you. If the oppressor doesn't notice you, they can't oppress you. The oppressor notices, like, in this particular way of having the conversation, I mean. Not to say that, but I think he's right, that traditionally trans people are more oppressed than cis people. Right? That's correct. That's absolutely correct. It just felt like, why are you talking about it? In a sense, right? Something like that. Chad said he's coming from a closed-minded space, saying he's not being accepted in that closed-minded space. I wish he would at least elaborate what changed in the community or how he felt excluded. Yeah, why do you even want to be a part of a community that's closed off? So so he's going to a closed-minded community and saying, hey, like, you should change so I can join your community. Instead of realizing like the queer community is not a monolithic experience. So why didn't you go for that particular community you were frustrated with instead of calling out all women that are queer? Why would you call out all queer women? Now I don't know who you're talking about. That's like, I don't know. It didn't sound right. It didn't make any sense. You know what I mean? So like, I don't know. There's something weird about it, like entitled in a sense, you know? But again, that's the confusion. The fact that we're even having this discourse tells me that something went wrong. And yeah, Chad says using his identity is very different than I was treated this way because I'm trans. He's saying trans people are treated this way. He's weaponizing his identity without centering his own. Yeah, it's like a... Yeah, I wonder if somebody could have helped Riley make that initial video a little bit better. Like, hey, make sure you know who you're talking to, because the community lashed out the way they did and you came off the way you did because it seemed like, why were you already punching down on a community? Because like other trans men aren't doing that, but other trans men are having similar experiences and their experiences should be highlighted. You know? Chaz, as a cishet person, this seems like a lot of terms and context needed to have this discussion. Well, that's the difference that's the thing. If you're progressive and you've learned the terminology and you've started to gear up, then it's easier to have the conversation. He used all of the straight people words, except for cis, which apparently you guys feel like is a trans word. And queer, but like people use queer interchangeably all the time now. But he used the rhetoric of straight cis men, the rhetoric they used, except to talk about trans experiences in a way that didn't make sense, which was confusing, but I get it. Like, I'm not saying he isn't valid. I'm saying he confused. I feel like he's wrong to think people wouldn't be confused. I don't know why he wants all the grace for himself, but for nobody else. That's what it is. Why does he want all of the grace for himself and nobody else? Do you know what I'm saying? Chat said cis is such a trans word, but most of my friends are transgender. I don't talk to many cis people. I don't talk to cis people as much as I watch them online. So as a content creator, I'm viewing this from a content perspective. And cis people also includes gay people, Gay people use the word cis. So why would we think he's trans unless we clock that he's trans? He could have just been a cis gay dude, which is what I thought he was when I saw him. Because he used gay words, but he said I couldn't tell. So I had no reason to think he was trans. So I thought he was coming from that perspective, which made me go, why are you talking? So again, like, why is he giving the grace? Why isn't he giving grace to everybody else? Why isn't his community giving grace, the grace that they want for him, right? Chet says, but don't we all use terms differently and on some level, Brittany, depending on our bubbles? Yes. Absolutely. Which is why when we use words, it signals what bubble we're from. And I'm telling you right now, he's not from a progressive queer bubble that I'm from. He's not from the bubble I'm from. He's not from the bubbles that he pissed off, but he says he is. He keeps saying, I'm a part of your bubble. And they're like, no, you're not. He's like, I am. But we're like, no, because you're not using the words the same. And that's the difference. He is making... It's pissing me off that he is the one using words in a particular way to make our communities be like, nah. And then he's just like, I can't believe you guys did this to me. Well, you use the words. You use the wrong words. Exactly. The way you use words makes me decide how to treat you. So use your words carefully, just like the rest of us have to. That's why I say if you come on my stream and you hear me use words you don't like, you should stop watching me. Because maybe I'm signaling to you that I'm not in the community that you want to uphold. Okay? Absolutely. He doesn't even go here. He doesn't even go here. So again, I'm not saying he's wrong. I'm saying like I can tell by the words you're using, like you're not in my bubble. So the bubbles are going to criticize you. And the same way people were mad at me for calling Ethan, saying he has misogyny. And everyone's like, how can he have misogyny? I'm like, what? You know? Chet says, but perhaps, Brittany, he is using the terms like how feminists would generally say men are the problem, not signaling to men inherently, but rather to the patriarchy. Okay. So he should have, but he still, how can he not understand the backlash? Do you know what I mean? He should have presented it better, or he's just outing himself and then doubling down and pretending like he's not. You know, the trans NB pipeline to white nationalism is real, y'all. So just because you're trans doesn't mean you're not a Trump voter. I don't give a fuck if you're trans. Because trans people vote Trump every fucking day. So I don't give a fuck if you're like, I'm NB, I'm a furry. You're still voting for Trump. I've seen the trans furry NBs voting for Trump. Fuck off. Okay? So I don't trust it. I have the right to doubt you. I have the right to doubt you. Okay? Chad said, are some trans people just passing so well as to be able to be in cisgender society so easily that they are more culturally cishet than queer? All people marginalized have the ability to some extent to mesh into the majority population enough to survive in that context, and therefore might not have to engage in queer deconstruction. This is very common amongst normie gays. Normie gays traditionally do not engage in queer deconstruction because they don't have to. They're lawyers and doctors and teachers, and they have a white picket fence and a small dog and $10,000 paintings on their wall. It's not just about passing or not passing. It's about assimilating. If they can assimilate well enough, like the good immigrant in quotation marks, they get treated until it becomes inconvenient to the majority, like the majority. They will be one of them until they become inconvenient. Okay? And that's the fear. The fear is if my safety is predicated on my ability to meld and assimilate, that I'm not actually safe. But a lot of minorities think they're safe if they can just not be clocked. But even if they're clocked, maybe they'll still be accepted as long as they say the right words. You know? Chat says, do you think there are big overlaps between, is that black and white, B and W, or boy and women? Black and white, normie gays and neurotypical gays? Between? Or what's BW? I don't know what that means. Between? Abbreviations are not good for me. I don't know what they mean. You know? Between? Okay, do you think there is a big overlap between normie gays and neurotypical gays? Yes. Yes. Huge. Big. 15 inches. Huge. Girthy. Absolutely. Yeah. Definitely. And that's the point. It's a Venn diagram, y'all. Okay? It's also why a lot of autistic people are kind of bummed when they're not gay. Or neurotypical people, or neurodivergent people are like, oh, I'm neurodivergent, but I'm not gay. Or I'm trans, but I'm straight. Look at Kat Black. She's trans, but everyone thinks she's a lesbian. Or that she's into girls. But she's straight. But it's, you know, because everyone's different. Everyone's different. Even Kat said in public she appears more normie, but she's obviously alternative. Kat's also alternative, so that's a whole other... Oh, alternative girls that aren't bisexual, I'm always shook. Alternative girls that aren't bisexual, I'm always shook. That's why Kat, I'm like, you're not bisexual? My bad, I stereotyped you. I saw a goth girly and I was like, bisexual queen. My bad. You know? It's also the difference between even poly communities. Poly queer communities are not the same as poly straight communities. Hello, Aubrey Marcus. Aubrey Marcus out here being like, we're in a queer relationship because we're poly. You get that word out of your mouth. You get the word out of your mouth, okay? That's what I'm saying. Chad, that's your partner outside the door hearing huge and girthy. You know what I'm saying? There's like, this is all how bubbles are so apparent, right? Chad says, I'm not sure there are many trans people for Trump, as you say. I guess it's just the illusion of social media. Listen to me when I say this. As a gay person who grew up conservative and voted for McCain and Palin, we exist until we deconstruct. Because you got to remember, guys, we grow up in communities that we feel like we belong to. And we really believe it. Trans people are born every day in conservative homes where they are battling between their desire to be progressive and their desire to adhere to the bubble they were raised in. Gay people exist, and you don't know who's voting for who, especially since I believe that gay and trans people are probably more prominent than we even know because they're closeted so hard, we don't even know. But if they could come out, you know what I'm saying? There's a reason Grindr shuts down accidentally every time the Republican National Convention happens, because Republicans are gay. They're trans, they're gay. They're just not coming out. So they're voting for Trump. They're just not out. You know? And that's the thing. That's the thing. Okay, let's continue.
And I'm not trying to make it a competition. I am just asking for a safe space as well. A lot of trans masculine people are, and we're just trying to point out that this is becoming more normalized and it's getting harder to...
Okay, where and what does that space look like? 100%, you want a safe space for trans mask people. What will that look like? I think that's great. What will it look like? Will it look like okay, maybe this doesn't matter because I married a girl, but when I'm hanging out with my partner, because one time a man got mad at me, a white man, as you guys could have guessed. A white man got mad at me once and said, I don't like the way you talk about white men on stream. And I said, okay, don't watch my stream. And he said, I just feel like it's contrary to your whole belief that like gender's a construct. Well, when I say white men, I'm specifically signaling to an in-group an understanding of what is shorthand for. Do you understand what it's shorthand for? And he was like, well, I think it hurts my feelings as a white man. I said, sounds like you should talk to a therapist. And he said, but as my friend, I feel like we should talk about this. I was like, okay, as your friend, I will talk to you about this. Do you understand where I'm coming from as a queer person and as a person who's perceived female? And no, because his misogyny was in the way. Okay. And then they say to me, how would your husband feel about it if you talked about white men this way? I was like, she is perfectly fine with it because she agrees men suck. Who says men suck more in this relationship than her? Not me. So that's the point. People will have their feelings hurt, which is valid. Okay, which is valid. And then they'll start saying, but what about your partner? What about her? What about it? Don't try to use my husband against me because we are on the same page, bitch. You see how they go for your person? Well, what about? No. Because we are on a team. You think I would have married somebody that was sensitive to me saying fuck men? You think I would have married somebody who was sensitive and didn't understand what I meant and wasn't able to do the fucking work? Thank you, Chad said, get her name out of your mouth. Get your name out of her mouth. Wait, your mouth. Wait, whose mouth? The point is like the mistake is watching my content and thinking you understand me when you don't. You can criticize my work, but understand me. You know how Contra said, I want to be judged for my opinions. Okay, girl, we're judging, but thank you for sharing. We're still judging you. And that's okay. If you're going to judge me, at least understand my opinions. You know? That's the point. The point is like, if you are going to try to understand somebody, really understand them. So I'm trying to understand Riley. Where is Riley coming from? I agree with him. Trans men, trans masc, all should have a safe space in queer communities.
Defined community. The reason it's becoming more normalized is because of TERFism. TERFism is everywhere right now, both in traditional mainstream and on social media. And
where is that? Are you guys getting that media? I'm not getting it. TERF is very popular in politics because everyone's transphobic and they always have been. But are you saying trans or TERFs are popular in queer communities right now? Where? Where are you guys seeing that? In queer communities, where are TERFs popular? Because we've kicked out Ariel Scarcella, we've kicked out Blair White, we've kicked out all the TERFs, we've kicked out J.K. Rowling. Who? Where? In conservative circles, in regular society where everyone's transphobic, where in queer communities is TERFism normalized? Unless you're talking about non-deconstructed liberal queers, which maybe the liberal lesbian queers who are like, I don't date trans women. Sure, let's talk about it. Liberals are fucking suffering. Yeah, chat says liberals. Well, I agree with that. Right? Liberals, absolutely. But then they're not queer. You're just a liberal gay. To own the word queer outside of a normative community is to say, I'm not a liberal. I'm not a liberal in that way. I'm queer in a different kind of way. Though I guess you could say T.S. Madison upholds in her queerness a level of old school thought that could be deemed more liberal, like the idea that all men will cheat. Right? But that's a traumatized response. And I guess you could mean it in that way. I guess I mean liberal to mean like, but that's T.S. Madison's still, I think, pretty queer in a sense. Does Madison consider herself queer? I feel like she is in the political sense. Like she grew up in a marginalized queer community in so many ways, so far from the normative, the heteronormative. I wonder about that. I guess we'd have to have that conversation. But yeah, like I would like the details of what exactly you mean. Which bubble are we talking about? Discord said most people don't even know what TERF means. They use it as a buzzword because it makes sense to them. Well, maybe that's the problem. Discord said TS doesn't give queer in a way you'd probably mean. She's still probably binary. Well, I think the problem is like when you come up marginalized and you're a sex worker and you're 50, you're having like a very queer experience outside of the heteronormativity because like you're in a very queer, old school, underground situation. So it's queer in that sense, but maybe not queer politically, like the new age queer politically sense. Because I know she's had some iffy conversations around non-binary people. So I think she's queer, old school queer, but maybe not modern day queer. Right? Because she is old school and that's important. Like we got to pay attention to the wisdom of our elders, even if I think updated modern day progressive is better. Like updated modern day queer is better because it's more healed, but I never want to discount our elders' original relationship with queerness. Yeah, I always want to pay respect to that, you know? Okay, back to Riley.
One of the big points, one of the big underlying foundational pieces of TERFism is bioessentialism, which is men and women are born with specific inherent traits that they cannot change. And that is the motivating factor towards normalizing this, like demonizing of any and all masculinity. At least in my opinion, I have posted videos on my page talking about anti-trans disinformation. If you want to go and find those, I have actually done quite a bit of research. And
Pausing Riley, Discord just reminded me of a great point. The difference between T.S. Madison and Buck Angel. Yeah, see, I used to love Buck Angel, but now I fell off Buck Angel because he became what he became. But Buck Angel is like an elder in the community, but he went more conservative. And I feel like Madison's more liberal, right? More progressive, right? So I feel like that's the thing is like our elders also run the risk of being trapped in ideologies based off their own traumatic backgrounds. And I feel like Buck Angel's one of those people, right? Buck Angel became so weird, you know? It's such a bummer.
Side of this that nobody is talking about is that I'm not protecting the structure of patriarchy. I'm actually asking for a safe space so that I can help to deconstruct patriarchy. Like I said, trans people, at very high risk of abuse and violence. And if I want to be able to utilize the way that I look, leverage the position that I hold in society as a white, male presenting person, and stick my neck out for the cause of feminism, I would like a safe space to be able to retreat to. And literally, that's all I'm asking. That's what I'm trying to point out.
Okay, where? Let me see.
Male presenting person, and stick my neck out for the cause of feminism, I would like a safe space to be able to retreat to. And literally, that's all I'm asking. That's what I'm trying to point out. Trans masculine people are being quite ostracized from the spaces that used to be safe for them, and you still expect us to stick our neck out and risk ourselves to help deconstruct patriarchy. I want to help, I really do, but I also have to prioritize my safety, even looking like this, because my privilege solely relies on them not finding out that I'm trans.
Agree with that part. Still confused about what he is asking for, right? Because I agree with the last part that his privilege is only as good as them not realizing he's trans. 100% agree. But also, I just don't know what you're asking for. Am I being too autistic? Like, what are you specifically asking for that doesn't already exist? Chet says he's going to make the space and no one expects anything. Well, I don't know. Like, what does he want? Discord said, sticks my neck out. That's interesting. Yeah, I think that's interesting too. Like, I would like the details, because I want trans men to always feel safe in our spaces. I want all people. Brittany's ideal world. You are welcome if you do not identify with cis straight heteronormativity in a way that you know what I mean. If it's not for you and you need a space, come over. If it's not for you, come over. But I don't want the Aubrey Marcuses at my safe space, because he's like, I'm queer, I'm kinky. No. I don't want like straight people that are like, I like to choke my girlfriend. Can I come to your safe space? No. But if you're gay and queer and kinky, you can come over. Because that's the thing, is straight people who engage in queer activity and think it's queer, you can't come over. Like, you know? But I think like the safe space should exist for people who understand why it exists in the first place. That's when I think you know you belong somewhere. You understand why this space exists. Right? Okay, I'm going to tell this story really quickly because I've told it 1,000 times, but I think it's important, right? In this space, okay? Wait, chat says that language is very red flag. My language or Riley's language? Tell me, call me out because I'll clarify, okay? Or do you mean the straight people who think they're queer like Aubrey Marcus? You know what I mean? And I also want you to know that I don't really believe in the construct of like if you're in a relationship that is straight appearing, like, do you know what I mean? Like, that's different. I want you to know, like, if you're in a couple that's like straight by definition, but you're obviously not, you know what you are, you can come over too. Cause you know what you are. If one of you is trans, one of you is like non-binary, one of you is queer, one of you is, you know what I'm saying? Like, you can come over. Okay. Don't even act like you're out here like a normie straight. Okay, girl, you can come over. Okay. I've told this story 1,000 times. I'll tell it again for new people in the audience, to show you the difference between knowing when a space is for you. When I was in my 20s, I was a part of a BDSM community that was really great for me. And on one night of the week, they had a women's event and a men's event. And they split into two parts of the dungeon on other sides, right? Oh, okay, chat says Riley's. Okay, got it. And I used to go to the women's event. And I really needed that space because even though I was dating a man at the time, I was constantly triggered by men. I was just being triggered. I was coming to I was finally being honest about the fact that I had been assaulted in my 20s because I had always denied it. I wasn't even honest with myself, let alone other people. It took me many, many years, like 8 years, for me to come to be able to say it. Okay. I'd always denied it. People had always said like, hey, you're giving rape victim. I was like, shut the fuck up. Like, shut the fuck up. Because I was like, no, like that didn't happen to me. Like, I haven't had that experience. Okay. So I was in denial. I needed therapy. Okay. So I used to go to this women's event because it was like a safe space, because the misogyny around me was really fucking getting to me. Okay. I was just like really overwhelmed with all these men takes. So I went to this dungeon and I was in my safe space. I was with my girlies and we were having fun, and non-binary people were there and gender fluid and AFAB people. It was great. One night, a person walks in who was a trans woman who didn't believe in the need to transition to adhere to like basic standards of what it means to present as a woman. Okay. Present day Brittany, totally valid. Love that vibes. I'm healed now. Love that. When I was unhealed and when I was traumatized, I got really concerned that this person was at the dungeon. They were pretty mask presenting, had a beard. It confused me. It didn't make me feel safe. I felt all of a sudden like my adrenaline was spiked. I was like slightly activated. I was like a little confused. I was like, what's happening? This is my space. And this space was full of all kinds of trans people. It was just like this particular appearing person, just like my brain wasn't calculating. Okay. We talked. We all talked. We were all talking in a group. This person was really nice. They were brand new. Everybody was introducing them. Very sweet person. And they were telling us loud and proud, like, this is how I am. This is how I present. And I knew they knew that it was going to cause an issue because they let us know that they don't believe in medically transitioning to validate their identity as a woman. And absolutely valid, right? Logically, in my brain and out loud, I validated them because I believed that in the moment. But at the time, because I was unhealed, my body was not having it. My brain absolutely got it. My body was very upset. And without making a scene, without it being an issue, I stayed a little while longer, like 30 minutes, and then I properly excused myself and left the event. Because it's one of those events you come in and out of, right? Nobody expects you to stay all the time or the whole event. And I realized that the space that was my safe space stopped being my safe space because now it had become theirs. And I never thought to tell anybody. And to this day, I would never have told anybody, because though it had been a safe space for me and it was the greatest thing that had ever happened to me, I was happy for it to become somebody else's safe space. And I started my journey of healing because I said to myself, hey girl, if being at this event is making you activated when somebody else who has a safe space here is here, we need to work on it. And so until this day, I still hold the position that it's my job in that moment to heal rather than that person's job to transition until I'm okay. And I still hold that opinion now all these years later. When a safe space becomes unsafe for you, you have to understand why and ask yourself if maybe it's time for me to do a little bit of healing. Or is it time that I stand up to my community and say we're failing as a community? And knowing the difference between those two is very hard. And I am concerned that Riley doesn't know which one it is. Chad said DBT moment for real, and I hadn't even done therapy yet, girl. The moment I did therapy, DBT, I was like a superwoman. But truly, this was before therapy. And I was like, I got to go to therapy. And I didn't even go yet. I didn't go to therapy after that event. I was still in denial. I didn't go to therapy until I lost my job. And I was like, I don't lose jobs. And then I went to therapy because I was breaking down so much. So like the funny thing is like in that moment, I knew I needed therapy and I still didn't go. So when I tell you it took me 30 years to have a truly good relationship with myself, know that it really took those 30 years. And I was probably around 27, maybe at this time, maybe 26, 27, about this time. Maybe something like that. Yeah. So, you know, I really want to care about Riley's feelings, but I don't know what to do with them. And I don't know how much of those feelings need to be expressed in a therapist's office and how many of them is really a community problem. A generalized community problem, enough to say queer women. You know, that's all I mean. But I accept everybody. Everyone's great. I want a space where everybody can come out. I don't care. I don't care what you identify as. I don't care what you're wearing. I don't care because I think you're you. And I think you should come over and hang out at my party. So like this Brittany today, I don't even have to understand it, but you're invited. Come on over. Because the point is that if you're weird enough that I can't understand it, you're definitely supposed to be at my party. If you're so weird that even I'm like, you know what? You can come. Because like, you're certainly not going to be embraced by the heteronormatives, right? It's like, yeah, okay. Discord said bubble popped me because I tried to put myself through therapy as early as 14, but it was so failed by the system. I forgot how many people don't start therapy until their 20s. I know people who didn't start therapy until their 50s. I know people who haven't even started therapy yet and they're about to die. All right, back to Riley's video.
Again, I'm not trying to start beef. I am not trying to cause issues. This is not...
I'm not trying to start beef and I'm not trying to cause issues, but I'm in women's video posts and comment sections telling them I'm like fighting with people to the point where I get blocked. Like I believe that Riley got activated and posted a video. Then the internet got activated and posted their videos. And then Riley posted his videos. And then it went back and forth until somebody kind of like Jeff apologized and took down a video, which caused maybe a slowdown. But to act like we're not all activated people being upset, it's like, girl, what are we doing?
My livelihood. I have a day job, please. I am just trying to make this point clearer and to speak to my lived experiences as a transgender person.
Pause. Chat says, even Mr. Girl. Why would you ask me that question? Like, Mr. Girl can come to my party? No. You can't come to my party if the world doesn't understand you from a perversion perspective. That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying you can come to my party if you're LGBTQIA. I'm not talking to weirdos like Mr. Girl. That's not what I'm saying. I'm not talking to predators. I'm not talking about weirdo straight men who just want to suck people's toes and take upskirt photos. I'm talking about the LGBTQIAs. This conversation's not for Mr. Girl.
And if I can add one thing here, it is still really frustrating that cis people are trying to talk over me again and again and again and twisting my words into something that I never said. It's really disheartening because the reason I'm speaking up is because I want to help. That's all.
Yeah, I want to believe some of that. I just think the first video Riley put out was really bad. Don't shoot the messenger. You know what I mean? Just like right when you say that, right when you say don't shoot the messenger, you make everyone go like, what are you about to say? Because if you weren't saying something fucked up, you wouldn't have to say that. Usually when people say don't shoot the messenger, you know what you're doing. And if you don't, you should probably take that into consideration. Right? You should consider why you had to say that in the first place. Why didn't you just come out and say, hey guys, I'm a trans man. My name is Riley, and I would love to have a conversation with you guys about things I've seen in the queer community that I think are failing us. One, trans masked people have come to me and said they don't have a space in the community, and I think we should open it up for them. I myself, as a trans man, have absolutely had situations in which I felt invalidated after my transition, and I felt like I lost the community that supported me. In what ways can we as a community come together to bridge that gap? Because it is happening and people are falling through the cracks. Let me know in the comment sections down below. Like and subscribe, bitch. You know what I mean? Like, why wasn't that the video? And that couldn't have been the video because you came activated. It couldn't have been the video because you brought your trauma to the internet. It couldn't have been the video because that wasn't your mindset. Your mindset wasn't actually building bridges. It was, I want to express my feelings. You know? Which is fine. You can express your feelings. You know? When you're like, don't shoot the messenger. Don't shoot the messenger. And then you follow it up with something that's like, you know what I mean? Okay.
But you're still protecting.
Cisgendered people control the narrative about who is allowed in certain spaces and why and under what circumstances. While it's true that men are often socialized to be evil, as Jeff's video states, a lot of cisgendered people don't understand and therefore cannot sympathize with the ideas that transgender people respond differently to socialization. They progress differently under the circumstances of their socialization in correspondence with their identity. When masculine presenting trans people, especially those who were socialized as women, talk about their experiences of, for the first time in their lives, having to prove that they belong in a safe space, despite the fact that in many ways they have not had to unlearn the evil aspects of socialization that assigned male at birth people do, they are very often told that this is just what they signed up for by transitioning or by being transgender as a whole.
But also, and I just want to point this out because Kat points this out all the time, I think we forget that like trans people don't actually have not all of them live a long life as the gender they're assigned at birth. Like Kat always says, like she's never been an adult man. She has no idea what that's like. I don't know when Riley transitioned. Did he ever experience being like an adult woman? I don't know that. I don't know anything about Riley. So like, I think there's another assumption we're making about trans people experience that it's like one way or the other, but we don't know that. You know, if you transitioned very young, you didn't even live most of your life as the gender you were assigned. So that's a different experience, right? And then what does it even mean, cis voices over trans voices? What it means is like, what do we want for the outcome of our community? I think I'm going to need directions, right? I'm going to need the directions of like what you would like for your solution. Same thing about holding people accountable with no solution for the end, goal. Yes, hold people accountable. What does it mean to hold people accountable, right? Hopefully not just bullying people, because Riley's community is bullying people the same way Riley said he was being bullied. So like everyone's wrong. If you feel threatened by the comments you are getting, Riley, then why is your community doing the same thing to other people on the internet? Both y'all are wrong then. We have failed if our communities are attacking each other versus like having the conversation, right? It's confusing to me because my community is not about to be in Riley's comment section. That's not the community we have here. Nobody in my community is about to show up in these comment sections being like, Brittany Simon said this. You know what I mean? Like, that's not what we do here. Discourse said, how would we have taken it if he didn't look so passing in saying this? Not white. I'm just curious. Because when he said it in the other video, I forgive you. I know I got mad hearing that just because my brain reacted and I need some deconstruction still with white dudes specifically in their audacity. I think it would depend on the presentation. Everything depends on the presentation. I'll give you an example. One time I was, you guys know how I moderated for a kind of a liberal, more conservative adjacent panel on YouTube one time with Marissa J. Johnson and some black guy, Derek, some black guy. That's his name, his username. And Marissa wanted to come to the event, but she didn't want to be the only one of color or progressive there. So they asked me to come out and moderate and to be her chaperone. And I was the closest they could find to a person of color. Are we all rolling our eyes? Do you know, she was comfortable with it. She accepted it. She said, that's fine. I'll take it. But you know what I mean? Like, I think there's something funny about it. Where it's like, really, is I'm the best? I was like, yeah, I'll do it. I'm happy. I'm as the token progressive who's there and not technically white, I'll do it. But also, but that's what, so I think we run the risk of forgetting that like our communities, people who have marginalized experiences, the way people treated her at that event, I had never in real time seen it, but in real life, I had seen it. A guy call a black woman aggressive when she was being chill as fuck. She was being chill as fuck. And I was like, oh, I'm seeing it in real time happen. The way he was like, why are you being so aggressive? Because she didn't know who Nirvana was. And she was like, and then he was like, oh. And I was like, she's not even being aggressive. Like, I was like, I can't believe this is happening in real life. In real life, this happens. It was a weird event. A lot of people were there. Anyways, it was a weird event. I also moderated a trans panel, so that was even funnier. And I did a horrible job, by the way, because I was just like so nervous. But like Blair White and Theron was on it, and other people. I was just dying. It was such a funny. This was years ago. The point is that we don't always have access to the right amount of voices or perspectives. But you know what was cool about Marissa is I think her mom is white and her dad is black. So a black woman got up on the stand and yelled at Marissa and said, you will never understand my experience. You don't even understand experiences. You're a horrible black woman. And Marissa just went, I understand your experience, even if you don't believe I don't, even if you don't believe I do. The way people came for each other, bro, the way the conservative liberal black people were coming for Marissa, the way they pitted Derek against her, the way we're all being pitted against each other, the good trans, the bad trans, the good gays, the bad gays. Listen to me when I say this. Okay? Okay? Chad said white guys take Nirvana very seriously. He wasn't a white guy. He was actually Asian, but he was... No, was he a white guy dating an Asian? I think he was a white guy. You know, you're right. I think he was a white guy dating an Asian because he had a small dog. He wasn't Asian. His girlfriend was Asian. You're right. He was a white guy. He was a white boy with a small dog. And that's how they bonded initially. It's the funniest story. But like, that's the thing that like makes my head hurt. Like he was in an interracial relationship and he couldn't get it. He couldn't get it. You know, he just got so defensive for no fucking reason, you know? So anyways, I think there is a desire to deconstruct past all of these things. But first we have to learn about the language. Okay, Discord said, I'm still stuck on not knowing Nirvana. Well, she's a black woman. And she said to me, she turned to me and said, I grew up listening to black gospel and black music. Who is Nirvana? And I said, a white grunge band from Seattle. And she said, okay, cool. See how easy that was not to pretend to be shocked? You don't know who Nirvana is? What do you mean? I didn't even have the internet at 12. See how millennials do it? Wow, you don't know who her Nirvana is? Why are we making fun of her for not knowing who Nirvana is? Who cares? Who cares that she doesn't know a short-lived grunge band from Seattle? Who fucking cares? But you see how we do it? You don't know Nirvana? Yeah. Okay, and? Do you know what I'm saying? But the judgment. You don't know the Beatles? You don't know how to name a Beatles song? It's like, who cares? Who cares? You know? So anyways, I get why we do it. We want to feel good about ourselves, right? Like, I can't believe you didn't watch this growing up. But like, that's just people live in different bubbles. You know, everyone has a different experience. So I think we run the mistake of saying queer women do this, black women do this. Imagine, oh my God. Why would, like, again, when I always specify, you know, in my community, like men who uphold the patriarchy. That's like a really shorthand way of saying it. But even that doesn't make sense since most men don't think they uphold the patriarchy. Most people don't know when they're doing it. Most people don't even know what it means. It's like when you try to explain rape culture. They're like, what does that mean? And then they're tweeting at elected officials, don't worry, I wouldn't even rape you. That's a Sargon of Akkad reference. You know? He's like, what's rape culture? Also tweeting a woman, don't worry, I wouldn't even rape you. He's like, it's an anti-rape joke. I was like, it's not. It's trash. Don't do that. You know what I mean? Like, people don't get it. Or if they do get it and pretending not to get it, like Elon with his little Nazi sign. See how Elon gets up here? He goes, no, I'm autistic. It's not a Nazi symbol. It's not a Nazi salute. I'm tired is what I'm trying to say. Okay, back to Riley stuff.
Often, regardless of how tactful a masculine presenting transgender person is when they're talking about the isolation that comes with having to disprove the inherent malicious intent that is assumed of masculine presenting people, they are told that they are putting women in harm's way by arguing or talking about the specific situations where specific kinds of men or men in specific spaces should maybe be afforded a certain level of levity or leviance. Not even just men, but also just masculine presenting people in general, especially transgendered men, transgender women who fail to present in a certain way, non-binary and gender fluid people who present masculinely and by the nature of their identity have had to deconstruct the concepts of patriarchy. And so masculine presenting transgender people are taught socially as adults that their presentation, intentional or otherwise, inherently comes with the burden of isolation, and that masculine presentation will deny you the presumption of innocence because of a patriarchal socialization that many and most transgender people have been fighting against by nature for as long as they've been transgender or longer. And because the cisgendered binary standard of the presumed evilness of masculinity is what shapes the narrative of who belongs in queer spaces and why and under what circumstances.
Pause. Do you not know what a bear is? Are you saying masculine men don't exist in queer spaces? What is happening? What's going on? Are you making, like, are people making the argument that masculine gay men don't exist? Or that masculine men don't exist? Chet says that's not what he's saying. I know that's not what he's saying, Habibi, but what is he saying then? He's making a great point, but what's the mistake young people are making? Masculinity was never a problem in the gay community. Masculinity is not a problem in the gay community, in the queer community. What are lesbians who are masked? Why do we have studs? Why do we have masked people? You know it's not the masculinity. Why are you associating it? Why are you guys internalizing it's your masculinity? It's not. You know what I mean? It's your attachment to upholding the patriarchy by getting offended at terminology you shouldn't be getting offended at, and you associate it with your masculinity. Like, masculinity wasn't the problem. Riley's video is not about masculinity. It's about not liking the language around being a man, which shouldn't be that weird since it has nothing to do with your masculinity. Riley's language, again, is saying that I don't like the way you talk about men as inherently bad. No queer spaces should be doing that. Discord said there's like 5 different conversations here. There are like 5 different conversations here. That's the problem. But Riley's initial complaint was that I don't like the way queer women talk about men. Why? Because he said he internalizes it about himself. Why? And he says, I don't feel safe in those spaces anymore. With queer women? Sure, then talk about it, right? Let's have a conversation about it without attacking queer women. You know what I mean? Discord says sometimes it's manhood, sometimes it's trans masculinity, sometimes it's masculinity as a whole. Exactly. That's what deconstruction is for, though. The deconstruction is our ability to actually make sure we know what we're even upset about and to say, here's my problem, here's the solution I'm offering. Like, the deconstruction is the difficult part. So it's funny that Riley uses the word deconstruction, but isn't doing it for his initial video. I would like him to go back and deconstruct his own video and identify what he thought the words meant, starting with don't shoot the messenger. Deconstruct that for me. What does it mean to start off a video with don't shoot the messenger? You know what I'm saying? You're using the word deconstruction, but I don't see you doing it in your video. Right? So let's do it, girl. Let's do it. Oh, girl meaning generalized girl, not a comment on their previous life. Obviously, girl is gender neutral here in this space. But like, let's do it. You know, because I would love to know. I would love to know, what do you mean by don't shoot the messenger? Right? Yeah. Okay, back to the video.
Nobody is ever on our side. Obviously, the men, the misogynistic men are not on our side, and women who are terrified of misogynistic men are not on our side. So all we have...
I don't know this person's pronouns. I think they're talking about TERFs. Women who are terrified of misogynistic men are not on our sides. I don't like that. I don't think that's a good way to say it that way. Hold on.
Of misogynistic men are not on our side, and women who are terrified of misogynistic men are not on our side. So
do they mean TERFs? What do they mean by that? I don't like that generalization. What does that mean? Because women are traumatized because of men, they can't be on the same side? Wait, I don't know what that means.
All we have are ourselves. Cisgendered people can...
Interesting.
Bought into and need to unlearn. Men are not inherently...
Is a stitch?
Whilst that might be true.
The thing that irks me most about watching all of this, watching people respond to this video, watching the original creator respond to this person, and the thing that everybody is missing is that the original creator is talking about being a trans man. While he was not explicitly ever saying trans men, he was talking about his lived experience as a trans man. I do think that the wording could have been chosen a little bit better, but he does specifically say cis queer women for a reason. And when this was pointed out to Jeff, the person who stitched his original video, Jeff just doubled down. He kind of vaguely acknowledged that the original creator is trans, but said that it wasn't about being trans at all, which is not true. The issue that was being talked about is the same issue of transphobia and TERF rhetoric that has been brought up in the trans man lesbian argument, that has been brought up against trans men in general being in queer spaces, and especially passing trans men, that we are constantly subjected to transphobia and misogyny on the basis of our appearance and our experience.
Pause. I'm going to rewind that because I think I misunderstood them.
It wasn't about being trans at all, which is not true. The issue that was being talked about is the same issue of transphobia and TERF rhetoric that has been brought up in the trans man lesbian argument, that has been brought up against trans men in general being in queer spaces, and especially passing trans men, that we are constantly subjected to transphobia and misogyny on the basis of our appearance and our experience with womanhood and with oppression and patriarchy is completely ignored and written over. The same thing happens to AMAB non-binary people who don't choose to feminize themselves, because cis women, rather than understanding patriarchy bad, men uphold patriarchy. They think all masculinity is evil, not just toxic masculinity, not just men who are toxic and abusive, all men. This includes trans men, even though trans men have spent a lot of time unlearning their misogyny, unlearning patriarchy, unlearning their gender roles as women to come to their true selves. The original creator is talking about this. And Jeff completely stripped this video of its context and completely recentered the conversation on a cis perspective. And that is not okay. We can talk about cis men and their evils all day, but at the end of the day, trans men and cis men are not the same thing, and the thing we need to be talking about is toxic masculinity and patriarchy, because even cis men are capable of being safe people if they unlearn misogyny and unpack that and come to terms with the fact that they are privileged. That is the thing that we have been talking about. They need to come to terms with their privilege. I don't expect cis women to automatically be comfortable with me, especially when I start passing better. But I do want cis women to understand that there is more nuance to this than just masculinity bad. And that is what the original creator was trying to talk about before Jeff completely hijacked the conversation.
Bought into a
So I don't think Jeff knew Riley was trans when he posted the video. I don't think a lot of people knew Riley was trans. From my understanding of people making stitches, a lot of people didn't know and had to make corrections. I think, if my memory serves me, Jeff had to update the caption to mention that Riley was trans. But the reason it wasn't mentioned in the initial video, I think, was because he didn't know. Because people didn't clock it. So they thought that's who was talking. That's why I'm disappointed that Riley's initial video didn't explicitly say it in some ways, because like it did confuse a lot of people. And so and that's the part of the generalization that's bad, is assuming that this limited experience is coming from a place. And that's why I tend to do a lot of like the digging, because I'm like, wait, I'm going to watch 50 videos on this to make sure I know. And so when I found out he was trans, I was like, oh, okay, so let's talk about it. But also, I don't like your rhetoric, because him being trans adds to the layer, but it doesn't change that I don't like the rhetoric. Do you know what I'm saying? Chad says, does being a trans man require deconstructed misogyny and patriarchy? I think it could, but I don't think trans men equal deconstructed from power structures, though. I mean, I think every one of us, no matter our gender, raised under patriarchy, have to deconstruct misogyny and patriarchy. No one's exempt. Not one single person raised under patriarchy, generally speaking, can be exempt from being raised in a system that is so ingrained in your psychology, you don't even know you learned it. Even like as children, we learn it, right? I'm watching Master Chef, and oh my God, Gordon Ramsay is so bad. Sexual harassment jokes. His wife came on an episode of the show and he kissed her and he was, okay, guys, everybody get in line. No, not funny. His son came on the show to like judge, and he had his little boy ask one of the contestants if she had a boyfriend. What are we doing? But this is a testament to generational differences around like, you know, social expectation, right? And like, I don't do that. Like that shit is not... Ugh. Like that's so typical in normie bubbles, but like we're getting away from it slowly. And that's when they go, oh, you're being so silly. Like it's just fun and games. Yeah, sure. Except I don't really know if it is, you know? Yeah, Gordon is not deconstructed. That man took 20 years just to be okay with vegetarianism. This man, he's got a long way to go, you know? At one point in his career, he even like tricked a vegetarian into eating meat. Like problematic, okay? He's gotten better, but he's moving slower than molasses, let me tell you. Okay? So yeah, I think the dilemma is like, where are you coming from? So for Riley, I'm like, hey, where are you coming from? And he's like, I'm a trans man. Okay. That doesn't tell me anything. Where are you coming from? What kind of a trans man? It's like when I see, it's like when we saw Nene Leakes be so transphobic right to Madison's face, right to T.S. Madison's face. Nene Leakes was being so transphobic. And I'm like, because, you know, being a black woman isn't a monolithic experience. But, you know, all the black women in my life, super pro-trans, pro-LGBT, very deconstructed. Okay, well, they're also 20 years younger. They're also 30 years younger. I think we forget how old people are. And that means they were raised and they didn't take the time to think about biphobia or transphobia or anything else, right? It's not enough to be a minority. You still have to deconstruct. It's not enough to say I deconstructed. It has to show in your rhetoric. It has to show in the way you talk. It has to show in the way we have the conversation. Not off of one video, by the way. I've watched a lot of Riley's content, and I haven't found one video that made me particularly like him.
Men are not...
I wasn't going to make a video on this because I was wanting to mind my business and let the people directly impacted talk about it. But what me and a lot of queer people are noticing, black queer people of color are noticing, is that white people want to remove their whiteness from every context of their identities, and they are not used to juggling multiple marginalized identities at once. The simple fact that you're liking comments and other white queer people are making comments acting like race has nothing to do with the conversation at all, it's wrong. And not necessarily because Riley's a racist, right? Riley is definitely a victim in this situation. The way that trans men are able to show up in queer spaces, especially in the face of privileged cis people, is a conversation that needs to be had. But one thing that I notice, and I think a lot of people of color are bringing to the conversation that are being immediately dismissed by white queer people, is that there is privilege involved, right? Passing privilege. And that doesn't take away from the harm, right? Riley made good points about the ways that his transness was being invalidated because of how he passed, or rather how he can pass. And that's a whole separate conversation. But his transness also exists in a reality where heteronormativity and cis heteronormativity exists, where white racial hierarchy exists, and his ability to pass as a cis white man in a society where sexism exists has to be a part of the conversation. And women and black folks who look at Riley and see his ability to navigate spaces, yes, as a trans man, but as a trans man who passes as the person in society that has the most structural power, is an important part of the conversation that white people, white queer people, do not want to engage in. And TikTok isn't the space to have these conversations, right? Like, we know this. TikTok is not the space to have these conversations. But at the same time, it is white queer people's job to make sure that they are stopping the conversations when they start to teeter on a little racism. The whole thing about the misandry comment was like, there seems to be a lot of people saying, like, totally agree with your take, Riley. Misandry is probably not the right word. And white queer people are saying, ignore language. Ignore the language, ignore the dog whistles, listen to what he says. First of all, again, TikTok isn't the space to have that conversation, but language is important because now what's happening, and I don't know if you're going to listen to this or if white queer people are going to listen to this, but now what's happening is there are a bunch of white queer people who have not unpacked their own white privilege and essentially are allowing racism and misogyny to pile in. So when they're pointing out the fact that, hey, you know, calling authorities on a black person and also using language that is hyper-violent or ascribing hyper-violence unto Jeff, and it's being completely dismissed by white queer people who are saying race doesn't matter at all, then there's no point in having a conversation anymore.
Exactly.
I'm not gonna say I don't think. It doesn't matter what I think, right? If people are dismissing Jeff's transphobia off the basis of his blackness, that is wrong. If people are acting like Jeff's blackness doesn't matter at all to the conversation, they are also wrong. Because in the same way that Riley's transness, despite his ability to pass, is also important, so is Jeff's blackness in the way that white people engage. Because whether you white folks realize it or not, every time you engage with someone who is not part of the dominant group, your whiteness is at play. I hope this helps.
Okay, hold on. Because I'm still confused. Like, I don't remember Jeff mispronouncing Riley. I mean, that would have been crazy because there was no reason to do it. So now I want that original video so bad. Hold on. Let's see if we can. No, wait. Wait. Hold on.
I would die on this hill that cooning is a trauma response.
Okay, hold on. That is not the video I meant to show you. I'm sorry. My side of TikTok is great. Okay, listen. That was so funny. Okay, listen. Jess says, go back. Wait, listen.
I would die on this hill that cooning is a trauma response. I think that somewhere along the lines, our ancestors forgot that in the spirit of High John and Anansi, that it was a sham that they were playing these people and really started to believe the mess. Because, like, I see this where Black people, they want to be above it. I think that they're exhausted with the system of racism. They're exhausted with the constant persecution and oppression. And it's so normalized that they're starting to even question if it is oppression. And I noticed that there's this tactic from some Black folks who want to be so well-to-do, who want to be removed from the racism and want to be above it, right? They want to feel like they're above it, that they're not like other people who are just letting the oppression get to them, that there's like, it's not a problem with me. I don't care what they do. It's not a big deal. It's all love down here. And it's like they want to get drunk off of the idea of a post-racial society. That's what I think. I think that it feels good to believe the lie that we're in a post-racial society and that somehow not caring about racism makes you better. We see this with the online leftists too, right? That like, they're the ones now saying, I can excuse racism, but I draw the line at a lack of class consciousness. I can excuse racism, but I draw like...
Okay, we were not going to talk about that, but I actually do think that's so interesting because that's what I was trying to say earlier. Like, you don't want to be the white liberal that's like, I don't even see color, man. I'm just like a consciousness in the universe. Like, boo! You want to see color, validate color, love color, and then realize you exist outside of people's perception of the color. Or you want to be gay and realize you exist outside of being gay. But like, you don't exist in a world where you're not those things. You exist in the world where you are those things, and your value doesn't come from your oppressor's view of those things. And anyways, my side of TikTok is very activisty right now. And look, Chad, I see your comment. I don't know if this is, you said I can't bear I can't hear regular conversations with people anymore. It's all patriarchal, racist, homophobic, misogynistic, coded language, and ideas is so isolating. Language is the whole point. Are you saying that you can't go through a conversation without us using these words and it's exhausting? Or you can't hear, like you're having conversations with people and you're like, oh, you're clocking the misogyny, you're clocking the homophobia. Is that what you mean? Because like both can be hard depending on where you are. Now, I want to find this video of Riley. If this is the video here, okay. Chet said, I thought the colorblind rhetoric died in the 90s. Oh, girl, it's alive. It's alive and well. It's alive and well. Why is Jeff's video completely eradicated from the internet? Why is everything on the internet except this video of Jeff? What's his name? Shoot. I found the wrong Jeff. Jeff Riley. I just want the video, bro. I'm never gonna find this video. I just want the whole video in context. I'm really mad he took it down. See, this is why you shouldn't delete content, so we can know what's going on. Okay? Okay, so let's go back to Riley's content. Chatter says, I'm with you, but I don't think casual misandry is the right term. I believe that queer men should feel welcome in LGBT spaces, and biogender essentialism is wrong, and turfy misogyny is a systematic issue.
Try and clear something up about the language that I'm using, all right? Misandry is defined as the dislike of, contempt for, or ingrained prejudice against men. It's not describing a system, it is describing a behavior, an attitude, right?
I stand by what I said. This man is not a progressive. You really bringing up the dictionary right now, my bro? To describe a community word that we speak amongst each other to communicate what we mean? Really?
Right? But when you say misandry is not real because it's not systematic like misogyny, I think you are referring to the system of patriarchy.
Chad said, was he always Australian? To be honest, I just clocked that he has an accent. Am I autistic? That's a joke. I am literally diagnosed autistic. But I just clocked that he has an accent. What the fuck is wrong with us? How did we all just realize he's Australian? I literally thought he had an American accent this whole time. What is wrong with my ears? What is wrong with me? I literally thought he was an American this whole time. I didn't once hear an accent. What?
Patriarchy as a system perpetuates misogyny, the behavior or attitude, and ingrains it in society. And I don't believe that means misandry doesn't exist. I think that behavior and attitude can still exist in individuals or in subset communities. And I don't know why those things cannot be true at the same time.
No misogyny. No misogyny. Misandry in society. Misandry in society. I'm getting it, guys. I'm getting it. Okay, listen. Yeah, I look on this channel, we joke like no misandry, no misandry, no misandry. But the truth is like none of us actually believe in gender enough to think that you could believe men are inherently bad. So the joke about no misandry isn't real because none of us are misandrists. Hopefully. Do you know what I mean? But that doesn't mean we don't make misandrist jokes. It doesn't mean that I don't generalize people in conversation to make it quicker to have a conversation. But when we get down to it, I don't actually believe, and most women don't who are queer and deconstructed and progressive, which is the community that Riley seemed to go after, we don't actually believe men are inherently born bad. So you're just talking to TERFs. So why are you yelling at us? But he is making the argument that the rhetoric itself is inherently giving into TERF rhetoric, and I don't agree. I don't agree that in a safe space where everybody knows our fundamental beliefs, it could be dangerous to say things like, men, am I right? Right? But yes, if you don't know the community and you don't know where they're coming from, you might be like, oh, what do you mean? What do you mean when you say that? Do you mean that literally? Like, are you actually like a TERF? Or are you just making a joke? Like sometimes I'm sure maybe, I don't know, people must join this community and not know. Like somebody in my comment section said, Why are you calling this autistic? Like, even if you are autistic, don't you think that's weird? No. And my chatters responded like, no, she's autistic and she's describing it as an autistic experience. That's why she's saying, is this autistic? This is giving autism. We're not saying it in a bad way, but if you go to another community that's ableist, they are saying it in a bad way. They're being like, ugh, is this autism? Are you autistic? I'm not saying it that way. I'm like, ooh, is this autism? Are you autistic? And the difference is like the community, you have to understand who's saying what so we know if you're a safe space. That's why some people say, like, that's why some people hold on and protect slurs, because they're saying, you saying the slur at all, I can't trust you. And some people say, you can say the slur as long as I trust you, right? Like, that's why we have conversations about who can say slurs and who can't say slurs, because we're saying you can make a joke, but how do we know it's a joke? Like, if you make misogyny jokes 24/7, aren't you just a misogynist at some point? Do you know what I'm saying? Like, at some point, a misogynistic joke is funny until it's the only kind of humor you make. And then now I'm wondering if you're actually just a misogynist. Homophobic jokes are funny. Queer people make them all the time to each other. But if all you make is a certain kind of joke, well, now I'm confused. You know? So, you know, I think there's some conversations to be had here. Oh yeah, Discord says, honestly, even certain usage of AFAB can come off turfy to people. Oh, 100%. No, I said something the other day and my partner went, why'd you say it like that? I said, why'd you say it like that? What did I say? I said, oh, I was trying to distinguish like AMABs from the male experience or men. I said AMAB. I said something like that. And they were like, when you say it, people might think you're saying something more turfy. I think that's what they were telling me. And I was like, thank you for telling me that. I'll change my language. Because the idea is like, I'm trying to signal to a particular group of people, y'all. And I'm just trying to figure out what language will do it, but it isn't the Rileys. That's the problem. My content is very inclusive, but it means that the people that are here also have to do enough of the work with therapy to come into this community and not assume the worst out of everything that's happening. But also, I don't like you bringing up the dictionary. Like, I don't really want the Rileys in my community to be like, actually, Brittany, the dictionary says this. Girl, don't lecture me with the dictionary right now. Because the dictionary, we know what the dictionary is. Generalized majority population creating and agreeing to a construct of a word. Our marginalized communities take those words and create new meanings with the words to communicate with one another. So when you accuse queer women, right, of being misandrist, like they're being misandrist, and you don't specify the kinds of queer women, and you don't specify which kinds of comments, and you don't specify, all of us are going to be like, are you talking to me? Who are you talking to? Who are you talking? Are you talking to me? And then you just sound like the other white men in our lives who are like, it really hurts my feelings when you say like white men. Okay, who? You know what I'm saying? Because those white men voted for Trump. Because those white men, you know what I'm saying? They voted conservative. So you better signal harder because I don't know if you're one of them. Okay? Discord said, yeah, he's not talking to TERFs. He's talking to liberals. He's talking to liberals. Okay, well, then why'd you say queer women? Why didn't you say queer liberals or queer liberal women? Because then I would have been like, oh, I'm listening. It's just confusing. The video is confusing.
Please don't shoot the messenger, but cis queer women need to start realizing. Just for anyone who cares, I am aware that that video is still doing numbers. I'm monitoring the comment section as best I can, but I also have a day job that is incredibly busy today. So the first break I've gotten all morning, I have used to take my dog outside, and I probably won't be addressing anything till tonight. But if you'd like a sneak preview, these are all the screenshots I took this morning alone of the vitriolic hate left in my filtered comments. It's like they cannot help but to prove my point. Just for anyone who cares.
Is he saying that's all from women? Who's he saying it's from? Who is it from? Is it from a specific kind of person? Is it from TERFs? Or is it from queer women? Is he saying queer women are proving his point? Who's proving your point? Which ones? Because this, you know, I mean, who's proving your point?
I am going to make a compilation video with all these screenshots.
So, oh my gosh, lose weight and fuck off. Proud TERF. Yes, you were evil and well, do better. Okay, so the TERFs are mad at you? Then why did you talk about queer women? Isn't he proving our point that you're talking about TERFs and nobody in the communities that replied to you were TERFs? But if TERFs are in your comment sections, then yeah, you should be upset. Nobody likes a TERF. Nobody likes a TERF, not even JK Rowling, even though she's one of them. Do you know what I'm saying?
But I think this has to be my favorite so far because, like, look at this top one. It's not even about me being a man anymore. It's about me being fat.
Well, fat phobia is rampant in society, bro.
Oh, what's that about? I am going to make a compilation video with. While I wanted to keep the comments of that video open to have a conversation with people, it's just becoming too much for me to manage. I don't have the time in the day to be moderating you weirdos, so my comments are on friends only for now. Just attempting to protect my sanity. I don't care if you like the decision or not, because this is my social media page, and I get to choose what to do with it.
I think one of the funniest things
We saw that one already.
Making, but you're still
We saw that one already.
the only way that I can interpret this is that I am too masculine for
I agree with his point that men are not born with inherent evil in them. That's not the insidious part of the video. He comes across the same as a white person crying about how POC don't trust them, even though they're something.
you to remember my transness, and that's kind of what I'm talking about. Because of the way that I look, because I am a white, male-presenting person, my transness is erased immediately. I am spoken over, I'm silenced, when I'm trying to speak on my own lived experience that there are so many other genderqueer men echoing and agreeing with. And I don't know how much clearer I can make this. It doesn't matter that I look like a white, male-presenting person. Yes, it does bring privilege, but that privilege relies on people not knowing or finding out that I am trans. Because the second that they do, I am at extremely high risk. The only way
This top comment says, I totally agree with you, and it's saying how many people don't have the nuance online. You're not saying not all men. You're saying calling men inherently evil deprives them of accountability for their actions and hurts trans masculine people in the process by erasing their experiences in life. I'm so sorry people are shitting you on for this. Is this autism on autism crime? Who is he talking to? He said queer women and then gave not all men commentary, and it's confusing. Is this just like autism on autism crime? I'm waiting for where are the TERF stitches? We need to find those somewhere.
Right, for transparency, them disagreeing with me is not the metric on which I'm deciding to block them. The metrics on which I'm deciding to block people are if they're just being straight up abusive, if they're engaging in straw man arguments that have been debunked dozens of times already in the comment section, or if they're just engaging in bad faith. That's it. Right, for The reason I'm specifically addressing cis queer women in that video is a bit twofold. The main reason is that they are the people in the queer spaces that I'm talking about. Transmasculine people start their lives as women and are often existing in queer spaces that are geared towards women prior to transition. When they do start transitioning, they will eventually reach a point where they become too masculine to be accepted into that space anymore, and they'll end up being cut off and shunned from community they once had without doing anything different. They're not behaving differently, they are just now too masculine. And if someone speaks up about it, we're often dismissed and told to go find community with cis men who, yes, are still a risk to us as trans people, even if there are great cis men who are out there who we can find community with, but it's also just weirdly gender segregationist. The second part of the reason is because cis women are at the highest risk of succumbing to anti-trans disinformation or TERFism. I have posted a video about that on my page before. You can scroll to find it. There is a lot of research and citations I put on screen to support that. The reason I'm specific.
Okay. I want to talk about this in twofold. Yes, there is a problem in lesbian spaces that alienate people after transition because their life is like about women for women in a way that I don't fuck with. I'm not a lesbian. I am queer, I'm pansexual, gender fluid, not interested in engaging in lesbian spaces because I'm not a lesbian. My theory is that he was in a lesbian space, not a queer space, a lesbian space. And after transition, which is doing something, because he said, like, I didn't even do anything different. You transitioned. That's kind of different. The only difference is that these lesbians or women or whoever you were around weren't treating you like a man. And so they allowed you in their space because you looked like a woman. And now that you've transitioned, they're like, you can't come over anymore. But you transitioned. You did do something. And you would be invited in my space because I don't go to lesbian spaces, because I don't like their exclusionary attitude. But I also think they should have their own spaces. But like, I don't need to be there. But why'd you say queer women? What do queer women have to do with lesbians? Chet said, I'm confused. Lesbians aren't queer. Not all of them. Being a lesbian does not mean you're queer. Being a gay man does not mean you're queer. If you mean queer as in deconstructed gender constructs, then that is inclusionary to all gender on a spectrum. If you are talking about lesbian spaces in which queer people are ostracized regardless of gender or because of gender, then that's different, right? Because a lot of people do use queer, meaning gay, but in queer spaces, like in progressive spaces, you got to be careful in all of the ways we use these words. But if you're in a lesbian community that's like women, okay, I'll give you an example. Hold on, Chad, I got you. I'll give you an example of what I think he probably experienced. Okay, wait. Hold on. Chat says the transition isn't just physical, it's a transition of your spaces. Yeah, and not all trans people have to transition spaces. That's the point. If it's a queer space, like a deeply queer, inclusive to all gender space, you wouldn't have to transition spaces. But if it's a lesbian space or a lesbian queer space, but a lesbian space that doesn't allow for an inclusion of gender spectrum, then you would have to transition spaces. But you don't always have to transition spaces. Okay, so I think there's something there that's coming into this, right? I agree with you, Discord, and I agree with you, YouTube chat. There's like something happening, right? Give me a second. Hold on. Okay, is this it?
Let's talk about Lily.
Lily Tino? I don't care about Lily Tino right now. Focus! Lock in!
Labels are a tool queer people use to express their gender and sexuality, and if you don't understand why someone chose a certain label, you need to either respectfully learn about it from them or accept that it's none of your business. The phrase is, we're here, we're queer, get used to it, not we're here, we put ourselves into organized little boxes and labels, please accept us. Oh my god, who said that?
Okay, so that's like one example. Let me see. I'm trying to figure out which TikToks I saved.
I see that you thought that you ate, but actually...
The comment said, I love when studs are white.
The reason why there can't be a white stud is the same reason that trans men can be lesbians. So let's get into the history. So stud is one of the oldest terms in the LGBT community. And you may not know this, but pretty much all of the terms for masculine lesbian that we know, stud, butch, bulldagger, all of those, do actually come from the Black American community. So that's something to keep in mind. So hold on to that. And this is from the oral history of Mabel Hampton, who was a lesbian dancer during the Harlem Renaissance and thereafter. There is some evidence to prove that the term stud may have been used since the 1890s, okay? The way that these terms even made their way into white communities was through something called slumming it. And that's when during the Harlem Renaissance, white people, including white lesbians, would come up into Harlem and other Black areas and essentially like peep at them while they had parties and things like that, and just kind of immerse themselves in the lives of Black people as voyeurs and culture vultures. And by the 40s, terms like butch had made their way into the white community, while stud and other terms like bulldagger, which were specific to the history of the Black community, did not. You can actually see some of this representational difference inside of Stone Butch Blues, though it is certainly not the best place to go for it. But the term bulldagger comes from an even earlier origin, most likely, and it referred to something called a female invert. Do you know what a female invert is? Since you want to be funny. Before queer or lesbian or gay in its common parlance, there was a term called invert. There was a male invert and a female invert. So pretty much everyone who was considered a lesbian was, or wasn't considered a lesbian, anyone who was a woman who loved another woman was considered pretty much a kind of trans person. Because the concept of gender roles in this way were more evolved than the concept of sexuality. People were not thought of as having distinctive sexualities. They were thought of having genders that they were performing certain parts of. Now, some of the people who were called female inverts would definitely be lesbians now. But some female inverts who were termed like that back then, right, who may have been called a bulldagger or, you know, any number of things, they were trans men. And they were all living together. And that's how we still live, okay? That's the reason why. And even though great pains were taken to exclude gender nonconforming people within the modern gay and lesbian and before that homophile movements, right, to distance themselves from those people, which is actually where one of the places where the term queer comes from, if you allow William S. Burroughs, who wrote the novella Queer, to tell it. He wanted to distance himself from femme gay men by calling himself queer as opposed to a fairy. The same thing happened during lesbian feminism in the 70s, where people did not want to be associated with role-playing lesbians, be they butch or be they femme. So people who are gender nonconforming, as many lesbian trans men are, were excluded from these communities. At least white communities. I will say I'm only 36, and I definitely know lesbian men, and who have always been lesbian men. About half of my exes are lesbian men, or were lesbian men at the time. There have always been lesbian men. There have never been white studs. Hope that helps. Genuinely.
Okay, right? I don't know their pronouns, but I just loved this video and I just think it's so interesting. I linked the video in the chat. Do you see the way we're all having different conversations because we're all coming from different bubbles with different understandings of origins and different. So when you meet a liberally person just goes, love is love, and I think you should just be who you are, with no need to ever do the research about the origin of the history. A more progressive inclined person might be more inspired or desire a kind of interest in the sort of history of things, so we can kind of understand how our elders even came to create these things. Then you have sort of the buck angels who are like, this isn't how we did it. This is how we do it. This is how we should always do it. We should assimilate or adhere or play games with the like regular society. You have like elders in our community that think we should assimilate. Elders in our community that think we should never assimilate. Elders in our community that are like, I don't even need to know anything except that love is love. Like young people, old people, like we're all coming from very different perspectives. So for Riley, what I would like for Riley is just to understand, like, where are you coming from? What is your desire and what do you need? Because like you said in chat, guys, I see you. Maybe the hardest part for Riley is realizing that the space that was so safe for him is no longer safe for him. And that is a conversation we should be having, but not at the expense of queer women. So why did he call out all of queer women? Like, why did you do that? Why did you have to throw us under the bus with the way you had the conversation? Don't shoot the messenger. But I'm about to throw this whole community under the bus. You know what he sounded like for just a second? And I don't mean to like water it down to this thing, but I saw it yesterday and it was making me laugh, okay? Again, I don't want to like water it down to this like, this clip, but it did remind me of it. Hold on. Oh, where do I have it? No. No, where is my video? Do I not have it saved? I saved too many videos for you people. Damn, do I not have it? No. I'm so sad, bro. Hold on, I'll find it. Hold on. Oh, I can't believe I'm about to type this in my search bar. Maybe I saved it on YouTube. No, it had to have been on TikTok. There it is. This is okay. I hate the music. Why do they put music and everything? Hold on.
This is why the critics.
No, hold on.
We need to learn from. This is why the when you call us not
perfect. I would have preferred a bigger video, but that's fine.
Nazis, Nazi this, Nazi that. You know, I'm beginning to think they don't like us. You know what? I've said this before. We need to learn from the blacks. The way they were able to remove the power from the N-word by using it. So from now on, it's what up, my Nazi? Hey, what up, my Nazi? Oh my God. Hey, what's hanging, my Nazi?
We have the rare hat trick.
Shit, white man, be quiet. Do you know what I'm like? What are you doing? Like, it feels like you're saying, like, you're not getting it. Do you know what I mean? Like, when I hear people talk, sometimes I'm like, it's not a one-to-one comparison like that. It's the idea that, like, when you talk, it makes me think you don't even get the point. Like, you're not getting the point of reclaiming the slur in the first place. You're making a mockery of something rather than getting it. But this is humor, and Riley uses sad feelings. Do you know what I'm saying? Like, Riley is coming from a place of, I feel rejected, but so are those conservatives. They want to be in the cool person club, right? So my brain sees it as like the opposite way of feeling rejected. Both groups feel rejected and they want to be in the in group, but they don't know how to, right? So they insult the groups instead of understanding why you're not in the group to begin with. And then they use a language that makes the group feel like, why'd you just say the blacks? Why did you say queer women? Why are you saying these things? And it's because they don't even know why they feel rejected and why they could be invited and hang out in the spaces if you understand the space. You know, it feels similar to when I was in Seattle. I had a lot of, I write that I'm on the fence, right? I live between two worlds, like the Avatar, okay? In Seattle, I was at a kink event and I got invited to a POC event for kinksters. And I was and the white people in the group were like, why does Brittany get to go? And I was like, oh, yeah, why do I get to go? And they're like, oh, because you're Assyrian. And I was like, oh, dope. Okay. Like, I'll go. That sounds fun. And it was one of those things where the white kinksters were like confused why I could go because I had white skin. That's a good question. Why does a white skinned person get to go to a primarily brown or POC event? And it's because the line that gets drawn in the sand is that nobody says 9/11 was done by Caucasians or white people, right? The line in the sand is that America made it, so I get to go. Racists made it, so I get invited. Because you decided my group of people, right, we're not white enough, so I get to go. It's like racists and homophobes and bigots create the circumstance in which they don't get invited to the minority parties. But then they're like, why aren't we invited? And why did this person get to go? Because you made up the rules. You don't get to go because you decided I wasn't white enough. So now I get to go to the parties that are not for white people. But obviously I have white skin. That's why Hassan goes, I'm white. Yeah, we're white, but we might get invited. But we're still white. We still move through the world white. We still get treated like we're white, right? We might get anti-Semitism thrown our way because that happens. But see, Jews aren't white enough for white nationalists. That's the point, right? I feel like people forget, like, you created the circumstance that created the circumstance. So Riley is a white man. And even though he's trans, it's going to be hard for people to, because, you know, in some gay bubbles, they really believe, I'll show you examples. Hold on. Let me bring up more examples. They really believe, like, a man is a man, you can't be a lesbian. Right? A man is a man, you can't be a lesbian. Right? Because they believe in the binary. They treat trans people like binary people. Does that kind of make, are you understanding? Like, you're a man, so I'm going to treat you like a man. And then you treat people through the lens of the patriarchy, which is what Riley's trying to say. Don't treat me like a man that way. But the dilemma is that the world, like, it's so many, Discord said it perfectly. It's so many conversations happening at once. It's hard to, that's why deconstruction is to detangle. Do you know what I'm saying? Like, you're not deconstructing if you're not able to have the conversation in a sense, like, we've got to do this, you know? We have to deconstruct why we're even having these conversations in the first place, right?
that you can be a trans man and you can be attracted to women, but you can't call yourself a fucking lesbian. Can we please be so fucking for real? Can women have any fucking thing? Y'all disgust me.
Okay, so that's like not my kind of gay person, not my kind of queer person. Can't women have anything? What is a woman really? What is a woman really? Does it even exist? Is anyone ever anything? These Machiavellian mothers chopping off the tits of their daughters. These poor girls. What is a woman? I don't even know, like, I'm not mad at her, but I also wouldn't hang out with her because I don't care about being a woman like that. Do you know what I'm saying? But some people do. Some people do. I don't want to treat trans men like men. I don't want to treat men like men. Hear me out. I don't want to treat men like men. I try very hard not to treat men like men. I try not to treat anyone like anything. I am moving away from, I am deconstructing genders, everything. I am not going to treat you specifically because you're a man. I don't want to do nothing like that. What I'm going to see is what kind of a man you are, what kind of a woman you are, what kind of a person are you? Are you a deconstructed man? I don't care that you're a man. What I care about is how you as a person engage with behavior predicated off the belief of gender. That's all I care about, dude. So the problem is that people don't know how to do that because all of our identities and how we know ourselves, it comes from the oppressor. So when we talk about what is liberation, liberation to me is liberating myself from treating others like their gender unless they specifically ask me to reaffirm their gender. It's liberating myself from being treated a specific way because of my gender. But it also comes with respecting people's boundaries of wanting to be treated like said gender. So if I have a friend that says, hey, I would like to be treated like a woman, and I say, what does that mean to you? Then they're going to tell me, but I'm not going to give into a prescription made on that, right? So there's you, okay? There's you in relation to your own personal bubble, how you see yourself, okay? And you in relation to how the world sees you and identifies you. And you are both of these people being hit from both sides. I tend to default more on this side, my side. But when I'm socializing, I pay attention to the details of that reality, right? So I try to, does this look like balls? Did I just draw some balls? Anyways, did I draw a face? The point is that I think what happens is that Riley, as an example, so Riley is, how do I do this actually? Hold on. Riley's bubble encompasses being a man, being a woman, being trans, being white, being fat, having facial hair, being Australian. Riley looks tall. I think Riley looks tall. And then being on social media, because that's a different kind of person. Lots of people aren't on social media. Specifically on TikTok, which I think is interesting. Okay, what else? Did we get anything other details from Riley? Yeah, let's say those are the things. These are all of the Riley's bubbles that are going to intersect, in many ways. They're going to overlap in different ways, but maybe won't all overlap the same, right? Maybe some will overlap and others won't, or maybe they all overlap in different ways. But you know what they all encompass? Riley. Okay, Riley. But yet Riley themselves, okay? Riley is also all of these different parts of themselves. And maybe over the years they change. Maybe this one is a different color one day, or maybe they're no longer in this bubble, maybe they're still informed by it, but they're not this person. Like, we are all of the things. And the question is, which ways do we all overlap and get along? So I think the dilemma is like, who is Riley at home and who is Riley when socializing? Does Riley know he doesn't have to show up the same way with every group of person? Does Riley know he's multifaceted if he wants to be? Does Riley know that if a group of queer people reject him, he can find another group of queer people because being queer isn't a monolithic experience? Is Riley making a call to action for the whole community? Or is Riley saying this personally happened to me and by this particular community, and I'm calling this particular community out? Right? So that's the question, is I don't know if Riley knows that a part of the confusion is I don't understand if they understand the intersectionality part of it, right? Like, do they know in which ways their intersectionality is playing a role in the conversation? Because they seem to understand the trans man and white part. They seem to understand the was perceived or raised as a girl and now is like being perceived as a boy part. They do seem to understand all these lived experiences, but yet it's not being extended out to the community that rejected him. And why did this community reject him? I'm still not understanding that. That's why I say maybe this pain should have been shared with a therapist or a queer support group. Because there's something about an unhealedness that just comes through the content. You're making it about you, but was it ever about you? Even though, you know, shit does exist in our queer communities that I don't love. Do you guys know Paige? Oh, no. Did Paige take down the video? No way. No. Okay. Do you know who Paige is? Paige is a cis woman who is on testosterone and often gets mistaken as a man. Okay.
Debate on whether trans men are.
Their volume is very low, so turn it up. I can't hear her. I can barely hear her. She's a lesbian and people often bully her.
This whole debate on whether trans men are lesbians just proves how far our community has gone. Now, I think it's a very small portion that support this, but what I see from videos and comments that over 90% of trans men do not want to be called lesbians, and anyone that's supporting this is part of the problem. You're not seeing trans men as real men, calling them lesbians, and all these trans men that are calling themselves lesbians. Well, I'm not going to get into it, but I could, but I'm not going to. The reality of it is that if you are a man, you are no longer a lesbian. No matter if you were a lesbian at one point, you are no longer it, and it's okay. You can be straight.
Okay, wait, pause. My chat says, why would a trans man want to be a lesbian? I'm so confused. If you don't get it, it's okay, but I 100% get it. Because again, if you think in the binary, trans man, meaning can't be lesbian, because only lesbian means woman, you're in a very particular bubble, usually closer to the typical than non-typical and further away from queer. When I say queer deconstruction, I mean accepting that trans men can be lesbians and that lesbian doesn't exist in the construct you believe it does. Lesbians can also marry men. Because again, if you only think about what a lesbian as what they are and what they do, that is the typical dictionary definition of lesbian. But in queer communities, that's not what it is. In deconstructed communities, your label isn't just who you fuck. It's your internal lived experience in a way that is absolutely difficult to understand if you don't really deconstruct gender as a whole, or at least attempt to. So I understand this perspective. I understand Riley's rejection and feeling rejected. I understand it, but that's why I say if you don't understand it, ask yourself, okay, what am I missing? What am I not getting? But this idea of like our community doesn't believe this. This is a small subset of our community. This part of our community existed before the mainstream part. Listen to when I say this. If you are confused by non-binary, gender fluid, he, him, lesbians, they existed first, and then you were born. You owe everything you are now to those communities that you pretend to be confused by because you didn't learn your history. They existed before you came into the universe. This is why I say respect your elders and give them information to update and give yourselves to update, but they were already here. You might be the first person in your family to be trans, or to come out trans. You were not the first trans person in your family. You might be the first gay person in your family to come out. You are not the first gay person in your family. We forget that because they're not visible and because we didn't have TikTok 100 years ago, we pretend that it didn't exist. It always existed. It was always here. You are not that unique, my little snowflakes. to think that you were the first non-binary person to roam the earth, to think you were the first trans man, to think you were the first trans woman. We have existed. It's like somebody, you remember the first autistic guy? We dub him the first autistic guy, whatever. He's not. There's no such thing as the first. We would never even know the first because the first probably never had a chance to speak up or exist enough to be documented. There's no such thing as a first. We're simply the first ones to be documented, the first ones to be written in the books. Okay? So again, I think that's what I'm trying to say about my own relationship with gender as I get older, is that I get further and further away from any of these bubbles that are like trans men can't be lesbians. Lesbians can't marry men. I used to absolutely be like, lesbians can't be with men. If you're a lesbian, you're not with a man. I used to say that, but now I get it. I also believe, and hear me out, you can say you're a lesbian and say, but I'm marrying a man, but you're actually bisexual, pansexual, but you don't know it yet. But I do really believe that lesbians can choose to marry a man. And I think these are two different people. And I think sometimes we mistake one for the other. Sometimes you are just a bisexual person that's afraid to say you're bisexual. And sometimes you are actually just a lesbian marrying a man. Right? Chad says, this is definitely a bubble pop for me. Can you please help me understand how a trans man can be a lesbian? Does it have to do with their preferred pronouns or something? What's a lesbian? And I'll find more videos to show you guys because that might actually help too.
Here's another list of things that are valid even though a lot of people say they're not. And before you say anything, I'm right. Men are allowed to date trans women and still identify as straight. Trans men are still allowed to identify as lesbians. Non-binary people are allowed to adopt like gendered titles like girlfriend or boyfriend. Asexual people are still allowed to have sex, and aromantic people are still allowed to have relationships. And you're beautiful. Have a good one.
Thanks, you too. Okay. Right? There is a world in which people, you know, in the same way that we're arguing with T.S. Madison and Needy Leaks is still arguing that straight men don't like T.S. Madison. We're trying to explain to her that, yes, they do. In the same way we're trying to explain to people that, like, trans men can be lesbians. But, like, you're not going to get it because it's not going to make sense to whatever foundation you've built an understanding on. So what you do when you deconstruct is you take apart that foundation and you build a new one with updated information. You could be correct if your foundation is built off of reality. Like, religious people come to the conclusion of homophobia because it's built on a foundation of homophobia. But if you deconstructed the homophobia, what would you build it on instead? Right? Chad said, I wonder if people think about the opposite situation. Two people born as men in a relationship where one of them is a female and a male, and they can still call themselves gay men. For sure. I think all structured relationships, this is why I say, when I say my partner and I, gender does not play a role in our relationship, except when we're engaging with the world. I'll show you a graph. Okay. So in my marriage, which is what I use as like an understanding for the world as well, for my own sake, is my marriage exists in this bubble. My marriage also exists in this bubble. Actually, we'll do this bubble. Okay. Blue. This bubble. And I'll put the world. Okay. So in my marriage, gender doesn't come into the equation when we're together. Gender does come into play when we're existing with the world because we are a straight presenting couple. We're a heterosexual presenting couple. Okay. We don't stick out. We blend really well. We don't look, we look pretty typical, I guess, a little young maybe, because, you know, we're both neurodivergent people can look young. So we don't wear like flashy clothes. We don't have piercings or tattoos on our face. We don't have gay rainbows all over us. Like, we don't look like that. But in all ways, we are like a queer couple at home because gender doesn't play a role in our relationship. We are queer in a lot of different ways, whether it's a relationship with gender or orientation. You know, all of that stuff exists within our relationship, but only interacts with the outside world in a safe space. My pansexuality is not on display when I'm in public, but when I'm engaging in a safe space, it's on display, right? I speak differently when I'm in public. I look differently. I don't need to explain myself to people. If people assume I'm straight, I let them assume I'm straight. Because, like, I don't know you like that. I'm not sitting here like, you know, I might correct somebody in a social circle, but not like a stranger at a cafe. Like, I don't give a fuck, right? But that's because I am trying to assimilate publicly for the sake of surviving this coffee date. And I just want to go home. Okay? And I can do that because I blend pretty well. I have a privilege of being able to even do that in the first place, right? Not everyone has that privilege. So we definitely utilize that privilege to kind of get away with it, for sure. But at home, we don't pay attention to any of that. And when we talk to each other, our language is different. We treat each other differently. The way we show affection is different. Everything is about us loving each other as a consciousness. Doesn't matter our bodies, our genders, our look, our clothing, what we appear as. In some relationships, men and women, as an example, treat their wives and husbands differently because of their gender. How to make your man feel comfortable at home. How to treat your wife with grace and dignity. How to make your man feel special and sexy. How to make your wife feel sexy and loved. Versus how to show love and affection to your partner. How to make your partner feel special. How to pay attention to the details of your partner's needs. These are different things, right? These are different experiences, and they're valid for a lot of people who really identify as a man or a woman. Some women dream of having a man who will open a car door for them. I think it's nice no matter who does it for me for whatever reason. But for some girls, they get gender affirming. They are gender affirmed when people buy them dinner, when people open doors. Men can be gender affirmed by showing up in a suit and opening a door for a lady. It's all gender performance and it's all gender affirming. The difference is like when these typical gender affirming actions don't actually feel affirming and actually feel really horrible, then we have a conversation about that. Okay? Then we say, hey, this gender affirming action isn't actually helping me. Right? This isn't actually helping me. So can I do something else? And people are like, no, a real man does this. A real woman does this. Okay, but what if this is my gender affirming action? They're like, you're weird. You're queer. You're weird. You're out of the ordinary. And then all of a sudden you become marginalized in a way that is, it's like an internal part of you is being rejected by the external. But at home, I want you to know you can be that internal. And if you're lucky enough, you can even be it in the external, right? In relation to the world. But I want you to be introspective. I want Riley to be introspective about his experience. And I want him to show up appropriately in the world around him instead of calling out all queer women. I wish he had just said the queer women who do this, which is why, if you've noticed with my content, I am very strict about what kind of men I call out. I'm very good at like comforting the men in my audience and letting them, signaling to them like you are welcomed. And I'm very good at signaling to the men that I don't want in my audience like, nah, goodbye. And I just want that for everybody, right? I want you to know who you are when you're home alone and who you are when you show up in the world and when you can be both at the same time in a sense. And maybe it's because I'm autistic and I mask when I'm in public. When I come home, I take off my clothes. I'm so glad I'm home. I don't have to think about anything, right? So this is the thing that I think is important. Chat says, ask me to understand, not as a gotcha. How is it different than a cishet man calling himself a lesbian? Or is there no difference and that's the point? Okay. So that's a great question, actually. Hold on. That's a great question. One of the I'll share a personal anecdote. One of the reasons I am on a gender journey and one of the reasons I don't call myself trans is because I think it's co-opting a word or stolen valor, or like, I don't want to take a word that's not mine. But at what point do you stop identifying as a woman or also include a woman, but also include the other genders? Do you become trans? So in a philosophical sense, I think I'm trans. in a binary sense, according to the world, I'm cis. I think in queer bubbles, I'm trans. But I think in my own brain, when I'm at home, I think I'm whatever I want to be in the moment. But that's why at home, I don't pay attention to the gender. At home, I'm just everything I want to be in the moment. If you guys have seen the anime Hell's Paradise, there's like these gender fluid gods that live on the island. I identify the most with that. The fluidity between both, having both parts, having both expressions, having one expression, the fluidity between all of that, right? Like, I feel like I'm very fluid and I want to be all of them. You know, some days I wish I didn't have breasts and some days I wish they were bigger. Some days I wish I had a beard and some days I wish I could get laser hair removal all over my body. Some days I wish I was big and bulky and some days I wish I was like frail and like small. I want them all at once. And I feel like I'm all at once. And I feel like I'm in a relationship where I get to be all at once. I feel like I get validated as the person that I am all at once. But that person doesn't need to show up in the world. Because like the world's not ready. The world I am trying to make ready by being a content creator and talking about it, but the world ain't ready. You know? And so that's the thing, is like, I understand when I'm in a space that is relying on a binary structure, like, to exist. So if I'm in a lesbian space, I know I don't belong there, right? Because it's not about me. I'm not a lesbian. Yes, even Britney Everywhere All at Once. Exactly. Right? Discord said, sorry if this is too personal. Would you ever have felt comfortable dating a lesbian? Like, as a queer person whose gender experience is fluid? Yes, as long as that lesbian validated my experience and didn't feel invalidated by being with me because their lesbianism was queer. If their lesbianism was queer lesbianism and not built off a binary concept or reality, and they fully accepted me without any caveat, then yeah, I could date somebody who identified as a lesbian. Because your primary identity is you telling me something about yourself. But if it only, okay, look, if you date a person, and YouTube chat, I'll get back to your comment in a second. If you date a person who dates you based off how the world treats them, I'm not interested. So if you call yourself a lesbian because of how the world treats you, and then you bring that into our marriage, absolutely not. I have nothing to do with how the world treats you. We are separate from the world. So if you're going to own a label that works for the world, that's fine. But what does it have to do with me? Unless, so like if I dated a lesbian and she came home and it was a girl lesbian and she was like, hey, I've been talking to my lesbians and they're upset that I'm with you because you don't identify as a woman. I'd be like, okay, what does that have to do with me? What does that have to do with me? I'd be like, what do they have to do with our relationship? Why are you like, if you don't believe we can be in a relationship because you're a lesbian and people are judging you for it, then we're not the same person. Like, we're not on the same page about our beliefs. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? And I love me a lesbian, okay? I've got a lot of good lesbians in my life. I've got a lesbian friend, okay? I've got lesbian people in my life. But I can't be with somebody who, like, you know those couples that exist and they're like, we were lesbians, but my partner transformed. But my partner transitioned to a man, so I can't be with him anymore. I'd be like, so you're going to ditch the love of your life because they transitioned? I'm not interested. I get it. I'm not interested. I get it. I'm not interested. Do you know what I'm saying? I get it. I'm not playing that game with nobody. I married the love of my life. I don't care what is going on. Okay? I married the consciousness. I didn't marry their gender. I didn't marry their body. I married them. But that's a shared belief that like we have in a way that makes us feel comfortable. But it's okay if somebody else in a different bubble is like, actually, it really matters to me. I loved my partner, but if they transitioned, I couldn't be with them. I'd be like, okay, we're not doing the same thing with love. We're not having the same experience when I say I love my partner as a consciousness. Do you know what I'm saying? Does that kind of make sense? Okay, going back to the original comment. Hold on, let me make sure I answer it. Okay, how is it different than a cishet man calling himself a lesbian? And there's no difference at that point. Cishet man is the category. Why would, if he's a cisgender man is a lesbian, could be a reality for a deconstructed person who is full, who has a deconstructed view of their gender, but not a cishet man. Wait, cishet? Wait, hold on. I gotta make sure. Cishet, but not straight, right? Cishet, but not straight. Because it could work. It could work. It would just look like, they wouldn't be a man in the way you think. Like they wouldn't be like they would call themselves this thing, but they wouldn't be that thing. They wouldn't be the thing. Okay, I think all of this is a construct and none of it's real, but all of it is a real experience. They would be conveying an experience to you that is rooted in, wait, cishet meaning hetero is, wait, hetero is het. Wait, hold on. So cis hetero, but a lesbian? Well, if you identify as a lesbian, now you're queer. Do you know what I'm saying? If you're a cishet lesbian who's a man, well, now we're queer. Like now we're getting into the categories of like the queerness part of it. That's what it is. That's what queerness is. Queerness is outside of the meaning of the binary in a real, foundational, and honest way. It has to be real. It can't be fake. It can't be a straight guy trying to get into a lesbian club, right? So here and here. Okay, hold on. I don't like that. Okay. Ooh, this is like queer. You know what? Here's how I'm going to say it. This is the binary. Yes, queer exists over here. Whoops. Hello. Queer exists over here. This is the spectrum of binary in which women who are more masculine or feminine are still women, but are somewhere on the binary. Men who are more feminine or masculine are still in the binary. But the queer people live over here. We're not even over there. We're not even there. You have fun, kids. I don't want to hang out there, but you have fun. When I say I'm queer, I say like whatever you're doing over there, I'm not in it. So I had a woman ask me once, what's the difference from a non-binary person and a person who just doesn't adhere to stereotypes of being a woman? Like, what's the difference between being gender fluid and just being a woman who's like a little bit more masculine? Exactly what you just said out loud. The difference between a woman who's on a spectrum, is the fact that she's still primarily a woman who's masculine versus, hello, why is this not working? Hello, what, I do this, I do it like this, I do it like this. Okay, I don't understand why this isn't working. So like women are still here. Okay, everyone else, we're down here. Does that kind of make sense? But it's very hard because the whole world is built off a giant gender binary. It's really difficult because the whole world is like built off of, you know, whose jobs are what jobs. There's boy jobs and girl colors and boy colors, and girls do this and boys do this. And so when you sit there, you're like, yeah, I don't think I'm any of those things. They go, oh, you mean like you're a girl who does boy things? I was like, no, I think I'm none of those things, but all of those things, but none of those things. Like, we're not saying the same thing. But I love that for you. But like, we're not having the same experience. And once the experience changes, you're no longer the same thing. You know how people say, oh, Brittany, there's so many different ways to be Catholic. No, there's only one way to be Catholic, and it's the way that I was raised. But that's kind of a joke on this idea that like, yeah, we're all Catholic, but we're not doing the same thing. Like, yeah, we're not doing the same thing. We may all be Christian, but like, we're not the same kind of Christian. Same thing. We might all be this thing, but we're not like all this thing. It's like the possibilities exist, but we haven't even started to explore them because we can't. well, we can't as a world, but we can as a person. So that's the thing. The reason I focus on the introspection so much is because I think the world won't let you, and I think you deserve to in this lifetime. The reason I believe in the individual and the community is because as a community, we have to show up. But as an individual, the community is not going to let you, even your gay communities, which is to Riley's point. Even your own community is not going to let you because they're not ready. So don't wait for them. In the privacy of your home, in your own personal life, when you're away from the community, you get to be yourself. You get to explore this. You get to figure it out before you die. And that's why I love a community, but my life doesn't exist around it, because the community, it's moving at its own pace and it's kind of too slow. Okay, it's a little too slow for me, you know? But I'm here to help. You want me to clean up streets or volunteer? Okay, but I'm not waiting around for you to figure it out so I can figure it out. I'm going to figure it out even if you don't. Okay? Does that make sense? Did I answer questions? So when I say date people and have these conversations, have it in a safe space. That's why I have first date questions I can ask people that aren't going to get you killed. And then I have second date, third date, fourth date questions that I can ask people that are going to give me an opportunity to see, like, where are you really at? Like, where are you really at? Chet said my ex thought it was emasculating when I told him I'd still love him if he came out as bi or queer or anything. It wasn't my intention. I didn't know how to explain it. He was so offended. Well, that's a good, you see, there you go. You know? You know? I think, like, we all find ways to exist in the world. And I think you just gotta be honest with the way that you exist in the world. The world might not be ready, but that doesn't mean you don't get to do it. I really want you to feel safe enough to do it if you can. Okay, some more TikToks.
So you're a transgender man who's a lesbian, right? And I'm a transgender man who's cisgender. See how that contradicts? See how that doesn't make any sense? You cannot be a man and be a lesbian. Full stop. Full stop. If you are a man, you cannot be a lesbian. That's end of the story. The definition of lesbian used to mean a woman who is attracted to woman. Since more gender identities became more prominent, we expanded that to say non-man attracted to non-men. Okay? Non-man. If you are a man, you are not included in this. Okay? You are not. Words and labels have meanings and definitions for a reason. Words mean things, and you cannot just change the way that words work because you personally don't agree with that definition. Everyone has to agree with it. Notice how everyone agreed with the new definition of lesbianism, and so
Damn it. Okay, hold on.
that went into effect. Everyone does not agree that a man can be a lesbian, so therefore the change does not happen. If I say mac and cheese, you think of mac and cheese. If I say chicken Alfredo...
Wait. But does your mac and cheese have peas in it? Does your mac and cheese have carrots in it? Does your mac and cheese come out of a box? Does your mac and cheese come from scratch? Does your mac and cheese have 3 kinds of cheeses or 1 kind of cheese? Does your mac and cheese come vegan? Yes, we all imagine mac and cheese, but what kind of mac and cheese? Be specific. Because if I ask for mac and cheese and I get mac and cheese and it's not the kind of mac and cheese I like, I'm not going to like it.
Alfredo, you think of chicken Alfredo. If I say mac and cheese, and I'm confused by the fact that you didn't think about chicken Alfredo, I'm stupid. I'm the stupid one there. Because why would I say mac and cheese when I meant chicken Alfredo? Words have meaning for a reason. It makes the language work. And by...
I agree with this in bubbles. I agree, words have meaning in bubbles. And they have different meanings in different bubbles. Remember, for 12 months, Scorpio Gesture said, thank you for exploring this. I still have some deconstructing to do, but no longer feel stuck. I was literally this guy before you went over it. Love it. Listen, words do have meaning, which is why when Riley said queer women, I said, who? Pourquoi? Je m'appelle Brittany? Like, what? Yes, words have meaning, but change via bubbles. That's why I say, what bubble are you in? What are you doing? What's the words? How do you use them? And they say, Brittany, everyone uses words like this. Oh, do they? Habibi? Do they? When we know consent doesn't look the same in every bubble. We know the word rape is defined in every bubble differently. Please, girls, sit down. So that's why I say, of course, Of course. We only know what we know, but the more you know, the more you realize, oh, there really are not that many rules to this game. You know, there are not very many rules to this game. Words have words. Words like do mean things in bubbles. So that's why I say, okay, what bubble are you in though? How are you using that word? And I swear you're going to hear it a lot. You know, you're going to hear it a lot when you watch content because I'm just like, And that's why people feel kind of defensive when they're around me. Like, why'd you say that? I didn't say that. And I was like, yeah, but you did say it. And I get it, right? Look at this video. Did I lose it again? No, watch this video.
It is the last day of Pride.
Wait, didn't we watch this already? Yeah, the he, him, lesbians video. We watched this already, didn't we? Wait, hold on. Did we watch this one already?
And I actually had a different video all ready to go, but I feel like I would be remiss if I didn't address the he, him, lesbian discourse excerpts.
Okay, we did watch this. We watched this literally today. So we watched this earlier for those who missed it. The he, him, lesbians thing is a thing. Let me actually slap this in the chat for people who missed it. My bad. For people who missed it, watch this video. But he, him, lesbians is not new. So this white content creator I just showed you who's like, now there's all these gender options and these things. They've always been here. They were here from the beginning, period. If you look at queer history, it is not new. It is not Gen Z. It is not something modern. It is something old and ancient, transformed and rediscovered in the modern. We are rediscovering history. That's why we repeat it. Okay? We are in no way, this is not new. It's just new to you. It's just new to us, but it's not new. You know? Okay, so give me a second.
Can somebody please tell me when we all became obsessed with our children's feelings?
Oops, not this video. Never mind. Excuse me. Watch lady. Excuse me. Oh my God. No. Okay, wait.
Listen, if men can be lesbians, then I'm whatever men cannot be. Let me know when there's a new letter, I guess.
Okay. Now, I get it, right? I'm whatever men can't be. Let me know when men doesn't include men. That's kind of probably who Riley was dealing with. Yeah. Right? People who like want a space without men, period. Even trans men, gay men, queer men, right? Okay. That's fine. That feels, once again, which is so normal, coming from a place of hurt and pain. And I, again, am annoyed that Riley decided to take out their pain on another community who's in pain. Right? But also, they need those spaces. We need to give people spaces to heal. So, okay, stay with me here. Here's my solution suggestion to our communities that I assume will keep deconstructing. So if you plan to be part of a community that does plan to deconstruct and heal, meaning we'll never stop, we'll keep going, here is my actual solution suggestion for our communities. This is a very linear, though not accurate, line. Actually, deconstruction never ends, so I'm just going to put an arrow that way to the D, okay? We all start off here, very traumatized, trauma, okay? And I would like it so our community has rest stops along the way. Okay? And my suggestion is when you are on your road to deconstruction, when you get tired, take a break. Okay? And when you're ready, keep going and take a break. And keep going. And just know along the way while you're going, you will probably, if you keep deconstructing, okay, look back 5 years and go, ooh, I don't think that anymore. Just like me, I will continue to deconstruct. And even though I believe everything I'm saying right now with my full chest, I might have an upgrade to it in like 5 years. Okay, are you guys making fun of my spelling of trauma? Listen, it works. Just let it go. Okay? You're bullying me now. Like the stream because you bullied me. You have to, if you want to bully me, you have to like the stream, okay? So what I would like is I just want people to rest along the path to deconstruction, but know that they're valid and it's reasonable, right? Chet says, as a lesbian, I don't agree, but I guess I'm just not in the bubble, you know? Or I don't know. Maybe I'm not even a lesbian for real. Lesbians are real. You are real. You are valid. You get to be a lesbian. But what does you being a lesbian have anything to do with trans men being lesbians? Just like, what does you being Roman Catholic have anything to do with Eastern Orthodox Catholics? Like, you know what I mean? Like, what do they have to do with each other? Like, you guys all say it has something to do with each other, but that's because you guys keep talking. Stop talking to each other. And if you want to get along, understand each other. Right? Like, at the end of the day, people fight because they think they're the only way, that they're right, that the only way to be is their way. And I'm saying all of us are doing our own thing. Figure out where you belong and decide if you want to keep deconstructing or not. Do you know what I mean? Like, as long as we keep fighting, which is fine, you could keep doing that. Everyone else is going to do it. You know what I mean? But like, I don't want to fight you. I just want to figure out how I belong in the universe and how other people can be freed from these constraints. You know? Chet says, I'm saying if a trans man wants to identify as a lesbian, I don't care. I'm still attracted to trans men. So just to confirm, because I want to make sure, you're saying maybe I'm misunderstanding. Are you saying that you don't see them as men? Or because you said as a lesbian, I don't agree, but I guess I'm just not in the bubble. You don't agree with who? Maybe I'm not even a lesbian for real? And then you said I'm still attracted to trans men. Are you attracted to trans men because you don't think they're men? Or are you attracted to trans men because you don't care that they're men, but you're still a lesbian? Then then you agree. You don't disagree. Oh, I don't agree with the lady in the video. Girl, I was so confused. I thought you meant you didn't agree with me. Okay, then I agree with that. You had me befuddled. You had me. I was like that processing meme. I was so confused. I got you. I was so girl. I was like, okay. So I want to give my community a chance to rest. So if you're, in a lesbian state of mind, and you really don't want to have anything to do with men, you can stay right here, girly. But the rest of us, hopefully, are going to keep moving to deconstruct, right? It's the same way I meet transphobic women who are like, I'm not going to these women's spas if trans women are there. All right, bye. I don't care what they do. If they want to go to a women's spa with only biological women, whatever the fuck that means, you do you. I don't give a fuck. But I don't care. I just want to go to a spa. I don't care what genders are there. I don't care if you're a man, a straight man. I don't even care if a straight man is there. What I care is the quality of the straight man. All I care about is the quality of the trans woman. All I care about is the quality of the person. Because if it's a bad person, it's a bad person regardless of gender. But, and here's the cautionary tale, ladies. Are you ready? There will be a type of cis, straight man, often white, who will come into a deconstructed space, who's on a journey, who hasn't yet deconstructed enough. So what they do is they end up entering a very safe space where, let's say, everybody's naked and everyone's done the work and they haven't quite done enough of the work, and they will run into problems where on the journey of doing enough of the work, they will misstep and double down and then become a threat to the community. Example, similar things have happened in my communities coming up, right? We're all naked. We're part of a nudist group. We're like, we're naked. We're all like, fuck clothing. We feel safe naked. Everyone's good. But then you've got the guy in the community, okay, that hasn't done the work to really understand why being naked is fine and why it isn't inherently sexual. And he won't actually know how to engage with a naked person without like looking at their boobs, looking at their boobs, looking at their boobs, looking at their boobs. And you're like, hey, I'm up here. but they haven't done the work to actually be in a space with naked people and forgetting they're naked. I can't tell you, it happened right away for me. My first nude party, BDSM party, I forgot almost instantly that people were naked. I was a virgin, had never seen a man naked in real life, had seen girls, never seen a man naked in real life, completely virginal. Within moments of being there, I was completely in my space. I was like, oh, I belong here. I realized I don't care. There was an old lady, the couple was like in their 70s. They were so funny. And they used to do this public scene where she would wrap a rope around his dick and walk him around the room naked and come up to people and be like, isn't he so pretty? And we'd say, yes, he's very pretty. Wow, he's so pretty. And she'd be like, like, look at him. Isn't he? It's great. It's great. And like, we were all participants in this consensual like scene where she would go around, and we would, but it wasn't about him being naked, but it was about the vulnerability. And then we would all like clap. And it was like a fun, freeing environment, which isn't for everybody. And I understand that, but we wouldn't then look at his dick and then have a weird, like, or like, ooh, it would just be like, that's a penis. It was just fun, lighthearted and safe. But when you're the person who can't make it safe because you haven't deconstructed, well, now you don't belong in the community, but you can get there. You can deconstruct enough to be safe. Example, I'll give you an example. I was at the dungeon once. Oh my God. I was at the dungeon once with somebody I was dating. With somebody I was dating. And we're in the dungeon together and they're in a different social group and I can hear them talking loudly because they had this problem where they would like kind of go deaf and they would get louder, very neurodivergent. And I would be like, and I would hear them talking. I'd be like, no, shh. And like, they were a white bisexual man. Okay. And they just would say the most fucking liberal ass shit, the most fucking sometimes conservative ass shit. And I'm like, you come from a liberal family. Your parents are more progressive than you. What are you doing? And I'd be like, why are you saying this? And then I would have to in public because people would look at me and be like, isn't that your person? I was like, no, whoa, hold on. Listen, I don't agree with this. And then it would become like a fight where I'd be like, hey, that's a bad take. And it would be something like really misogynistic, right? It would be like really bad. But because we were so progressive and white in Seattle, it was kind of common to have white guys come into the community and kind of say things that make you roll your eyes like podcast bros. And then you would hope that they would deconstruct along the way. But it's really hard. It takes time, right? But the amount of like, like, what are you doing? Like, why do you have these opinions? And it's because they weren't introspecting. I had a white male friend who I understand was going through something. I get it. Okay. I knew this person for a while. We had done some scenes together, was up until that moment a really good person, had gone through a pretty bad breakup. And I was being like a good friend. And they were like, hey, can you come see me? And I was like, yeah, I can get on a plane and come see you. Like, you're going through a breakup. And they were like, cool. Do you want to have sex? And I was like, we've never had sex. In all the years I've known you, we've never been sexual. We've never kissed. We've never done anything, and out of the blue, because you're going through a breakup, you want to have sex with me? What? I'm not a blow up doll. And then I was like really upset with him because I was like, I thought our friendship was real. This feels like our friendship is now not real because why would you ask me, do you want to be a blow up doll for me? Because you're not even into me. Are you even into me? You've never indicated you're into me. I'm not even into you. I'm not sexually attracted to you. We've never talked about this in all the years I've known you. Anyways, that was probably the last conversation we had. We don't talk anymore. And I don't like it. I don't like that he never apologized. I don't like that he never reached out and said that was really inappropriate. Because had he done that, we could have mended that friendship. But because he never did that and didn't understand, like, how could you ask me this question when you were asking me to fly to your house to comfort you through a breakup, which I would have been happy to do as a friend. But now all of a sudden I'm a girl you want to fuck? Like, when did that happen? Do you know what I'm saying? So that's the problem. Is like, everything is good in a friendship until shit gets wrong and bad. And then you got to see how people handle shit. And again, had he learned, had we mended, had we figured it out, we might have, but I can't. There's no way to come back from that where he doesn't realize how fucked up that was to ask me. Like, just so fucked up, right? So no, Chad says, how do you get there without being active in the space? If you want to join a dungeon, a nudist group, now remember, just like the queer community, guys, it's not a monolithic experience and every dungeon is different. Every community is different. Some are more conservative, some are more liberal, some are more progressive, but they're all over America. You can go to public kink websites and find like events posted, but make sure you know the events aren't like vetted necessarily. What I would do is I would Google kink BDSM dungeons, sex positive communities in my area. I would find social media posts. I would follow the trail of who was involved in the community. What were their safety protocols? Is there alcohol or no alcohol? Is it age restricted? Is there IDs? Is it a nonprofit? I would just go down the checklist of like how to find a safe community. Nudist communities exist. All these communities exist. We're all marginalized communities building opportunity, and we're looking for people to show up. You know, when I was in Belize, I was told there was a BDSM community there. And I was like, shut up. Like there's communities everywhere globally. The thing is that we're underground for the most part because we're misunderstood, but there are facilities, there are places. You just got to start getting involved. You got to get social and you got to community hunt until you find the right one. But it's out there. It's there. You know, if you're uncomfortable being nude in public spaces, start with being comfortable being nude in your own space. That helps. You know, Chad says, in my queer experience, stay away from any group that identifies as swingers. Look, swinging is a whole other community. I've never been a swinger. I've known a lot of really nice swingers, but swinger communities are very specific. It's a couple swapping experience, guys. You have singles and couples who swap. It's sex focused. It is a community. They are valid. But if that's not your thing, don't join. I have no problem with swingers, but you have to know what they are. Right? You have to know what the community is here for. My partner just asked me this morning. They asked me, how much sex did you see at the dungeon? Hardly any. Because I didn't go to the sex nights. At my BDSM dungeon, they had multiple events every day, 7 days a week. And you could go to the sex focus events or you didn't have to. And I almost never did, though I tried a couple of times. And I almost never saw sex at the dungeon. But that doesn't mean it's bad to have sex at the dungeon. I've had sex at the dungeon. It doesn't mean it's bad to go to sex parties. Right? It just means like know which event is for you. They even had an intro perverted party, like for introverted intro perverted party, like intro, not for extroverts, for introverts, but kinky. And it was so fun. And I was like, that's such a fun party. And actually, you know, I didn't go to those parties at the time because I was identifying as an extrovert, even though now I would go to those parties, right? I would go to those parties that are low energy, quieter music, very low level play, things that are boisterous or very loud, things that are noise sensitive, things that allow people to socialize a little calmer. I love that, right? Versus the extra party. What about the next generation parties? Parties that age out people past 35 so younger people can join a community without feeling like they have to go to all age parties. Because some young people are intimidated by all age parties. Versus for me, I wasn't. I loved all age parties. I loved the next generation parties. I liked all parties. Right? Okay. Chet says, Bray, was the BDSM dungeon a special interest for you or therapeutic or just expression? All of it. All of it. I thought I was going to live there forever. I thought I was going to die going to the dungeon. I thought I was going to die in the BDSM community, but my deconstruction took me away from the community. My personal deconstruction took me away from community spaces. I might go back to them eventually, but I used to think I would like live and die the dungeon. That would be my whole social life. And for some of my friends, it is. To this day, some of my friends, their whole life revolves around being a polycule and being in BDSM, which I love. My primary life revolves around, honestly, my deconstruction. Honestly, my introspection, my philosophy, my love for work, my love for philosophy. I'm doing it with my partner, which is cool. But I'm just on a very like deconstruction journey right now, you know? And I think I already got all the information I needed from community dynamics. And now I'm trying to do something a little bit like meditating in the woods without meditating in the woods. Because I've already also meditated in the woods. You know, I'm just trying to put into practice all the things I've learned to try to figure it out. Which is why I'm on this new gender journey, because I wasn't there before. If you had asked me 10 years ago about non-binary people, I would have been like, I don't really get it, but cool. And then I would have been like, I don't get it. It feels like you're doing too much. And then I would have been like, I don't know, I get it kind of again. And then I would have been like, I don't get it again. And now I'm like, bro, not only do I get it, but I fuck with you, okay, bro? Not only do I get it, bro, but I get it, bro. You know, it's all a journey. It's all a journey. Okay, hold on. Let me see. Okay.
Trans men can't be lesbians because if a cis man can't, then a trans man can't either. Who said that? Trans men can't be lesbians because if a cis man can't, then a trans man can't either.
Okay, so this goes back to the Riley conversation, right? Because the Riley conversation is erasing the trans experience from the cis experience. Like, Riley being a trans man means he has inherently a different experience than a cis man, though not in all cases, right? It also means that the relationship to queerness is different and deconstructing gender is different. Cis men traditionally don't deconstruct gender because they don't deconstruct into cisness. We do not deconstruct into cisness. We are assigned at birth cis. Like, we are raised thinking we're cis unless we're raised into different families that allow us to be non, you know, but we're raised by the gender. We're raised in a society that doesn't even utilize the word cis until now. Some people see it as a slur. It's a whole thing. Okay. So you're taking away that lived experience. But I would say that even more than that, that a cis man could be a lesbian if he deconstructs, but then at that point, it would be a true, authentic relationship with the word, which means it wouldn't be connected to anything you think of when you think of a cis man. The dilemma with being a trans man is you fall into those two categories, either a binary trans man, which a man is a man, or a gender fluid kind of like deconstructed trans man experience. And that's why I say, like, be careful who you marry. Because this can be a thing, you know? Let's see, Discord said people think of cis man lesbians would be like deconstructed or detransitioned men who was previously a trans woman, trans lesbian. People think of cis man lesbians would be like detransitioned men who was previously a trans woman, trans lesbian. I always say, like, all your experiences are valid for the era of life you're in. But I kind of, they kind of say, like, neurotypical people don't spend hours a night Googling if they're autistic. Cis straight people that are comfortable in their assigned gender at birth don't spend all of their life wondering if they're really men or really women or really bi or really gay. Do you know what I'm saying? Like, people who don't and aren't don't spend their life wondering. If you're going on a journey where you are Googling at night, like, am I a man? What is a man? Am I a woman? What if I don't like my penis? What if I like this? What if you might want to give yourself some grace. Okay? Not saying that you are, but I'm saying just the curiosity alone might be an indicator to give yourself some space. You know? Discord says, I see people say that, but I do think it's a touch oversimplified. I mean, it is oversimplified, but it's meant to reassure you that you're not crazy for wondering. Because there are neurotypical spaces that will think you're crazy for even wondering. You're not autistic. Why are you even wondering that? You're normal. You're not trans. Why are you even wondering that? And then they'll say, oh, the internet convinced you you're autistic or trans, but you were Googling it for a reason. Not to say that you are, but to say that you should find out why you were Googling it. Maybe it's going to lead you to another answer. But people will just nip it in the bud and say, I can't believe you're even, don't look that up. Don't research it. Stop Googling it. Stop reading about it. Right? It's all a part of the deconstruction journey. Maybe you deconstruct. I knew a guy who was like, oh yeah, I was wondering if I was trans. I'm not, but I wondered. And I was like, cool. I love that. I love that you were confident enough and secure enough to see. Because there's also this illusion. I've known I was gay since I was a kid. I am very privileged. I don't know what it would be like to be 40 to realize that. I don't know what it would even be like to marry somebody and realize you're gay. Francesca did that. Francesca Ramsey, she married a man and then realized she was a lesbian. I couldn't even imagine having that lived experience, but it's somebody's. And I am very lucky that I never had to have it. Because in a way, how traumatic is that to think you found the love of your life and to marry them and to realize, like, But then she's having a different relationship with that whole thing too. Because like, it sounds, you know what I'm saying? Like in some ways you would say she settled in a relationship she thought was the one, only to realize like she was a lesbian. Okay. Well, that's not going to work for your high compatibility partner if it's like, you know. So I think we forget that for a lot of us, you don't know you're trans until later. For a lot of us, the reason we're always changing labels, the reason I went from a lesbian to a bisexual to this is because I was always trying to figure out who I was. And the reason my labels will probably change in the future is because they're changing for you. And that's why going back to these TikToks where people are like, a man is a man, a lesbian's a lesbian. Yeah, but not really. So when what's that fucking loser's name? What is a woman? That guy, Matt Welsh, when he asks that, he's trying to get you in a gotcha. But no, seriously, like, what is a woman? I'm asking authentically, what is a woman? But when Matt Walsh says it, he's trying to gotcha. Haha, gotcha. And I'm trying to say, like, it's actually a really great question. And I do think there's an answer. I just don't think we like the answer in the world that we've constructed. And that's why people want to knock it down and start again. I agree some parts of it should be knocked down and some parts just need to be updated. I'm not a big, I'm okay with starting over, but I want that to look like through introspection and peace and love and healing. Deconstruction through healing, liberation through healing, liberation through healing, liberation through healing. Thank you, Chet says you're my favorite channel for over 3 years. Love that. I'm indoctrinating you one post at a time, baby.
What are we doing? Hey, what are we doing?
Being a lesbian doesn't mean you're in a women love women relationship.
Hey, does anyone know what's going on? Hey, what are we doing? I have a question. What are we doing? What's going on?
Right? It's like people who are like, hey, what are we doing? We're doing something else. You guys go have fun doing something else over there.
So according to my For You page, we are somehow and for some reason again having the debate of whether or not trans men can be lesbians. And here's the thing, this is not the correct question to be asking. That's not the question. Because the question should be, do trans men that identify as lesbians exist? Yeah, they do. That's it. They can, they do. Like, it's not anything other than that. So, trans men who identify as lesbians, do they exist? Yes. Do you have to be one? No. So it's not like, can trans men identify as lesbians? That the answer is yes, because they do. Because that's not the right that's not the right question to be asking. So
I remember when I dated a non-binary person for a while. I put the earrings in the chat, guys, inspired by Mia. They're a figurine of a woman. Very beautiful. I was dating a non-binary person once, and that's how I introduced them in the video I made. I said, you know, how do I know non-binary people exist? Well, I'm dating one. They're right there. They're telling me. When we think about like what is real, we're asking a multitude of questions because we have a belief that we can get down to something that's really real. But I argue that human beings might not actually have access to objective truth and that we're searching for it naturally. And that's why we create lore around gods and all these things. And that's why we say words mean something. Yes, words mean things in bubbles. Correct. Okay. But they mean different things in different bubbles. And also there's a thing called dog whistles. There's a reason we change our language. So we're signaling to the right in groups, right? We're like language is very fluid. Language is a representation of the time, of the bubble, of the culture, of the, you know, they're so nuanced. So for all the people that want words to mean things, they do, Habibi. They do. Yeah, words become emojis. Words become emojis. Yeah, they do. You know what's funny? They always say autistic people are bad at social cues. We might be, But the way we understand multitude of languages at once, some of us neurodivergents, I feel like neurodivergents are so good at understanding like, oh, that person said that word in that sentence structure, which means that they're actually indicating this belief system. And people are like, how do you know that? Because they said it this way and they said it this way and with this tonality, which actually means they're in this bubble. Like, that's why do you think I made the levels and the bubbles and all these things? Because I'm like, oh, I'm noticing patterns that you guys keep like saying this person means this thing. Nope, they mean this thing in this bubble with this thing, and this is what they're expressing. And it's like, people don't understand it because sometimes I get things wrong. So they're like, so you didn't know. And I was like, well, I don't always get everything right. Okay, I don't always get everything right. But I think what's really cool is being open to the fact that, like, if somebody says, I exist, to ask, if you exist, what else exists? You know? Because we're so eager to accept that a God exists, but God forbid somebody got a gender. God forbid gender, you know? Did we watch this video already?
I know we're tired of the bisexual discourse, but y'all, we gotta really tighten up. There's way too many of us to be acting like this. Like, why do we all do our eyeliner like that? I'm trying to fight for our peace, our equality, our slice of the pie, but y'all, we haven't been a united community, a united sisterhood since Tumblr. We gotta get back to our ancient texts. We gotta reach Nirvana.
Since Tumblr. Tumblr.
I'm not gonna lie, when people fart and they think it's funny, that shit pisses me off. Like, what the fuck is so funny about the room smelling like shit now?
And on that note, I think we did it, girls. I think we're ready to end the stream. Explain it to me. What's so funny about the room smelling like shit now? Are we done? Do you want to watch any more of Riley? Look at Riley posts. Riley has posted, okay?
I am so sorry. You're going to have to repeat yourself because it sounds like you are saying trans people who choose to medically transition are erasing their own transness. You aren't saying that, right?
Okay, first of all, we don't need the crazy eyes. Chat, this comment says this argument from someone passing as well as you do just comes across as not all cops are bad argument. No one can erase your transness but you. I think people know not all men are evil. See, there is some nuance here that I think is missing because I feel like that's the point. I watched this movie clip. Does anyone know what movie clip this is? Please tell me. I saw this random movie clip come up on my timeline. I don't even know what it was, but it was like white people were taking black people. No, white people were, it was like, I don't know, the 1800s or some shit. I don't know what movie it was. And it was like white people were starving and feeding each other. But then any time a black person was found out, they would like take the black person and like get them out and probably do horrible things to them. But the scene I kept watching was a woman who was white passing, eating, and nobody clocked it. And then another woman who was white passing come up to her and be like, I can always tell, but they can't. And I was like, oh! And I was like, oh, and like that is interesting to me. Like that is fascinating to me. The idea that like they can't clock it, but we can clock it. Like if cis people or other people watch Riley and can't clock it, but other trans or queer people can, like that's, I think, the part of the conversation that's so interesting is like, I don't want there to be infighting or us hating each other because we're passing, because like everyone should eat. But also there's a conversation to be had about the privilege. So right message, wrong messenger to some extent. I'm going to use this example, but please forgive me if it's, you know, do you remember oh my God, wait, I'm blinking on everybody's names. Black singer, raspy voice, dark-skinned woman, amazing. She's the best ever. She's the queen of blues. Nina Simone. When Nina Simone did her biography and what's her name played her. Help me. Nina Simone was played by what's her name? And everyone's like, why would you do this? Why would you do this? And I was like, that's why I never saw it, because it just didn't feel, you know, what's her name? From the Zoe Zeldana. Thank you. Chat, you're on it, chat. Yeah, Zoe Zeldana played her. Zoldana. Who, by the way, one of my all-time girl crushes. Gorgeous. Wonderful. Loved her since Pirates of the Caribbean. Do you know that she was in Pirates of the Caribbean? That's my favorite 2-second role for her. Okay? Love her. But also, why did you play Nina? And I get it. I get the uproar from people who are like, why are you playing Nina Simone? Yeah, I get it. Because when you want to see yourself on screen, you want to see yourself on screen. And so when it doesn't quite come out the way you think, it's weird. So Riley, I think, has a really good message that says, hey, when trans men transition, we lose our safe spaces. Hey, that's a problem. We should fix that. Why aren't you calling out that idea without calling out queer women? Why aren't you talking about that without doing this thing here, which is erasing the fact that there are people, it's like being the token, whatever. And the token is like, well, I'm safe in this community. I'm good in here. I'm good in this bubble. Yeah, but you're good because of these reasons. What about everybody else? Well, I'm good. What about you? It's like, and then that's why there creates this rift between our communities. I wish Riley could have just said, hey, this real thing is happening. And I would have been like, yeah, we should do something about that. But now it's turned into this.
I've deleted and re-edited to add clarification for you. Saying that I pass so well, and then following it with, no one can erase your transness but you, is implying that me choosing to medically transition and end up looking like this and presenting the way that makes me feel the most comfortable is erasing my own transness. Inappropriate. I am so sorry.
It kind of feels to me like when gay men who are white and very privileged are like, I'm still a gay man. Yeah, Habibi, but you still benefit from being a white man. It's both. You're going to get killed, possibly, or murdered by homophobes because you're gay. But also, because you're a white man, even though you're gay, you get the privilege of being a white man. You're both things. You are a targeted minority and you get benefits. And that's the worst part about being a minority in the world. It's like, fuck. Even cis white women have so many benefits in America. Holy fuck. And yet have so few benefits in America under patriarchy, with reproductive rights being questioned and everything else. You're both things. You know, it's both things. But internally, privately, so here's what I would tell Riley, okay? I would tell Riley, yeah, your experience here is so valid. Your experience in the world is different, but this is valid, and this person here deserves to have a community and a queer space. This person here that shows up as a white man in the world has nothing to do with when you show up in a queer space. How you show up in a queer space has nothing to do with how you show up in the world. So why did you bring the version of you that shows up in the world to a queer space? Why'd you bring him here? Because if you're telling me you're both in both places, well, you're going to make some people feel uncomfortable. Because usually, if you, myself included, like if I have learned over the years because of minority input, I've learned over the years from people who have told me, Britt, we like you in this space. Your privilege is showing. And genuinely, they were right. That I kept playing but my parents are immigrants game. But I'm Iraqi too. But I'm not from Iraq. I don't have an accent. I don't speak another language. I don't wear a hijab. I don't look like I'm from. Okay? And so because of that, I can't sit in a room full of like an Arab community with an accent talking about immigration when my parents are sitting here voting for Trump. That's not my experience. We might all be, but it's not. Do you know what I'm saying? That's not my time to voice my experience. My time to voice my experience is when I'm dealing with a bunch of racist white people that are like, all people from Iraq are horrible people. And I go, my parents are from Iraq. And they go, what? And I go, yeah. So watch your mouth. As Nicki Minaj once said, watch your mouth. Okay? But my job is not to go into other communities that are more marginalized than I am and be like, actually, me too. Woo! You know what I mean? And that's what Riley didn't like. Riley doesn't like that his intersectionality changed in a way, and that's okay. It's hard to realize it's a hard transition he's going through. And I think he deserves a community that will support him. I just hope the community that decides to support him doesn't throw everyone else under the bus to do it. And I don't want to throw Riley under the bus either. Right?
I would like to reiterate a point I've made previously about policing people's language when talking about their experiences, because it is a slippery slope. If you care more about the fact that I use the word misandry to describe my experience than you care about the harm that is being done to me or genderqueer men, it's just coming across as moral perfectionism and performative wokeness. Because if you entirely agree with my point, if you agree with the entire video and only take issue with the fact that I use the word misandry, why are you posting about that? Why are you coming onto this app and splitting hairs about language that I've already addressed? Because misandry in its base form is just the hatred, dislike of, or contempt for men because they are men. And yes, it is not systematic like misogyny is, but misogyny isn't the system. Patriarchy is the system. And to an extent,
Discord said a 6-hour stream just for a white man. They win again. Not a white man. Oh, they always win in the end. They always get all of our attention in the end, don't they? They really... Damn it! I have been streaming long this week, bro.
patriarchy uses misogyny and misandry as tools. Yes, misandry is used far less, but it is still a tool that is used, and therefore it still exists, and it still is a perfectly fine word to refer to the behavior that I was referring to.
Language is the fact that he's double downing on his language is the problem to some extent. I'm trying to think of a good dog whistle. What's a good example? Misandry isn't a tool of patriarchy, ? Well, misandry is a reaction to patriarchy for sure. In a lot of cases, it's like survival misandry. Like out of a need of trauma and survival, we start to disdain men because we've been so traumatized by them. But that's why you have to heal, liberation through healing. Because if we seek liberation through healing, then we don't have to become hateful. We become free from hate as we move forward in our deconstruction. But then we also learn, I think humility is playing a role here. That there's like a lack of humility in the way the conversation is happening, probably, right? I think that's like a big part of something here. Like he's just content after content after content.
I'd just like it to be known that the Now She's Speaking account has blocked me.
Oh yeah, we already watched that. We already watched that.
So you'll notice I've taken a bunch of the Jeff videos down. That's because
Okay, because Jeff apologized. We got there. Oh my God, are we almost done?
This is just a PSA that I've turned the comments of my original.
Okay.
Would anybody like to hear a personal anecdote? Too bad I'm telling.
Nope, it's about your tattoos. I don't care. This is an old video. Okay, top surgery stuff. Okay, I think we did it.
Now that my ADHD is somewhat effective.
And he's a neurodivergent king. No wonder he feels rejected by the world. Shout out. I wish we had Jeff's original video. I'm pissed.
Making, but you're still protecting the structure, which
I can't believe we don't get this video. I'm like literally so pissed about it, bros. Okay, hold on. Does nobody have this video? Like, does nobody love me enough to repost content that people have taken down so it doesn't spread on the internet? Just kidding. It sounds like a consent violation. Is that a consent violation? I just want to know what he said. But it doesn't matter. I think we got to the point we needed to get to.
Because nobody admits anything they've done! Living off a coffee from
I might look like this now, but this is still what it sounds like when in my head when a cis man speaks over me.
None of you want to touch! You're fucking done!
You remember when Hassan said you're just one trans person? That maybe wasn't a good attitude to have, but sometimes I feel like you're separate from you being trans, I still disagree with the premise of your initial video. You know what I mean? Like, I don't want to be like, you know,
Please don't.
But like, just one more time, just for fun, just for fun.
Shoot the messenger.
Now that we've gone through it, let's watch the video again.
But sis, Please don't shoot the messenger, but cis queer women need to start realizing that the idea that men are inherently evil is a turf propaganda point that they have bought into and need to unlearn. Men are not inherently evil. The patriarchy.
Okay. Again, the only dilemma with this video is he's like, somebody said it earlier in chat. It's like when you say no offense and then say the offensive thing. Yeah, it's like he's again, I think I disagree with the premise of the video. I disagree with everything about it. Not everything about it, but nothing about it matters now because he
Shoot the messenger, but cis queer women need to.
But cis queer women need to start realizing. Do you mean on a global? You're in Australia, mate. You're in Australia. No. Who are you even talking about? American women? Indian women? Afghani women? Chinese women? Who women? Queer women? Where? Globally? Who? You're in Australia. Do you mean just down under? That's what I mean. Like, who are you talking about? The queer experience is a global phenomenon, my friend. The queer experience is a global phenomenon. Who are you talking about?
Start realizing that the idea that men are inherently evil is a turf propaganda point that they have bought into and need to unlearn. Men.
Okay. So if it's not TERFs he's talking about, but he's talking about women who have fallen for TERF propaganda, the only women he could be talking about is women who are like, fuck men, am I right? And if you're a man who's offended by that, get out my fucking house. Get out of my 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 house. Get out, never call me again. Okay? Like, if you're a man who's just like, you know what I like, get out of my house. I'm tired. Get out of my house. You know? Because at the end of the day, it's just like, it depending on who says it. Sure. It's the fact that he said queer women, which is the red flag. You didn't even specify which queer women, which makes me think you mean all women who say this thing and are queer. And therefore, I don't care what you say. Yeah, therefore, everything you said is invalid. Do you know what I'm saying? That's why the statement is invalid. Your feelings are valid, but the statement is invalid. If he wants to live in a world where we never get on the internet and are like, what about on my Discord where we send gifts all the time? We were like, men. And everyone's like, men. But then we really block misandrous. Like, I actually do block people who actually think men are inherently evil. But what about all the jokes? What about all the fun? Do you want me not to say it anymore? It literally feels, it does feel. Yeah, does anyone feel? Chat. My chat said, Ariana, what are you doing here? Stop it, I'll die. You're hitting the Fifth Element notes. I love that girl. I love that scene. Yeah. Oh, man. Like the joke Discord just made about a 6-hour live stream just for a white man. Is that funny or is like his feelings hurt? You know? Chat says, how thin does your skin have to be? Transparent. Porcelain. I've never seen, like, you know what I mean? In so many ways, there's so many jokes here. I've never seen more of a white man in my life. This is how you know transness is a real experience, because if that's not a man, I don't know what is. Do you know what I mean? There's so many fucking jokes I could make here that are like, how do conservatives think trans men aren't real? Look at this. This is a man. Everything about this person is a man. Never seen more of a man in my life. Talks like a man, bitches like a man, cries like a man. See, I'm being mean. I'm being mean. I'll reel it in. I'll reel it in, Brittany. Reel it in. See, I'll reel it in. All right, I'm out of spoons. My compassion is out. There are other people who are deeply struggling and deconstructing, and honestly, the work is showing through their content. I watched so many of this person's videos. It's obviously clear, like, they need to go to therapy, which I love. We all do, don't we? Okay. Thanks for being here. I appreciate it. Tomorrow's live stream, probably going to be long as fuck too. I have absolutely done no prep for it, so I might be a little late tomorrow, but we're doing sex work in bubbles. Ooh, the sex worker bubble. Ooh, I gotta find all the content I can show you for YouTube. So I'll see you tomorrow for that. All right, here's some Elvin on the way out. Talk to you soon. Thank you for being here. I love you. Bye.